It just stings that little bit more every single time you see the image of Oceania being painted over by the GPL squad.
Pour one out for the homies. That is still a rough moment, but it's great to be back. It's great to be in the final day. GPL, LJL, this should be an amazing day of League of Legends.
Certainly is. It's day number 4 Rift Rivals in the final day we have here today. I am Matthew Fish-Stewart. Joining me is Jake Spontabiri as well as Josh Jishkar Hummerson, and we're going to bring you guys through the grand final, which is going to be the GPL region taking on the LJL.
And you've done it. Once in 4 days, the third guest has been set up and absolutely knocked out of the park, Fish. That is an impressive moment.
I'll take the win. You don't look too happy about this for some reason. I got it right, Jish.
Yeah, I've just been staying quiet. I'm still waiting, for me to wake up from this dream and be like, all right, Sim Mineski, let's go, start of day 3. But yeah, it's not the case, is it?
Yeah, just wish we could go back in time and actually, have Sim pick up that game against USG, who we are going to get to see play in game number 1 today. Want to talk about the Oceanic region just quickly because, I think that a lot of people would be disappointed. But Sin played 5 games this tournament with a very young roster, and I think they have a lot to bring back, not to mention what Legacy was able to accomplish, as well as the fact that Direwolves knocked off, who looked to be one of the best teams in this tournament in Rampage. So I think every team should be happy. And moving forward, now we have a very exciting game of League of Legends, or 5 of them maybe today, Fish, another 5, between 2 very good regions. So this should be a good day.
Yeah, and let's take a look at how the regions got here. Up first, it was going to be OPL taking on the GPL, and that was last night's match. It was all 5 games, where after Sin picked up a very impressive 2-game win streak, they fell to Gigabyte Marines, who reverse swept the OPL and advanced into the grand finals, where they met or will be meeting the LJL team today, who are automatically seated here after their incredibly impressive 5-1 performance in the group stage, only dropping a single game to the Direwolves.
Yeah, the LJL have looked so clean, and not even one team like we've seen from the side of Southeast Asia. Just across the board, they've actually had a lot of strong individual players, some really good team macro. They look like a very tough opponent today.
And the thing that you have to realize is I kind of lied to everyone at home when I said that Rampage got the early lead and didn't make mistakes. They made a couple of mistakes, but then they were good enough when the game went back to even to once again outmuscle the GPL's best team in the Gigabyte Marines and actually drive home a victory. And a lot of it was on the back end of Tussle, who, having rewatched those games, absolutely put on a clinic of pathing against Levi with good gank routes, and are really excited to see whether that does happen again today in Game 3, because if it does, we're going to have a 3-0 Fish. We will have the quickest day of Rift Rivals so far.
I mean, a lot of it was also on Levi, who just, decided to dash into the back of Baron by himself and get killed instantly. So, he's definitely going to be hungry for that rematch. But no, yeah, Rampage did look pretty, I guess, composed when they dropped an early lead, or they dropped their lead and they had to come back and fight for it. And, really, really impressive.
Well, let's take a look at the schedule today to show you guys how Spawn thinks this could be the quickest day possible. He is theoretically correct, because first up is going to be Unsold Stuff taking on Mineski. The Japanese team have already picked up a win in this matchup. Same with Detonation Focus Me, as well as Rampage taking on Ascension, as well as Gigabyte Marines, respectively. If we have not decided the series by then, we'll have another match between Rampage and Gigabyte Marines. And finally, Detonation Focus will take on Ascension again to decide the entire tournament if it comes down to 5 games.
And 2 of these 3 LJL squads are currently undefeated, and 2 of the 3 on the side of the GPL haven't picked up a win yet. And that is why this is such a scary format, because today, someone other than the Gigabyte Marines must win. Either has to be Mineski in one of the early games, or, maybe Ascension, who looked to take Sin to a 50-minute match, but at the moment, I just don't know where it is going to come from.
Yeah, no, they're going to have to pull out all the stops there if they want to grab a win over their respective counterparts from the LJL. And as you said, it's really going to have to be through their team fighting and their strong, aggressive early play that we've seen out of both Mineski and Ascension.
And which team are we really looking towards for the GPL to try and pick up that victory? Because we know Gigabyte Marines are a strong team. They'll still have a tough task against Rampage, because Rampage already taken them down before. But Mineski and Ascension, they have not looked good all tournament.
It has to be Ascension. Mineski, to be fair, have looked like hot garbage all tournament. Particularly Hammers. I think he's had a very, very disappointing tournament. Even when he got a nice early lead on Elise, he just threw his money away onto the Elise build, getting that early Void stuff. And they just have looked so sloppy around the Rift. And I think that Ascension showing signs of life across a couple players. G4 on the Corki, Lloyd on the Sivir. They seem to be just on the cusp of finding, what could drag them over the line.
Completely agree. And they knew what their win condition was in that game. They thought they were going to fall behind, and then they just needed to drag it out. They needed that one team fight. They needed a couple of lucky ricochet crits into the back line to really set up what could have been a big team fight victory. And credit to them, they nearly were able to pull it out against what was a 6-item and all like damage item Caitlyn as well. So it was so close for Ascension yesterday. I think that they're certainly looking to be the better of the, lesser evils of the GPL at the moment, with the prime evil being the good old Gigabyte Marines waiting there for them. But we'll see whether they can actually get it done, because USG, Detonation Focus Me, they just looked absolutely amazing on day 1 and day 2, and I don't know whether that's going to be an easy task.
And something we've always talked about is the fact that these 3 LGL teams, they're so close in the standings, and in fact, currently in the LGL, Detonation Focus Me undefeated. They were able to take down Rampage and Unsold Stuff, so that task for Ascension becomes much harder as well. But for now, let's take a look at the first match of today. It's going to be Unsold Stuff Gaming, the 3rd seed from the LGL, taking on the 3rd seed from the GPL, Mineski.
Yeah, and this is a really big game for Mineski, because you feel like they need to come out and have a good showing at least. Even if they don't pick up the win, they need to set the tempo for the GPL region from the get-go and show that, they are actually here to play today, because they only get 1 crack at this. And if they do get a win, that is huge as far as momentum goes. That means all of a sudden Rampage must beat Marines again for the LJL to have a shot. However, with people running around Summoner's Rift like Neo, like Remind, who were able to pick up very good early games last time these teams faced, I am just not sure it is going to work.
Yeah, I'm super skeptical of Mineski's hopes, but I want to give credit to their drafting. I was going back over their drafts and stuff, and I think a lot of them are quite sensible. They have some really good picks and shown a lot of variety across their talent. So if they have any shot at victory today, it's going to be off a good draft, and they're going to have to set themselves up for an early lead.
And they didn't get one of them last time they played against USG. And main area that I was questioning was the fact that they locked in the Jarvan jungle that lost a lot of tempo and didn't really have all that much to do. Was that actually this game?
Yes, it was. Yep. It was because Unsold Stuff Gaming were the ones that pulled out Warwick twice so far as well.
Exactly right. So we'll see whether it works out again. Because Jarvan was last picked. I thought they should have thrown Gragas into the jungle and Jarvan into the top lane. Obviously, try to hide the matchup against the Shen, because Shen does kind of shut that down a little bit, but Gragas didn't end up doing all that much top either. So it was a little bit of a strange game to me, and it lost them a lot of advantages early, I think.
Well, let's take a look at the 2 lineups for these teams. Up first, I believe it's going to be USG, although they have chosen red side of Rift, and we are right. Unsold Stuff Gaming will be taking to the red side for game number 1. Upperman in the top lane with Neo, the Warwick jungler for their squad. Remind in the mid lane, Harechi as their AD carry, and NT as their support. They'll be going up against Mineski, who are fielding Kaidu in the top lane, James in the jungle, EXO returning to the mid lane with Zen and TG as the AD carry and support.
Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to seeing the Unsold Stuff roster get back into team fights. I think Remind had some pretty impressive performances on his mage picks, and I also want to see what does Neo pull out here? Does he go for his 3rd Warwick game? Yep. Does he show us maybe something standard? But I guess we'll see.
Yeah, and I think the other big thing is, even though the draft was okay, the Taliyah still died at level 4 last time this happened, and there was a couple of little strange things. I mean, we also saw TG pick up Exhaust on Zyra, and the reason Ejim didn't like it was not because of loss of pressure or stuff like that. It's just if you're in range of going to the exhaust the Syndra, you're probably going to die regardless of whether you have the summoner spell or not. So it's just a little bit the draft was okay if they had win conditions to play towards, but they kind of threw a little bit of a way through early tempo, maybe incorrect summoner spells, and it was a strange game honestly to watch, because we had James camp a brush for 2 levels of Warwick farm. I mean, not much of that first game made all that much sense for Mineski, and it's a good one to just throw out the window and take it again.
And you've touched on the Warwick pick. We've seen Unsold Stuff pick it up twice so far, and they are one of the 2 Japanese teams that have thrown very unorthodox picks into the meta. Are we going to see the same thing from this time around? Do we expect something similar, or will they go towards the Rampage style, which is a lot more standard?
I mean, if it's not broken, do they have to fix it? I think they've shown absolutely nothing this tournament. Even Harechi's only played Varus, so obviously very, very blind. So we don't know the depths of their champion pools and what they want to bring out here. Obviously, the LJL teams are all working together a little bit. And want to support each other. So maybe we see a different strategy, or maybe they just go the tried and true method.
And the big thing for me is I believe that Mineski is starting on the red side of Summoners Rift.
They're starting blue side.
They are starting. All right, cool. So that does give them some flexibility if they do want to ban away Warwick. Because if you're starting on the other side of Summoners Rift, Warwick or Zac, what do you want to give away? Or do you want to give a top lane or mid lane to Galio? So it doesn't make all that much sense. At the same time, the thing that the Warwick did against Sin, not against Mineski, was create some havoc by them not being able to gauge how much damage you could take early. If you cast your mind back to that top lane gank, you know, where Dockler and Juves looked like they were baiting, they wanted to go in. They turn all this damage onto a Warwick that has an E active, and with something like 35-40% damage reduction at that stage of the game, was just able to weather the whole storm and turn around a gank. So I think that if you haven't played against it, if you're not used to it, you should at least give it a respect ban, because you don't want to lose another game to a cheese.
And the other thing is, we've seen, Neo, I guess, maybe doesn't like the Elise. They've banned it both games so far. They've banned the Galio both games. So there's probably even more flexibility on the side of Mineski to leave some of these OP champions up and ban specific things away.
Which is curious because the LGL squad had the option to pick their side, and they chose red side coming to this one. Could this be because they want to ban out the Galio and Elise so they don't have to play it, so to speak?
I mean, that makes sense. It also could be the fact that they know that they're going to get specific target bans, which will leave a broader pool of, OP or high-tier champions up and available, which means that they will also be able to grab 2 on the first round. It also gives you double counter pick. And what I mean by that is the first time you get your broad counter pick where you can ban away the counters, and then you get your hard counter pick with the last pick of the draft, which is where save your top lane, save your mid lane, and lock in the real hard lane matchup that you want to go towards. So I actually think red side at the moment, and this is why we were struggling with the blue side having such a high win rate, in the draft gives you a lot of options to be able to go towards.
Yeah, especially in the current meta, most champions seem to have like 1 or 2 answers, which is getting like just hard shut down on that first the 1 to 3 pick and then the double ban. And then, as well, most top laners too are having like the very specific counters. So we've seen like the Jackson to Camille and now Gnar into Renekton and things like that. So I do expect that, they will be looking for these hard counters.
And even though we haven't seen a great performance out of Kaigu and EXO, when we came into this tournament, we did expect pretty good things from them. I mean, they're 2 of the better players on the Mineski squad. So I like taking red side just to deny that away from the solo laners, because they haven't had good performances so far. But 2 games of League of Legends or 3 games of League of Legends isn't all that much to write home about. And you do have to continue to respect form, because eventually, if they are good players, that form will come back and they will have a good performance on Summoner's Rift.
Well, earlier tonight, Spawn, you said that this could be the fastest day possible.
Yep.
Is it going to be? What do you guys think? What are your predictions coming into this match and the entire run, I guess?
You can skip me all day. LJL will not drop a game. This will be the sweep. This will be LJL cementing themselves as the best region. Marines look good. Rampage look better. I believe in them. You know what?
The 2 teams, or the 2 regions are the GPL and the LJL. And because I'm the Oceanic coach and caster, I'm going for the LJL. So regardless of who should win, I hope Japan wins.
Well, there you go, guys. They're the predictions from our 2 analysts on the desk. Both of them going towards the LJL. And speaking of the LJL, we haven't heard from them in a while because they did get seeded directly into the grand finals. So let's hear their thoughts once again on Rift Rivals.
LJL とは日本のトッププロが集まった、そして、集団戦の得意な人たちが集まったリーグだと思います。20分以降の中断戦というのが大きな魅力になっている、そういったリーグになっていると思いますね。
ランページに関しては AD キャリーを主軸に置いた、チームファイトを重きにしているチームかなと。
そこにエビがテレポートが速いのはこれはエビの方。ただしリマインドの2マンスタンからアパメンが入ってくるがポリボーフ、大荒れしか打てない間にラブネがショックウェーブ、2マン切れている。その間にダメージを出している。
アンソルトスタッフゲーミングについては一言で言うならユニークなチーム。僕らが見ていても今週は一体何をやるんだっていうのがわからないチーム。ただミッドのリマインドがキャリーするだろうなっていうのはいつも変わらず感じることですね。
ここはアーチェモンはフラッシュを使用しました。そしてなんとウォールにはまっているスタンからショックを放つ。4人に当たりましたが一気にダブルキルリマインド。
フォーカスミーの特徴はジャングラーとそしてサポートに韓国人のプレイヤーがいるので、彼らを生かした視界のコントロールであったり、中盤以降のマクロの動きというのが大きな強みだと思いますね。
まだ前に行く。いや最後はブルズアイユタボンがダブルキル。そして逃げ道を封鎖しているのはスティール。さあそこにパズが合流。アルティメットを展開してスタンからのフック。さらには魂の牢獄でトリプルキルはユタボン。
今回ランページではラムネ選手に注目してます。今年の MSI のスーパーマッシブ戦で見せたように非常にいいポテンシャルを秘めている MSI を経て国際戦を経た後の今このタイミングでだからこそ出せる一皮むけたというか強みを見せることができればミッドレーナーとして一つ格を上げれるそういうチャンスなんじゃないかなというところで彼に注目しています。
セロスです。今年のセロスに関して言うのであればプレイスタイルをかなり変えています。ジャングラーとの連動っていう部分がかなり本人の中で意識をしているので何よりも日本のミッドレーナーの工程が返ってきたというのを彼が証明してくれると思います。
USG のエンティ選手に注目してほしいんですが、理由としては日本人の中でずば抜けた個人技を持っていますし、アグレッシブな彼のプレーというのは大きな魅力になっていると思うので、彼のプレーには注目してもらいたいですね。
このリフトライバルって本当にいいチャンスだと思います。本当に強いチームが育っているんだぞっていうのを世界に示してほしい。
LJL のリーグの強さというのが見せられるかなと。
ランページは集団戦だし、フォーカスミはマクロの動きだし、 USG は序盤のレーンフェーズの強さ、十分世界と戦えるポテンシャルを持っていると思いますね。
And every single international event, a lot of pundits, a lot of analysts are saying this is time for the Japanese team to shine, and they normally don't stand up and deliver. This time we heard it straight from the LGL casters. They expect Japan to show what they're made of at this tournament. They have so far. Question is now, can they go to distance and actually win the entire damn thing? They're going up against the GPL. RIPOs is still on the wall there. It's tilting me a little bit, but we're into Champion Select for game number 1 between Mineski and Unsold Stuff Gaming.
Yeah, and already diving in, I mean, heavy jungle bans headed towards Neo, which is so strange because all he's shown so far is the Warwick.
Yeah, and I think that maybe Mineski actually have just done a little bit further scouting and, know some of his comfort picks, know some of the things he's likely to play, and want to push him back to that Warwick. Maybe there's a specific strategy around it. Maybe they think it's terrible. I guess we'll see. But as we sort of mentioned, these sort of very standard bans, and that is a very specific strategy around it, I guess. They take it off him.
Yeah, so they ban out 2 junglers and take Warwick and say, what else do you play Neo? Hummus should be taking that into the jungle.
I mean, they banned 3, like the Gragas too.
Yeah,
Flex
Gragas
top,
as well.
Yeah.
And standard red side bans from Unsold Stuff. They should be able to pick up Caitlyn, possibly Thresh here as well.
Yeah, I was going to say, I mean, they've taken it away, but what do they give up in response?
Hello. Already, this is really unorthodox from both teams. Ivan being picked up over many other heavy priorities at the moment. I mean, Tahm Kench comes to mind. That was the champion that Gigabyte Marines heavily prioritized, even though Thresh was banned out multiple times.
I will say, however, that was against the Oceanic teams, and I will be surprised if we see such a heavy priority placed on Tahm Kench again, especially with how well the LJL squads have been laning. I think that it does have a fantastic late game, but it should be punishable.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think that especially when you're already running the front line in Ivan, they might be looking to get something a little bit more aggressive for their laning. The Karma, pretty good. The Lulu, not too bad either. I think it's interesting that we're seeing Mineski take both of their solo laners so early in the draft.
Yeah, they picked up both the Kennen as well as Syndra, and Renekton gets locked in for Unsold Stuff. That doesn't have a great time against Kennen.
Is it going to be the Kennen top lane? Is that definitely a blind top lane?
I guess we could very well see it flexed to Zen.
Yep.
And then, I don't know, I guess that it probably, if I'm Kaigu right now, I want to take the Kennen myself, regardless of whether Zen picked it. Yeah, I think it does have a pretty good matchup into the Renekton. Bullies him early just due to the range, can stay out of, stun range and engage threat.
Unsold Stuff seem to think the same way as well because they're banning out 80 carries. First ban is going to be Ashe. Thresh somehow hits the bench in the second ban rotation. I never thought I'd see that. Varus is going to be the second ban coming out from Unsold Stuff. Final ban for Mineski. Let's see what they decide to target. They've got to go for a mid lane or support, and they hit both best of both worlds, so they take away Karma.
Yeah, we've seen both of these supports actually, TG and NT, both play Blitzcrank, I believe, and often look for that counter matchup. So, maybe both not being too comfortable to take that early blind Thresh, and as well, I guess seeing now maybe Unsold Stuff, save that 5th pick for their support player.
They might be able to get a very powerful pick, which would be the Corki for a Mind in the mid lane. So both their solo lanes have been shown. So Enti saving his support pick for last. We saw the LGL customer talking a lot how he's a very aggressive support. Let's see what they pull out. And another Bard being picked up in this Rift Rivals.
Yeah, Bard Nunu is actually locked in. That is a top lane Warwick, and that is an 80 carry cannon. A lot of cheese coming out right now.
What the heck have you been doing the past 3 days, Mineski? Where did this come from?
And it's so funny. I was saying earlier to Jish, as Blitzcrank also locked in, who cares? I was saying earlier to Jish, I want a one-trick Warwick, but I only do that if I can play it in multiple roles. Can I play Warwick top lane? He was like, no, you cannot play it top lane. It is not a good top laner. Well, apparently Kaigu didn't get that memo.
Oh, you never know.
Because I am quite confident that that is going to be a top lane Warwick, or a top lane Nunu, which not all that great.
Oh. Considering you and I often duo queue together, you're not allowed to play either of them top lane. But we do see that the Warwick is taken top, and I kind of wonder, how does that do into Renekton?
I never thought I'd hear the day as well where my color caster just turns to me and says, never mind about this Blitzcrank last pick, you know, that's irrelevant. Let's take a look at the other squad, which has more interesting picks.
Yeah, we've actually been treated with a handful of Blitzcranks, you know, internationally before Rift Rivals, but even here specifically, we're seeing, you know, a lot of support players backing themselves to hit that massive queue, and, you know, it's pretty exciting. It always makes for, you know, generally a quite bloodthirsty game.
Certainly does, and it seems like these two teams are out for blood. There's interesting picks across the board. Unsouled picked up the Ivern, which has been nerfed heavily and kind of shifted him out of the current meta. It's picked up as a niche jungler from time to time.
Yeah, maybe an homage to Carbon, you know, despite going home last night in the King of the Rift format. Definitely a Nunu and an Ivern enthusiast, so two of his favourite champions hitting the Rift. He'll probably be a little bit jealous he doesn't get to play those ones.
And these two Cs, because they're the third seed from both teams, only get to play one game.
Exactly right. And the big thing for me is Ivern was nerfed in a way that like health was getting lower in the clears and it was becoming riskier as he was getting squishy to be able to invade. Against the Nunu, I mean, unless you're really going to run AD, you don't have all that much kill threat. You just have an annoyance threat.
Yeah, and typically we see things like the Graves or the Nidalee picked into it, and they can hard punish, you know, the low health, and they farm much faster. Whereas, you know, Nunu, you know, typically not that punishing champion, plays a very similar style in terms of control and warding, and maybe less ganking.
Well, we'll have to see how this one pays off because the two most annoying junglers in the game are about to face off against one another. We didn't quite see if it was going to be Nunu jungle, but we expect it to be.
Yeah, it certainly is going to be. And the big thing for me is they're annoying in different ways. Nunu is actually an annoying playstyle, where Ivern is just an annoying looking thing. Like whatever he is, he's just infuriating to look at.
And it is going to be a Nunu in the jungle. So Kaigu has picked up Warwick in the top lane up against a Renekton.
I mean, Warwick's always been a mana-hungry champion. So I wonder how they're actually going to try and capitalize on that against a resourceless Renekton. Also want to point out that Remind has Exhaust. So he has legitimate kill threat in this lane. You can see that EXO respects that by taking it in response.
Yeah, interesting, I guess, you know, maybe the slow evolution of the matchup, realizing that if the Corki is the only person to take Exhaust here, that you know, he definitely gains the advantage, as we saw.
How did EXO get level 2 on first wave?
So he's taken maybe a small Raptor?
Yeah, a small Raptor, not actually started there.
Yeah, it doesn't look like a small Raptor, so should be an
Experience
quit. Maybe looking for the level 6 all-in, faster than the Corki, I guess. Enti, though, going very aggressive in the bottom lane. They do hit level 2 first, hooks back TG, already puts down a trap, Ignite is ticking, he sidesteps it, still takes a lot of damage for his troubles.
By the way, AD Kennen doesn't beat Caitlyn, so I don't understand why the Kennen was picked into it. Maybe it was going to be that flex, and at the last second they realized that the jungle was being hit quite hard. But Kennen has very small range and needs repetitive attacks to be able to take that chip damage, and that's exactly how Caitlyn wants to play the lane regardless.
Strange thing for me is even though they knew the jungle was being hit quite hard, they already locked in Warwick. Maybe Hummer doesn't play the champion?
Yeah, potentially. Now Blitzcrank's mid.
Oh, he's going to get snowball after snowball here. Enti looking for the knock-up. EXO did take a lot of harass from Remind.
Got exhausted.
Yeah, no, just going to comment on that too. The early exhaust from Remind in that lane means that I think there is a little bit more stability now for EXO as he's going to chug through both these potions. He doesn't have to be as worried about that kill threat so early.
Kaigu, top side of the map, up against Upperman. Farming alright at the moment. Has already chugged through his single health potion. Looking to try and regenerate wherever he can, but Renekton has decent sustain to kick things off. Warwick should start to take over later.
Has Fervor. And with Warwick, especially given the fact that you have the so much healing in your kit, you want to go into the last tree. I'm trying to remember as I'm speaking, that's why I'm stuttering a little bit.
Grasp of the Undying?
No, don't want Grasp at all. He's got Fervor Fish. The one that gives you 16% extra health and healing.
Oh yeah, that mastery, I know it. Yeah, no, sorry, can't help you out.
Yeah,
it's the green hands.
Tier 3. Anyway, you want to go that. So what I was saying is he probably hasn't been able to pick up meditation for his mana issues. He's still fairly got a lot of mana up there, but he's actually just gone back. So we'll see how this goes, because Renekton has two ways of bullying you. He is actually a big threat, but he also has sustaining his kit, which is kind of hidden, as well as the fact that he doesn't have a mana bar, so he can spam abilities, whilst Kaigu cannot.
Kaigu, though, going for a trade against Upperman. See right there, just 2 procs at the queue. He's back up to close to full. Hummer's trying to gank Remind in the mid lane, throws out a snowball, claps him a couple of times with the red buff. Going to take a turret shot as well, doesn't mind.
Yeah, just bailing EXO a little bit out of pressure there, you know, getting heavily chunked again. And most importantly, blowing that Valkyrie from Remind just takes out so much mana, that he has to normally expend, on his harass. So, pretty good little game from James.
Yeah, I like it. It also means that if he wants to now, the Syndra can get a cheeky shopping because the lane will push back towards it. So that's just a pressure game coming out of James. That's all you can really offer at this stage of the game as a Nunu. Other thing you can offer is good neutral control, and a Fire Drake at this stage of the game would be pretty nifty, but it's doing some damage.
He's trying his hardest. He will slap away to. Let's see if James can pick up the Infernal Drake here. Oh, those attacks are hurting. Calls over TG for some help. He'll have to tank this one up.
That's really smart because all of a sudden they're doing it on the back timing at 5 minutes. It normally comes out of Caitlyn, so that's really good awareness. Neo also been spotted out mid lane, so they don't get anything in response here, USG. Bit of a tempo advantage, but apart from that, nothing.
Big play from the LGL squad. That Fire Dragon will come in handy later on in the match, especially for Caitlyn and Corki.
Also, Cannon's winning bottom lane by 6 CS.
Yet to base.
And
so
I didn't expect to see this.
Yeah, there you go. You have to go back to base. As Jish mentioned, he's about 100 gold up, which you'd assume Caitlyn will match once she clears out this big minion wave that's been set up.
I mean, I wonder if they can punish the lack of a back here, because you can see they're camping in the brush. It's going to be hard to push the cannon creep straight into the turret. Minion wave already coming down here. It's either going to be a freeze or I feel a little bit of a gank.
Oh, NT will find one of them. Hooks back TG, gets good damage down. Trap has been put down and they get the headshot from the 90 caliber. Now Zen's the one that's in trouble as well. Does have flash already used. Heal, Harechi and NT can't chase further forward.
Yeah, just a little bit interesting. We see another gank coming out top lane.
Yep, Kygo gets stunned straight into a root. He's forced to flash. The brush comes out. Upperman chasing him down and spins right round for another kill. Even Remind gets in amongst the action in the mid lane, trying to trade aggressively against Syndra.
Actually does trade aggressively, gets the exhaust out himself, as well as the fact that ulti is gone. Now that he has rocket spam, he actually should be in a good position to punish this lane. It's why I like Corki so much at the moment. Top lane, that was a great game. Ooh,
NT looking for the stun. Will get locked down by Exo. Does he still go? No, backs off. Already at half health.
I mean, that just means that Exo can no longer catch that wave. So still denies. Oh, he's staying around. That's a greedy man. Flash on his head. Just punch him.
I don't think that'll perturb Remind too much. He's still going to get the better base timing now, and he gets a very important item. So the Syndra into Corki matchup, is generally pretty good because of those trading patterns we've also mentioned. But one of the best things is he just gets by that early Hex Drinker, which nullifies so much of the damage that Exo is looking to bring out.
Wonder if that means Exo goes another Lost Chapters into, I call it Burning Face. What's it actually called?
Leandri's Torment?
Leandri's Torment. Before upgrading Morellonomicon. One of the things that Syndra has to have generally is either shove or kill threat. And now that Corki has Hexdrinker, I don't know whether she has either in the matchup. You can also just turn it into a farm battle and see how late you can take it. Ooh.
Goes back to base, picks up Sock Boots, a ring as well as an amplifying tome. So just a bit of everything at the moment.
Yeah, so looking for the penetration into the flat resists that Remind's getting from the Hexdrinker, but also just that little bit of extra movement speed is actually quite nice into the skill shots of Corki. Yep. If you can dodge that Q in a trade, it can be the difference between, chugging that extra potion or winning the trade sort of thing. So, not terrible.
Not to mention, Ivan's gank path is walk at you, drop a brush, and try and auto-attack you with red buff. So, movement speed going to be quite good there. We'll see whether he gets it done here.
I'll remind Valks on his head. Exo going to take a ton of damage. Neo looking for the root, predicts the juke. Juke does not happen. Hummers shows up, looking to throw a couple of snowballs at this Corki. Bard's coming down here as well. Absolute Zero being channeled inside the brush, created by Bard. They're looking for more, trying to stun him up with TG. Why are you taking so many turret shots? Remind trying to come back into the fight with next to no health. James forced to run. NT still looking for these aggressive hooks, and LGL come out on top.
NT is a monster on Blitzcrank. Time and time again, he's just able to pluck the right person, gets another kill for his team. Hits the NOS, burns out of there, even puts some pressure on. Very good Blitzcrank play. You have to wonder why it wasn't addressed.
Well, I mean, it wasn't addressed in the draft because you said it's not interesting and we moved on, but definitely.
Thank you for being here, Jish. I really appreciate you on this. That's
definitely a very exciting pick. And we sort of mentioned, in his first appearance on Blitzcrank that he looked pretty clean, and he didn't have any maybe I guess game-changing hooks, but he had a lot of solid ones, and he definitely showed competence on the champion. And you have to wonder, is TG blind picking Bard the most sensible decision in this best-of-1 format?
Yeah, definitely do not think it is. Bard has been, for the longest time, completely ignored in professional play around the world. Just because his laning got hit so hard, and that's what you used to really be able to do with him, is bully out lanes. Still has good late game impact, but just at this stage of the game doesn't really do that much. AD Kennen also falling off unless your name is Reckless down in the AD carry position because he has so many range issues against people like Jhin, people like Caitlyn.
I'm just curious as to what Mineski were trying to do with this draft because it's not just one unorthodox picks, it's 4 of them. There's Warwick top lane. I mean, Nunu's the least unorthodox of them all. We only really see one person play it.
So we said that when you have one game, you want to make it count. The other thing that happens when you have one game is you can actually just walk in with a Gouda and, you know, get a quick, easy win and see if you can go from there. So maybe a little bit of the latter.
Yeah, I want to take back my words about saying they had some nice champion variety and they look to put together some nice drafts because this is the most confusing draft I think I've ever seen coming out of, you know, a professional team.
Well, let's see what Mineski trying to make of it. It is very confusing yet interesting. There's a bar type of bait being through down. Gets Horechi. He's going to get locked down by Zenzo that jumps on top of him, gets a good stun. Absolute Zero gets channel cancelled by Anti, but still good damage onto the Caitlyn, and TG steals it with a big old meat slap. Meanwhile, both top laners teleport down at the same time. Hummer's in trouble, jumped on by the Renekton, but gets suppressed by Kaigu at the right time. Will still get a kill, falls for his troubles. Exo's looking for a fight. He's being chased by Neo and Remind. They've got to get the heck out of there.
They certainly do. I mean, at the same time, Daisy being a little bit of a nuisance, but they're able to get away. So 2-for-1 trades are actually the first proactive play for Mineski. Comes up trump with a good teleport coming in from Kaigu as well. Definitely adds more to a gank than Renekton, which is probably why you generally play Warwick jungle.
Yeah, generally why we play Warwick jungle, I guess. Yeah, no.
Who plays Warwick jungle?
I mean, if you're going to play him fish, you play him jungle.
Definitely not AD carry or top lane. No, I think that it definitely is signs of life from Mineski. We said that if they want to do anything productive this game, it was going to be early and it had to be, you know, those aggressive movements. We saw EXO actually with a nice little 2v1 as he floated down river, which, you know, stopped any follow-up from Unsold Gaming. Had to burst his ultimate, but he did, you know, almost kill Neo in the process, just off camera before.
And slowed them down, I think, is a big thing, right? If you're able to get there as a 1 quicker than the 2-man unit, that just means that already the early kill onto Caitlyn means all that much more. So, yeah, hats off to EXO. He needs to have a big game. He's currently even in farm and doing quite well.
Topside Matt Kaigo is going to get ganked by Neo. Flashes away early, still gets locked down, pops the fear, knocks Upperman back, but he's still looking for a fight. Healing up quite a lot here. Kaigo still takes so much damage, wants to try and turn this one around, just can't quite, but does deter Upperman and Neo from chasing any further forward.
But there's no teleport now and no presence on the top side of the map. You can see that Nunu is taking a second dragon. If it's a fire, you could argue that 2 fire drakes at this stage of the game may be worth giving up first brick, but you expect it to go down, and it's air. Definitely not worth.
Not great, but LJL still 2,000 gold ahead.
They're about to be 3,000 as well.
And with a turret falling top side of the map. Not looking good for the Mineski squad. They do have 2 elemental dragons. Let's see if they can put them to use. Bard and Nunu are trying to collapse behind the Caitlyn and Blitzcrank, but no real way to dive this lane at the moment.
I mean, you can throw the ulti and get them in there as Magical Journey. Syndra can rotate first as well because she burnt the ult out. So you can see that they are going to make the play work, Fish.
Let's see what they do. Remind was forced back to base by EXO, who does not have his ultimate, so instead just going to push Caitlyn and Blitzcrank off the turret. That's a very patient play coming out from Unsold Stuff Gaming.
Certainly is. I mean, they're just going to trade half of the map. Wonder if we even see the lane swap come in here now, Josh, because you can see that they have backed very far away. They can have an early shop and therefore get some tempo. Actually re-approaching. I think that's the wrong call, cancelling that recall.
Yeah, interesting.
Tempered Fate being thrown... we're not watching that. We're watching Blue Buff instead.
Also exciting. Blue Buff waddling around incredibly slowly. But, you know, no, definitely interesting. I think that, you know, because Apperman was contesting that Blue Buff, you know, maybe they don't want to swap out of the lanes just yet and move away from top side, or sorry, bot side. But yet, Kaigu really wants to be in that top lane right now, catching up in farm. We see a little engaged mid lane though.
Yeah, Remind trying to force this one against EXO. There is a redemption coming in. EXO forced to flash. Remind flashes forward, gets the kill. Zen using his own ultimate, gets jumped off by Neo as well. He might fall for this one as well. Daisy comes in for the slap, but it's a double kill picked up by Remind.
Exhaust Corki is the best champion in the game. Valk's on his head, gets the exhaust out nice and early, picks up the 1v1, continues the fight, able to get 2 kills. And that is just such a good news story for USG at the moment because EXO is all of the carry threat on this team from distance.
You know, and the timing on his exhaust was so clutch as well because he doesn't give EXO any opportunity, you know, to throw that ultimate out and trade kills there. And then, you know, Zen shows up a little bit later. AD Cannon did absolutely no damage. You know, the stun irrelevant, and you know, and he dies too.
That's given LJL 3,000, almost 3,500 gold in the lead over Mineski. Just 14 minutes, 30 seconds into this match. Looking very confident coming to this game. And again, Mineski just doesn't seem like they have a win condition at the moment.
Yeah, and I'm going to really question the Nunu pick now, because what you can see is
Just the
Ivan
Nunu?
is, well, the Nunu in particular, because Ivan is actually lending more to ganks and is providing similar utility. So what you normally do is you normally run Nunu into an aggressive jungler to shut them down. That isn't going to work against an Ivan, and you can just see that he's infinitely more useful when he does get to these lanes.
Yeah, and he also culminated in a level lead for Neo too. So we have actually seen the lane swap, as you were suggesting before, but not the most orthodox lane swap.
Yeah.
We see
Meanwhile,
someone
Remine's
die
just-
off screen.
Yep, Remine's just got a free kill mid lane. Harechi as well as NT taking a turret for free. No response coming out from Mineski. The rest of Unsold Stuff Gaming are going to try and take mid lane turret. Finally, a Bardot will hit an actual turret and not miss it by a couple of centimeters.
Hey, he's not even here to defend himself. You take that back. Cupcake played his life out.
Rest in peace, OPL.
I'm all for... As I've... Ooh, all right, kill. Let's talk about it later. I'm all for BM, but they have to at least be on Summoner's Rift while you're doing it, Fish.
I mean, tell that to Blinky.
You know they're watching too, so that they can hear us. But yeah, and we do see the replay coming through. Obviously sitting on his package timing and has Apperman floating down too. So dodges the stun, maybe a little bit of misplay from there from Exo, and a pretty consummate kill.
Yeah, I mean, that's just clean play. Remine now has 4 kills out of nowhere and is definitely accelerated towards his big power spike of the game, at least the first one in Sork Boots and Trinity Force. Had to stop for the Hex Trigger, which is delayed him by, that 1,400 gold, but the fact that he's already there at 16 minutes is a good news story.
But you have to think the Hex Drink is what got him here as well. Gives him the outplay potential against Exo. Picked up the double kill before the damage came out from Zen as well.
Yeah, and delay is such a relative term, right? Because he does have that Trinity Force now, and he has the boots too on top of the Hex Drinker. So he is in a very pretty position right now.
Let's see what Mineski can do, because...
Oh, got him.
Oh, they managed to get the hook and another hook. What the heck? Exo just gets bopped up and around. James tries to do something, looking for a trade on Neo. He gets a good heal on himself. Anti slapping him. It's a very slow Blitzcrank, but will still be able to knock up the Nunu. Looking for a second hook. Can't quite find it. Unsold Stuff Gaming coordinating so well.
Sorry to interrupt, Jish. I know you want to get in, but Zen might be dead.
Yeah, it's a one-on-one to kick things off. Valkyrie still gets stunned. Mini stun's going to come through next. Zen almost falling. It jumps on by Kaigu. Big suppress from the Warwick. Shut down, picked up by the Zen 80 carry. But still Unsold Stuff looking for another turret.
Much more exciting than what I was going to talk about. I was just going to say that, there's that cute little interaction coming out of Neo with his brushes. He gives Caitlyn the extra headshots, and he gives Blitzcrank somewhere to hide to throw out these crazy hooks. So, obviously movement around the map in general, but you have to say that Japanese squad from the LJL, they definitely took the advantage. They're getting that mid lane turret.
Yeah, they certainly did. I mean, it's a good teleport from Kaigu to make sure that his 80 carry doesn't fall. They get a big shutdown, but at the same time, you're expecting a big cooldown. Upperman is going to just park himself in this bottom lane now. And he has got the level as well as a 50 CS advantage. So the map is looking pretty dire, to be honest. At the same time, you got to take advantages where you can. So it's a good play to, at least keep them somewhat relevant.
Let's see what they can do next, because still LJL. 5,000 gold in the lead. Mineski, not quite sure what they're going to be able to do at this moment. We know they pulled out an unorthodox team comp, but what is it meant to do? We still haven't seen that from them.
I mean, I don't really know, to be honest. I mean, they can look for cute picks with the Warwick as well as the Bard.
I don't think Mineski know what it's supposed to do, to be honest.
Yeah, I'd be interested to see how many times they've set up this scrim where they lock in the Kennen Warwick top lane 80 carry combo.
Yeah, the ultimate flex.
Throw in the Bard as well as Nunu on top of that.
At least we knew where the Bard was going. I mean, that's a big thing for me. I kind of tongue-in-cheek said the Kennen thing just because you have to say it.
They're looking for Baron.
Not yet. It's only 19 minutes into the game. That would have been exciting.
Yeah, let's see if they take it down. They do get Rift Herald, so at least they pick up an objective. But teleports are coming in from the LGL squad. Unsold Stuff flashing over walls. They call out Daisy as well. Looking for a fight. Zen going to try and take the magical journey away. Going to flash as well. Still takes so much damage. Knocked up by Daisy. Good stasis though from TG. Stops him from falling. Redemption was coming to try to look for the kill. Doesn't pick it up. Unsold Stuff still trying to continue forward. Kaigu jumping on top of Albertman, but just fizzles out. And Zen is running halfway across the map as well.
Yeah, in the wrong direction, but he should be relatively safe with that Lightning Rush. So in the end, no kills go across, and it is going to be a Rift Herald picked up by the Nunu team. So certainly controlling at least the neutral objectives. Also drew them off the Dragon.
Yeah, so definitely the only thing that you know, James' Nunu has offered thus far is that the two dragons he's kept control of, as well as the Rift Herald. And he has, I want to say, misclicked.
Nah, he sent it up top lane while running bottom lane. That what are you doing with your trinket in the base at that stage?
You're giving, well, in my opinion, you're giving your opposing team way too much information if you show it that early. They have 30 seconds, you know, for it to walk to the lane before it's going to hit the turret.
Do they know, though, which lane it's going to?
It does. It pings up on your minimap. It's bright and it's loud and annoying, and here comes another fight.
Meneski looking for a fight bottom side of the map. Remind actually caught in the wrong place. Stun doesn't connect from Nexo. That's poor form, and he just flashes over to get back to safety.
Yeah, when you send 4 people down to a lane to be able to execute a gank on the opposite side of the map of the Rift Herald, you have to make that one work, Fish. And unfortunately for Exo, this execution means that just the flash and the exhaust expended, but saves his life, and the Rift Herald now is going to be for Nord. And when I say Nord, I don't mean Nautilus, I mean for Zero. Just a clarification.
The Crocodile will happily defend against that one on the top side of the map. Kaigo doesn't get anything out of it either. Meneski now barreling towards this Ocean Dragon.
Yeah, and you know, Apperman floating down a little bit, just getting a bit of vision control for himself, making sure that there's nothing that can come his way back before going back to bully this lane out. And you know, that's just really been the story of this lane thus far. Is he's sitting on now, you know, 50 CS lead, just under, and you know, he's going to get base. And once he picks up that, I guess that next item, you know, you have to think he's going to be a pretty hard tank to deal with.
Especially given the fact that he has gone the tanky route. I mean, when you're winning a lane this hard in like bully status, when you haven't gone your like Tiamat and your greedy build, he can stay relevant with only 1 damage item. It's kind of even better for the team fights if this is what it breaks out to early, because he's going to be so much tankier at this stage of the game. And they have got enough damage straight out of Caitlyn and Corki, 2 of the best scaling AD carries in the game. Have all the pick potential that's going to come out of Ivan as well as Blitzcrank. Takes a trip to the top lane, instant transmission. And you can see this 1-3-1 that has been utilised with Corki all of this Rift Rivals tournament has come back out.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's definitely been a strong strategy for most teams that have employed it, and it's definitely looking to be quite strong here too.
Let's see what they can do on the flip side for Meneski, because again, 5,000 gold down against Unsold Stuff. Not a place you want to be. Unsold Stuff are a great team from the LGL, currently sitting as their 3rd seed, only dropping games to Rampage as well as Detonation Focus Meter. 3 teams from the LGL are just so close together.
But they have to keep side over this Baron. I mean, the last drawing card really of this comp, apart from going incredibly late, is a pick immediately into Baron.
Ooh. That actually spots out Zen. Horechi.
He's maybe dead.
Gets a couple of shots in towards him. Enti looking for the chase. Good stun coming out from good old Bardo.
That actually saved his life, that stun, because at that same time, Enti had flash as well as hook available. Would have been able to set that one up. And they were looking for the pick onto Horechi to try... Ooh, big fight. Yeah,
fight bottom lane. Kaigo going to try and out-sustain Upperman here. Does get the fear, but Upperman's so strong. Forced to flash away. Kaigo chases forward. Does get a bit of a heal, but look, he's so fast. Jumps on top of him and gets the kill.
And that's the thing about Warwick. No one really knows how much it takes to kill him, because you're just not used to 1v1ing the man.
And now, you know, the pick makes a little bit more sense. You know, if they can predict that maybe Apperman goes back towards... Well, he hasn't actually shown the Renekton, but, you know, definitely a strong champion within the meta. And they pick it early thinking that this is a potential flex we can look out for. Not a bad decision.
Generally, when one side of your 1 collapses in a 1-3-1 as well, you lose pressure on elsewhere on the map. You can see some cheeky auto attacks going in top lane, and also a full wave shoved in mid as well as pressure bottom.
And, you know, for the first time, I believe, this entire game, Kaigo's now sitting on an experience lead across his team. No, I think TG may have had a little one too, but you know, actually, you know, becoming a possibly relevant factor in this split push.
Let's see what he can do later on down the line, because the only person Unsold Soft can really send against the Warwick is going to be that Renekton, possibly Corki with the package.
Yeah, I mean, and this becomes one of those hard decisions, because you're like, do I have to really pick up a Mortal Reminder? Like, at the moment, do I have to sit on the Executioner's Calling as Renekton to try and win this 1v1? I mean, how much do you itemize for the split push? How much do you itemize for the team fight? It's definitely not an easy decision to make.
I mean, I think we can make the assumption he's already gone back towards the split push. He's picked up the team out now, not looking to complete his Spectre's Cal into anything. So he is going to have a little bit more damage now, and you know, maybe looking back towards that Titanic Hydra.
Whereas Kaigo is just like, I'm going to be the tankiest person possible, looking towards a Frozen Heart next, it seems.
Yeah, not a bad decision, I guess, against, you know, the double AD carry composition. Not too many other threats elsewhere. The Ivan not being the most threatening jungler. Blitzcrank, obviously has one button and nothing else.
And it kind of hits Corki because even though Corki does a lot of magic damage at the moment, he still goes double deal item generally. Although we might just see a single this game, given the fact that there was a Hex Trinkle weaved into the build. So it does give him a little bit of shutdown even on that mid lane.
Yeah, no, obviously, it's definitely thinking about his item build. Very, very astute purchase at this point, but even if he can win in the side lane, I'm not too sure what they're going to do to answer this mid lane push.
Yeah, Unsoul Staff looking to push down mid lane. Did get quite a bit of chip damage onto that turret. Renekton was able to use that time to steal red buff away from Mineski.
And Ping's going down onto the Baron now from Unsold Stuff Gaming, and now they're sitting around there with their vision control and denying the vision in the river. They can look to make a pretty critical pick right now.
Yeah,
Oh, they got
what they're
Blitzcrank.
going for.
Let's see if they get it. They throw out Tempered Fate at the Baron buff.
I mean, you still have to check, right? Even if the Tempered Fate hits and said they're not doing that, as soon as they push up this mid lane again, push out top lane, they can just go straight back, and eventually you have to face check. You got a blue trinket, you got a Tempered Fate. They're both on pretty long cooldowns.
Even Upperman's not showing. He's going back to base.
Still sitting on the blue trinket now as they float back towards the Baron.
They've warded inside and outside of the pit as well with those control wards, so you can see that they're very serious about this.
And now, Hammer's actually running in with his face to check it. So, not punished here with the Blitzcrank hook. Obviously, everyone electing to go back to base now. Looking to pick up some items, I guess. Maybe sitting just on the cusp of some pretty important spikes. But yeah, no, this could be, I guess, the game changers. How Unsold Stuff Gaming elect to make this Baron, become a really quite a threat.
Very patient from Unsold Stuff Gaming. 5,000 gold in the lead.
Another person is backed on a Curtius Shard. It's just, I didn't realize it was a big power spike until this tournament, because another mid laner has said, I've got that 400, 500 gold to upgrade to Curtius Shard, or whatever the heck that weird dagger is called, and I'm going to hop back to base and pick that one up.
Yeah, no, maybe just getting off the map, to not become a pick opportunity, resetting in time with his team just so they're coming back up on the map to exert pressure, at the same time on their waves. But yeah, no, definitely interesting. Also interesting, I think, is the build we're seeing out of Apperman. He's gone for the Adaptive Helm.
Ooh.
So maybe he has...
suppression count as an ability or as an auto attack? Because I think it's an auto attack, so
I feel
I don't
like,
really hurt.
He slapped you a few times.
I feel like that's going to be an ability since the changes. Used to be an auto attack. I'm not quite sure. I'll have to check in with that one. But does work against Syndra and Kennen. Meanwhile, speaking of Kennen, almost gets hooked up by NT. Big shield's coming out. They try to turn on the fight. Daisy's been called upon as well. Zen charging into the backline to the top of Remind. He wants to go for this one-on-one. Forces Remind to flash, but he's on top of TG. Gets a good kill. Ultimate for Syndra does next to no damage to this Corki. And still Unsold Stuff going back to front in this team fight. Kaigo's the first to fall. They will get a return kill onto the Rector, but good hook lands onto Nunu. Zen and Exo still trying to charge on down. Low health bars for the rest of Unsold Stuff, but they trade 1 for 3.
Yeah, exactly right. Good team fight coming through from old Unsold Stuff just because of the range advantage. You can see Corki sitting back with the rockets. Horechi also had free auto attack from one of the brushes and was relatively unharassed in that fight. Didn't even have to burn flash, so a good result. Don't really get an objective off it because of how low the health bars were, but you have to think if that is a recurrent trend, that if the team fights continue to deteriorate, then it's only a matter of time before they pick up something like a Baron.
Yeah, absolutely. Definitely, actually a fairly good fight, across the board from all the carries. Everyone's still staying alive, almost everyone having their flashes still up. But that Syndra damage from Exo was just very underwhelming, and I guess, sitting at the 2 items now, Syndra needs to be doing more. So if you, getting into this fight, we're going to see them start with the missed hook, which is a very critical, I guess, error from the side of USG, and it gives Mineski an opportunity to engage. Zen jumps on top of Remind, gets chunked out, and then we see Exo start coming in now, and just maybe 100...
Threw it into Neo as well. I mean, I feel like that's just an outright misclick, because Neo's sitting on the Locket, and Locket doesn't give your teammates any magic resistance anymore, but it does give you some, and you can see that the team fight continues. And I feel like if that was an ultimate onto Remind, it would have really chunked him out.
So I actually thought it was on Remind and was like, why did that do no damage?
Yep, I thought the exact same thing. Vehicle coming out from NT. Forces the flash from TG.
Yeah, unfortunately with Magical Journey, you know where they're coming out. So just lets the Blitzcrank sit there and wait for the hook to come through.
Gets to line up that skill shot nice and easy. So, you know, a bit telegraphed where your end location will be.
Warwick's doing Dragon solo. Doesn't have teleport available.
Valk comes out of Remind.
Actually goes back, so all of a sudden, this is just Baron. I mean, whilst Kennen was able to base and get a big shop in for Frozen Mallet, they have a Warwick bottom lane trying to solo out a Dragon, and they have a Kennen in base. They're not even turning around to hit anyone.
Oh, Luna's going to try and come in for the steal, but look at that. Easily picked up by Unsoul Staff, and Hama's going to pay for that one. Exo gets hooked into the team as well. He's the next to fall. Anti takes that. Big root comes out as well. They kill the Kennen. That's 3. They're still chasing down the rest, but Unsoul Staff, what the heck is going on? They just walk all over Mineski.
I mean, Mineski just make an error. Kaigu on the bottom lane is, I'm saying he can't show, so I have to do something that's a little bit useful. I don't want to group and, you know, share experience, share farm. But at the same time, if Zen is going to base, you need the rest of the members to be around the objective, and they just weren't there.
And you just have to respect how much Baron damage, you know, this Unsold Stuff Gaming roster is going to be doing at this point. You know, everyone's getting their like 3-4 items area. And, you know, double 80 carry is just going to shred through it. You know, a little bit disrespectful, and they get punished for it very hard. Horechi having a very nice team fight, you know, with that trap placement, crossing off the path for anyone to escape. NT landing a pretty clean hook onto Exo. You know, just incredibly one-sided, you know, past this early game.
I mean, we've seen some sloppy games and very scrappy games as well, but this is just very poor play from Mineski.
Sorry, I'm just looking at the fact that Neo's gone back and picked himself up a
Magi's.
Yeah. I like that. That's a statement. I only get to play one game today, and I'm going to win it, and I'm going to win it with a Magi's. First international tournament, if you don't mind. Give me the Soul Stealer.
Interesting,
I guess. 9 stacks, goodness sake.
Lane assignments now. So we mentioned that the Kennen actually does have a pretty good matchup into Renekton just due to that auto attack range buffering. You know, you can stay out of the slice and dice range. And if you get into any serious trouble, Lightning Rush and his ultimate will keep him out. But, you know, not going to be a match for the 3 members of Unsold Stuff Gaming running through that turret.
Yeah, well, as soon as they bring the Caitlyn and the Ivan, that kind of just goes out the window. And you can see that with the trap line coming down, with the fact that they have brushes and no one can really match.
Kyger's still top lane. His teleport's only just coming back up.
I mean, there's not much he can do as a Warwick, really. Unless you're going to engage on the team fight, he doesn't really help.
Zen wants to fight Remind. Remind reminds him why you shouldn't be fighting him.
Very big crit just there, warning Zen to get the hell out of mid lane.
And Unsoul Stuff just march down bottom lane. You just look at Mineski, there's nothing that he can do. The only wave clear is going to be Syndra.
Good ulti.
Lands on 1, hook lands on the TG. Absolute Zero being channeled doesn't do too much. Remind already in the back lines on top of Exo. Doesn't get the kill. Shutdown coming up for Syndra. Neo's now in some trouble. Horechi has to put up a good fight. Already taken out Kaigu. Exo low, force back. Hook goes wide, but Upperman stuns up the Kennen. That's a double kill for Kennen. James is going to fall shortly after. Horechi wants to continue chasing forward. Exo comes back out from the fountain, forcing Unsoul Stuff back a little bit, but they do get the inhibitor.
Yeah, and in the end, it is going to be a 3-for-2, but it is only TG and Exo remaining. We'll see whether the teleport comes out of Upperman and whether they want to end this game.
Yeah, it seems like it, because they've got Baron buff. They're going to teleport in. That's cute coming out from Exo. That
the teleport?
Cancelled the teleport.
And his own team is hitting with the question mark ping. Resounding in base. Maybe,
I didn't know that interaction.
Oh, no, maybe he thought he was going to get thrown into the fountain. Maybe he thought that he was going to pick up the creep, toss it into the fountain. He was like, you know what, guys? I really don't want to teleport there.
Game-changing W from Exo. Don't think he went into this matchup thinking, I'm going to, W a teleport him into my own fountain to change the outcome, but, well, to delay the outcome potentially. Yeah. But, actually not the cleanest of team fights from the LJL squad. So we saw a bit of split focus from Remind and Horechi. Remind getting deep into that backline and actually not being able to punish Exo. But, I mean, if you look at this gold lead, there was really very slim chances that Mineski were going to come out ahead of that.
Completely agree, and what we were actually looking at as well was the fact that I think Exo lived on sub 100 health, which is like half an auto attack at this stage of the game. So he went in 1v3, he went for the hero play, and once again, they would be enjoying this game so far, Unsold Stuff Gaming, because first international tournament being able to show up this well would be a very proud moment for the LJL squad. And they got their region off to the right foot. So no reason to not, you know, you don't want to play with your food, but you can make a couple of plays.
Yeah, but they also probably are a little bit hungry now as well. You know, coming in as the 3rd seed, they're probably feeling, you know, can we take these 2nd and 1st teams on? And, you know, I think that this is going to reinvigorate them a little bit when they head back to the LJL. To push for that upper limit of that, you know, their league, maybe wanting to come across for the World Play-ins and make more of a punch on the international stage.
And we know the top 2 teams in the LGL are very close, so we could definitely see Unsoul Stuff again.
Oh, got both 80 carries.
Coming out from Mineski. They're going to try and charge on forward, but Reminder Nexo already out of the stasis. Zen's going to get tagged up. Harechi going to go deep into the back line soon. Already picked up one with the help of Remind. And Unsoul Stuff just barreled on forward. Daisy will finally fall. Upperman's perfectly fine. And again, a botched initiation from Mineski.
And look how aware Harechi and Reminder are. As soon as Syndra starts navigating that team fight, they are dodging out of all of the stun placement. They just got such good heads-up awareness of not only who they're hitting, but who the threats are on the other team.
Oh, as you say that, Remind takes quite a bit of damage.
Fine, mate.
Taking up a turret. Harechi still chipping away. As you mentioned, he's fine. He'll heal back up quite nicely with these auto attacks. Did get the lifeline proc from Ace Tranquil.
Yeah, and almost just waiting for this bottom wave to push into the Nexus turrets. As we're seeing on the screen now, you know, they can just, you know, flirt in the range of danger here. And now they're going to go for this turret, I believe.
NT charging on forward. It's Blitzcrank really quickly, trying to get a big hook off. Won't connect, but they get the inhibitor turret. Inhibitor falls shortly after.
Yeah, and I mean, there's 2 reasons you throw hooks. One's to actually grab someone, one's to just zone people away. Susie marches forward. Teleport actually coming in. That's a Warwick. That's very strange angles, Fish. It's not probably going to be all that useful.
Has nothing to work with, you know. When was his team getting him, you know, the perfect flank ward at that point?
Oh, goes real quick.
Whoa. All right.
He's not stopping. Temper Fate comes out, separates Neo. Warwick's gone for a
They
flank.
have to go. They're so far out now. Creep's already on their base turrets.
They've still got 5 minutes on Soul Stuff here. Kaigu trying to get into the back lines. Hummus and Zen taking a bit of damage. Good double lock coming up in Exo, but he gets hooked into the team. Force the flash away. Hummus charging the ultimate, incredibly low. Zen and Hummus both low. Ultimate comes out. Ace in the hole, connects, doesn't get a kill. But look at the base. The base is dying during this time. Kaigu and Exo trying to go 2-on-3. They get 2 kills. Exo gets the shutdown. Can he take down Neo as well? Doesn't have to. Kaigu wants to do it for him.
And Upman's TPing right now to the base.
Gergo going to be able to pick up a kill. Remind in some trouble, trying to Valk on top of TG's head. Flashes over the wall, can't quite get him, and Kaigo's still chasing further forward. But as you mentioned, Upman's in the base. He goes on a killing spree. This Crocodile is unstoppable at the moment. We'll take the final inhibitor somewhere across the map. Reminds me how to outplay Kaigu. Renexa's got a shutdown. What the heck is going on? I believe this is going to be game for Unsold Stuff. Hummus is going to try and defend this one, but there's just too many creeps. Upperman just going to hit the Nexus over and over and over again, and it puts the LGL up 1-0.
What a funny end to that game. They go for the desperation team fight. It takes too long. It looks like they were going to win it, but then they have to start basing. Corky just way too big. Remind turns around a double kill. And Upperman in the base just 1v3s.
Yeah, you can almost imagine the thought process of Upperman going through. He had that earlier TP cancel, and he wants to kite out the back of the fight, gets his base off, and you know he's blaring in the speakers of his teammates going, get out, delay bases, let me end. And, you know, that's exactly what he did.
Yeah, and I want to think what the skin he used on Renekton, that he was just chanting there, this one's for O's, this one's for O's, this is hitting the Nexus, hopefully. But as we mentioned, on a serious note, LGL are now 1-0 up. So they can take the next 2 games. They're going to force a 3-0 victory in Rift Rivals.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be looking to do it. I think that was the best showing that we've seen out of Mineski. So hats off to them. I mean, the game went for a while. They were able to control neutral objectives at least early. Looked like they were going to, at some points of that game, be able to get some good picks and maybe transition towards, you know, potentially a Baron. But unfortunately, that was the only way they really won the game. And they fell behind 5,000 gold, and it still wasn't like it wasn't a good game by any standard. But I think as far as it goes, they have to take that over everything else they delivered so far.
For such a one-sided matchup, you know, you have to sort of say that you know, they played pretty well. They had their very defined strategy, and they had, you know, a plan. Don't know how great that plan was heading in.
It was a bad plan.
I mean, yeah, it was.
What's their plan? We saw their picks. What were they trying to achieve?
I honestly think what they were trying to achieve, when you have Kennen 80 carry, who goes Frozen Mallet, that wants a side lane. You got Warwick, who's going to be very hard to deal with in a side lane. You know, you get a pick with Warwick or, you know, with the Bard through the Tempered Fate. You get a Baron at 25, 30 minutes into the game, and you just go into 1-3-1 and try and crush down lanes. I mean, it's not a great plan because, unfortunately, what they didn't think is, how do we actually get to that point in the game even? But I think that was the overall consensus of what they were going for, Fish?
Well, it didn't work out. Untold Stuff, on the other hand, playing pretty standard, maybe barring the Ivan pick, and did perfectly fine against everything Menesky
I mean,
threw
is
at them.
Ivan really not standard when they're banned Lee Sin, Italy, Gragas, picked away your Warwick as a first pick? I mean,
Where was
as
the
far
Rek'Sai?
as Zach's already gone, I mean, oh yeah, true. But I mean, I'm pretty sure that it's like, there's only so far you can go. Maybe he's not a Rek'Sai player.
I mean, maybe not. He hasn't shown it this tournament thus far. You know, he'd only shown us the Warwick. Clearly has a deeper champion pool. You know, Menesky doing scouting, knowing what he can play and what he could pull out. But they're not the champions we saw.
No, certainly not. That's why it disappeared really quickly.
That looked far too normal. So yeah, we'll get them up in a second. But you know, definitely a pretty exciting game, I guess. Even if it was probably a little bit one-sided, you know, as we kind of expected. But you know, definitely some interesting signs of life from Menesky. You know, and they have to walk away from this knowing taking something back, you know, to their home region and working out, you know, what their next steps are.
Yeah, and they have to take a lot back because currently Menesky in their local league in the Philippines, not even top 2 right now. So they're struggling to try and even qualify back into the GPL. So hopefully this international experience taught them something.
Yeah, exactly right. And I mean, I think what it showed us is that if you're a consistently classy team, someone like USG or, you know, Dead FM, and Dead FM's a very good example because they've always been top 1, top 2 in their league, that you carry that over. Whereas when you're like a flash in a pan like Menesky, it is very hard to go to these tournaments and perform well. And one tournament isn't enough to make you into like a fantastic team. You need those repeat appearances. So hopefully the young players now have it, and the veterans have been an additional time internationally, and that is what turns it around for them.
And Untold Stuff, you'd have to think that their journey's not done yet. Yes, they're not going to play any more games today, but we know that the Japanese teams are working so well together at the moment. They're going to go backstage. They're going to try and talk up the Dead Focus Me. They're going to talk to Rampage a bit and get them ready for the next matches for sure.
Yeah, I mean, exactly right. We've already said that their top 3 seeds look relatively good. They want Rampage or Dead FM or themselves, whoever goes further now, to actually start making it out of groups so Japan gets that second. Because if your top 3 teams are that close, now you want to start doing it for the region as a whole and start showing that your teams are good enough to compete internationally. Not just your best team like the Gigabyte Marines, but all the teams around it. So when you get out of groups and play-ins and you're the one securing those seeds when it's going into the Worlds and the MSI tournaments, that's when it starts feeling fantastic for one of these teams. Hasn't happened yet. Brazil's tried to get close. Gigabyte Marines tried to get close, but maybe eventually that's what one of these teams from the LJL will be able to do.
Yeah, and you know, we've sort of said that the LJL is a smaller, younger, and maybe potentially weaker region. You know, not having great showings in the past, but they're definitely showing. You know, as this region versus region tournament suggests that they have some depth to their talent, I guess. Yep. And you know, with these Korean imports like Tussle and like Steel, like we're seeing a lot of investment into their scene. And you know, and they're looking forward to the Worlds play and being like, can we get those 2 slots?
Well, they're currently 1-0 up against the GPL region. We're going to go to a quick break. We'll be back with game number 2. It's going to be Destination Focus Me taking on Ascension. Trying to force this one against EXO. There is a redemption coming in. EXO forced to flash. Remind flashes forward, gets the kill. Zen using his own ultimate, gets jumped off by Neo as well. He might fall for this one as well. Daisy comes in for the slap, but it's a double kill picked up by Remind. Hama's going to pay for that one. EXO gets hooked into the team as well. He's the next to fall. Anti takes that. Big root comes out as well. They kill the cannon. That's 3. They're still chasing down the rest, but Untold Stuff, what the heck is going on? Remind already in the back lines on top of EXO. Doesn't get the kill. Shutdown coming up for Syndra. Neo's now in some trouble. Herechi has to put up a good fight. Already taken out Kaigu. EXO low, force back. Hook goes wide, but Upman stuns up the cannon. That's a double kill for cannon. Hamas is going to fall shortly after. Herechi wants to continue chasing forward. EXO comes back out from the fountain, forcing Untold Stuff back a little bit, but they do get the inhibitor. Yep. Coming out from Menesky. They're going to try and charge on forward, but Remind and EXO already out of the stasis. Zen's going to get tagged up. Herechi going to go deep into the back line soon. Already picked up one with the help of Remind, and Untold Stuff just barreled on forward. Tiger trying to get into the back lines. Hamas and Zen taking a bit of damage. Good double lock coming up in EXO, but he gets hooked into the team. Force the flash away. Hamas charging the ultimate incredibly low. Zen and Hamas both low. Ultimate comes out. Ace in the hole. Connects. Doesn't get a kill. But look at the base. The base is dying during this time. Kaigu and EXO trying to go 2-on-3. They get 2 kills. EXO gets the shutdown. Can he take down Neo as well? Doesn't have to. Kaigu wants to do it for him.
And Upman's TPing right now for the base.
Kaigu going to be able to pick up a kill. Remind in some trouble. Trying to Valk on top of DG's head. Flashes over the wall. Can't quite get him. And Kaigu's still chasing further forward. But as you mentioned, Upman's in the base. He goes on a killing spree. This Crocodile is unstoppable at the moment. We'll take the final inhibitor somewhere across the map. Reminds me how to outplay Kaigu. Renekton's got a shutdown. What the heck is going on? I believe this is going to be game for Untold Stuff. James is going to try and defend this one, but there's just too many creeps. Upperman just going to hit the Nexus over and over and over again, and it puts the LGL up 1-0. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. If you're just joining us, we witnessed LGL pick up their first point in the relay format. It was their third seed from the LGL, able to take down the third seed from the GPL. And joining us on the desk for this second game is going to be Bryce, Ejin, Paul. How are you doing? You excited to be back again?
Yeah, I'm excited to be back. Very interesting game, I'll say, out of the GPL there. Had a very interesting draft in that one, going up against the LGL. Couldn't pull out the win, though.
I mean, more importantly, are we going to get your expert knowledge on skins coming into the next few series, Ejim?
Oh, I mean, I can guarantee that one. Yeah, in this game, they had the Nunu, they had the Snow Day on the bar, they had the Blitzcrank with the flames on the side, and NT was popping off, he speeding around the rift, getting ganks in mid lane with the flames, so... absolutely stellar choices so far, and I'm only looking onwards and upwards from here.
All right, with that, can we get Jish back on the desk, please? We've had enough about the talks about skins. But we just saw that last game between the two teams. What do you guys think of it? Because, again, Mineski not performing well, Unsol stuff, pretty stock standard.
I'm so, torn on how to describe this, right? Because Mineski's come in, they haven't had a great tournament, and there is a certain point where you have to just think they treated this for what it was. They weren't coming in on great form. They showed their best, and hopefully they take some learnings away from it. But at the same time, if you're a GPL fan, you have every right to be disappointed. They didn't look like a third-place team from a region, I don't think, and they certainly have a lot to learn.
Yeah, absolutely. They definitely threw caution to the wind here, and as you were saying earlier, maybe Gigabyte Marines were like, yeah, you're just gonna throw everything at them if you're not going to win the game, like giving something to think about, right? So they went with this really weird composition. They first picked the Warwick, banned away 17 of the junglers, forced them onto the Ivan pick, got their own Nunu cannon flex. It was just a very interesting draft, and they traded away what has been, as the meta has been evolving throughout this tournament, like the picks like the Caitlyn and the Renekton, all these very strong picks, even like the Corki, they just gave them away for these very niche, weird things.
Well, speaking of that game, let's check in with Upperman from Unsolved Stuff Gaming, who's standing by with Hingers in Vietnam.
Hey guys, I'm here with Upperman now, and you've just played a game of Renekton into kind of an unconventional Warwick top. Is that something you'd experienced before or practiced against, perhaps?
今回ワーウィック相手あまりないと思うんですけど、どうでした？実際当たってみて。
本当に1回もやったことなくて、連戦はイメージ通りでいけたんですけど、中盤の1-on-1で勝てると思ってたところで負けて、そこからちょっと敵のペースに入っちゃったんで難しかったです。
To be honest, I haven't played against top Warwick in a while, so it was really hard. But early game, I was able to do what I wanted to in lane. But from mid game, I wasn't able to beat him one-on-one, so we had to pick up from there.
So for your team now, you're playing once today. You've picked up the victory, so that must feel pretty good. But how much faith do you have in the rest of the LJL teams to bring home the victory?
今回 USG 最初の勝利を手にしたんですけど、他の LGL チームが勝つっていう自信はありますか？
はい、もちろん。多分 3-0 で勝ってくれると思います。
Yeah, of course. It's going to be 3-0 today.
Oh wow, very confident then. Do you see any possibility of even GAM taking a game today?
今回ガムは勝利は取れないっていうことですかね？
そうですね。そうなります。
Yeah, that's exactly what I mean.
Well, all right, cool. Well, thank you for speaking to us, and best of luck with the rest of your region.
They're Upperman from Unsolved Stuff Gaming. He's ready for the 3-0. I mean, according with your prediction, that's what's going to happen today. But we haven't heard from you, Bryce. What do you think's going to happen?
I'm just going to have to back the analyst desk on this one, and definitely Upperman, they're very confident in the LJL's abilities. And as we progress throughout this tournament, GAM can't carry this format. And as he said, he thinks Rampage can beat them, can get 3-0. And the second and third place teams, Unsolved Stuff, third place team just got the win over there. So now we're going into the next match. He's backing his boys from the Japan. From Ascension to pick up this next win.
And why would you not? Because what you're doing is they haven't lost a game in the second and third place seeds. GPL is yet to win a game in the second and third place seeds. You should be confident because the Marines are going to be playing frustrated League of Legends. If this is a 2-0 and they come in and they're like, we can bring it back to 2-2, but we have to rely on Ascension to be able to pick up that game, that is a frustrating point to be at. And I mean, I just don't know if you win a game of League of Legends with that mentality.
Well, speaking of Ascension, they're the next team from the GPL to go up against the LGL squad, and they'll be facing against Detonation Focus Me, who are not only undefeated in this tournament, but are currently undefeated in the LJL as well. They may be the second seed based on results from Spring Split, but in summer it's been a whole different story.
Yeah, it certainly has been, and they've got a great jersey. That's all I want to say. When I have a look at these photos every single time, I like how busy it is. I like what's going on there.
Yeah, and not even the jersey, right? They have the matching sweatpants that graffiti that goes down the side, goes all the way down the front.
Looking big fan of it. Sweatpants underneath the desk, by the way.
This is like the IRL skins. Oh, you just roasted me for my choice of pants. Yeah, Detonation Focus Me. Japan are doing good with the jerseys. They've got the IRL skins going on.
Oh my goodness, I don't know what to do anymore. Please, someone get Jish back on this desk as soon as possible. Let's take a look at both the teams' lineup, shall we? First, it's going to be Detonation Focus Me. In the top lane, it's going to be Paz with Steel in the jungle. Seros heading to mid lane with Yutapon as their AD carry, and Vivid their support.
And guess who's going to get Jish back on the desk as soon as possible? Those boys right on your screen there, because this is a 20-minute win.
And they're up against Ascension, who has Renren in the top lane, Nuni in the jungle, G4 their mid laner with Lloyd and Warlock as their AD carry and supports.
And yeah, this is actually a very interesting matchup, I think. think. Ascension versus ZFM, they have played before, but when you're talking about the wildcard teams meeting from the smaller regions, both of these teams actually have a lot of experience overseas. From Ascension, you've got the likes of G4, Lloyd and Warlock have been to Worlds before, but then you look at ZFM, they've got the likes of Seros, Udapon, Paz. They're just very experienced players, been around for a while, and definitely even in the Japanese intro video, they were just praising Seros that he had a bit of a slump, but now he's back on form.
Yeah, definitely, and I think that the top side of this map, Paz, Steel, Seros, is actually terrifying. And Ascension's got all their experience down bottom lane. Udapom and Vivid have shown that they're a really good duo, and I expect this game to legitimately be won by the fact that they're just going to be pretty neutral and be able to weather the storm, and then the top side of the map is going to be a wash.
I mean, Steel's a great player as well, one of the newest players that actually focused me, and he came with that unique Rek'Sai pathing straight to the top lane, you know, ignoring the big chicken, and shared that information with, I believe it was Unsold Stuff in one of their games. So curious to see if he's going to pull out something interesting here in this match, but Rek'Sai has been banned on the blue side by Ascension, as well as Ashe and Varus. Big bans targeted towards Utapon.
Yeah, and the interesting thing coming out of the Dead FM side of the draft is the Kalista ban. Lloyd, we haven't actually seen him on the champion yet this tournament, but it's been banned every single time, and this is a champion that's been prioritized in the LPL, in the LMS regions overseas, but we haven't seen it too much from the OPL or the LJL. But maybe in the GPL there's a little bit.
And it's been a big champion for Lloyd and also a big champion in Thailand as well. A lot of the teams love to pick up Kalista even when she was not in meta. I mean, we saw it at the International Wildcard All-Stars last year. It was commonly used in their one-on-ones even by players that weren't actually an AD carry by role.
Yeah, but talking about AD carries, as we're talking about the Ashe, the Varus, and the Kalista bans, it does mean Caitlyn is still open. She has been tearing it up this tournament. But on the other side, DeadFM are looking to answer with a Thresh. The Tahm Kench is still open.
Yeah.
So probably maybe expect that to come out from Warlock on Ascension side.
I mean, is he going to be able to play it to such a higher level? I mean, when you have a look at this, it's a good lane counter if you can position well. If they find an AD carry like Jinx that is able to, you know, match range with Kate, it actually becomes a very difficult lane for Tahm Kench just through harass. He's obviously going to be able to save you, but he doesn't really help out in a proactive manner.
Yeah, and especially, you mentioned the proactivity, right? And Thresh can just fly you away, and Jinx also can just drop out the chompers right in front of you, as the only thing Tahm Kench can do in lane is really run at you and look to get his 3-stack passive off. Devour you and spit you onto a Caitlyn trap, right? But he's not going to be able to do that if they do pick up something like the Jinx.
Well, the next pick from Ascension is the Gragas pick, going up against Detonation Focus, which means Lee Sin in the jungle.
Potentially, or Renren going to be taking it into the top lane. Wouldn't be surprised either way. And I mentioned the Jinx as we're waiting for the next pick. I do expect it to be the support and for them to leave solo lanes. Actually, time and time again, these teams are actually just blinding their solo lanes. This is a bold call.
Well, G4 had a great game on Corki against Sin in yesterday's match. And they weren't able to pick up the win. It was a 55-minute victory for Sin Gaming.
I'm so sad. I was going to say Jinx is a champion that I've been thinking about all night. I'm thinking, what can go toe-to-toe with Kate? And the answer I came up with was Jinx. But Jin also starts with J. My name's Jake, and so we'll just see if it all blocks in.
That's all you got, yeah. But Jin has been the standard answer.
And this pick by Japan also starts with J.
Boom!
Okay, there we go. Just listed them off. But yeah, Jin has been the standard answer to the Caitlyn throughout this tournament. So pretty standard stuff out of the draft here. Nothing too unexpected. Seros had a ripper Ziggs game earlier in the tournament. Oh, as it gets banned away. I was about to say Ascension haven't banned it away in the first 3 bans, but they are respecting it in the second phase.
I mean, if they didn't take Jin there, that's potentially going to be 2 more AD carry bans coming out from Ascension, which could cripple Utapon's champion pool quite well.
They absolutely had to take their AD carry. The pool would have been so pinched unless they had some kind of out there pick.
Twitch, Jinx, come on, there's heaps of them left.
But you can't be picking the likes of Twitch into the Caitlyn. You would just get absolutely roasted. We did see Lloyd pick the Sivir into the Caitlyn though, which is traditionally a bad matchup, but he did okay. But that was once they got to
and now
6 items.
The Tahm is gone. Do they actually win the lane with Jin Thresh? Is Thresh good enough to be able to, you know, shut down something like a Zyra and really bully that lane?
Zyra is actually a fairly interesting matchup because strictly in the 2v2, she does offer more, provided you don't get hooked. But, I mean, if you're getting hooked in lane by Thresh, you're going to lose the lane anyway. But Braum is the other traditional answer open. Braum very good with Caitlyn. They already have picked up the Corki in the mid lane, so double 80 carry comp with a Braum would be very potent. Very easy to pick up the Braum Brawn passive on that, as they do lock in the Orianna blind pick. Sorry, not blind pick, as an answer to the Corki.
Yep, that's going to be picked up by Saros, so they hide their top lane pick for last for Paz, waiting to see if that Gragas is a jungle or top lane Gragas. It's not a top lane Gragas, as Jarvan's been locked in for
You don't know that for sure, mate. You don't know that for sure. We've already seen a jungle Jarvan.
And they are hovering the Morgana, and they do lock it in. That is one of the oldest counters in the book, but honestly, in my opinion, it's not that too great of a matchup, because Thresh still has all the priority.
Don't you just put 2 points in Q and you break the level 1 Black Shield anyway?
I think you need more AP. There was actually a really fun build with like a Spell Thief's Thresh into Morgana, where you took like an AP Queen or two and you could just break the shield with your hook.
Yeah.
But as I was saying, like Thresh can just walk up and flay. He can flay the Morgana and hook the Caitlyn as she burns the Black Shield. So all of the proactive onus is on the Thresh.
And the final pick for Detonation Focus Me is the Shen in the top lane for Paz. I mean, historically in the GPL, Morgana's been a big pocket pick for top laners, mid laners, and supports. Warlock used to play a top lane, so interested to see how he goes with the support pick here.
Yeah, and Paz's Shen was good. So I'm excited about the composition that Dead FM have, because all of a sudden you get Steel down into a bottom lane, you get Shen there as well. Maybe not have the best push priority mid. Saros is going to have his work cut out for him, although G4 is not playing Exhaust Corki, so moves down on that tier ranking.
Shame.
Jake's tier list, he's just dropped to the bottom.
Yeah,
Jake's
Exhaust
Corki
Corki versus Heal Corki. They're just completely different champions.
Love it. It used to be Jake's Ezreal tier list, now it's changed.
Ezreal has been touted as the worst AD carry on this patch.
No, so there's only a certain amount of people in the world that can play Ezreal. I had a rule. So
who's on the list?
So Death was on the list, and Prey and Bang were on the list. Yeah, but Uzi was definitely not on the list, Fish. And he used to play it too often for my liking.
Well, now on Jake's Corki tier list, Saros is not, because he has not picked up Exhaust.
Well, Saros isn't even playing it, mate. So
that's right.
G4, let's go with the other side of the matchup.
And on Saros' side of the map, you were talking about Paz and talking about the Shen. The Japanese teams do seem to favour the Shen and be the only region in this tournament to pick it up, but across the board, Red Rin has picked up the Jarvan, and the last 2 times these two teams faced off, Paz gave him hell on the Jarvan. He was getting double knockups on the mid AD carry in the middle of team fights. He was absolutely hard carrying that game, playing really well. So he set himself up for revenge here for the GPL, him personally and for the regional pride.
Yeah, and also he's got a couple of champions that is good to have Jarvan against. I mean, Jhin doesn't like Jarvan.
Yep.
Negates all that movement speed through the ulti, and Orianna certainly doesn't either.
Although the one champion on the other side that does like Jarvan is Thresh.
Yeah.
As a support player, as a Thresh main, if you flay a Jarvan's EQ combo, he feels really bad.
Are you saying that from experience?
I am saying that from experience. Okay, flaying things... Landing hooks is not as fun as denying other people's abilities.
I would call you a W.
A Lantern Thresh?
A Lantern Thresh.
I take great offense to that. You should take that back. If I'm not number 1 on your tier list of Thresh players, then I'm leaving this desk immediately.
Yeah, of course not.
Unfortunately, mate, Mako's got you beat out there.
LPL fanboy.
Well, we are to Summoners for the second match of this relay format. Ascension will take on Detonation Focus Me.
If Nooney now feels comfortable to walk up into that brush because of the fact that he saw the queue, they've got everyone waiting. Be very quiet, Fish.
Do you think he did that on purpose? Steel, flinging out the queue. Smart bait.
Calm down, Egypt. Don't know what's happening here. We don't want them to hear anything.
Nah, he's just going back. He's going back to his Raptor camp. There's absolutely nothing that Nooney's doing here. A whole lot of nothing just went down to level 1. So let's get back into this game. See Lloyd as well as Morgana moving up. That's going to be a charged up barrel. Lee Sin should start W if he wants Raptors, or Q if he wants a red buff. Looks like he's going to red. So everything's going to be okay.
Fairly standard start, yeah. Out of the AD carry on Dead FM side, Yutapon has gone for the longsword start, which is fairly interesting.
Hello.
Yeah, given the Doran Shield meta, you'd think the passive on the Doran Shield and the regen would outweigh the extra potions you get.
All right, still fun. They're going to throw a Q
bouncy grenade.
Flay doesn't do it.
Bouncy grenade. Flay to bouncy grenade. That's so much gold. Vivid gets one for himself as well. They steal away 4
But now we're going to have a fight. Yutapon.
He's in trouble. Warlock's looking for the...
Does he have bind?
He can't get it. Can't snare him with the Q. Does get Vivid. Forces the flash out of Yutapon.
I mean, Yutapon has 3 potions, so he'll just chug one on the way back to base. Has to burn the flash, which is pretty big. But at the same time, not having level 2 on Gragas is going to be even bigger.
So he gets a blue steal here, which is great. Nooney, you're going to have to rush over.
I was going to say, it's probably not worth it from the Dead FM side, like burning the flash for that denial on the Gragas. He doesn't check his blue buff, so All in all, in the overall picture, stealing away this blue buff does make the invade worth it in my eyes. I think that picking up the small race, he will have a slight XP lead in the bottom lane, so
Depends
they
how
won't get too
quickly he
punished.
can do Wolves as well, because if he can't grab this by the time he can get to Gromp, he's going to spend a lot of time just walking around top side of the map for absolutely nothing, and Steel's going to be level 3 and might even kill him.
Let's see if he does. I would just run straight towards him. Yeah, Gragas backs off straight away. Spotted out by a ward, so we'll see Steel inside of his jungle. Knows he's at the Wolf camp.
To burn the blast plan even. He's just looking for him a little bit. Maybe in behind G4 as well. If we can grab a look in mid lane, this might be a kill. Thank you, Mr. Observer.
Oh, they're on top of G4. He
Q.
can't connect to the Q. G4 didn't flash. Just backed away.
Potentially just W'd in. May not have landed the Q, but in the bottom lane, Lloyd did burn the flash. As I was saying with the XP lead from the Wraiths, Dead FM's bot lane did get the XP
Oh,
advantage.
Steel going for a fight against Nuni. He smites the red buff to get some health back, but it doesn't matter. He flashes away from the Q of Morgana. Steel, what an absolute beast. He's on top of G4 as well. Vivid trying to help him. Gets the hook. Oriana's here as well. Heal being popped by both AD carries. Almost threads the needle on the second Q. My goodness, Steel, what a monster.
Steel is schooling Nuni right now. All of a sudden, I believe he's a Korean jungler. He's absolutely just on a mission. It's forced him off his whole jungle.
Yeah, absolutely. The two Koreans out of Dead FM, Vivid and Steel. Steel definitely coming up trumps here. Has invaded both of Nuni's buffs right now. Level 2 Gragas hasn't had access to either of them. Is looking to go back on his red.
And I mean, Steel might actually even get there. He hasn't got a ward available. Oh, if he had a ward, he would go straight back over. Let's have a look at this. So Nuni smites a buff. You see G4 has priority, but Vivid, he's all over it. He wants in there. He already burns the plant. Able to get the hook on G4. Burns the heal, burns the flash. I mean, this is just such nice play.
Nice
and then the Q over the wall nearly hit.
Absolutely. And you were saying previously, prior to the game actually starting, Warlock has played Morgana in multiple roles. He hasn't landed a single bind this game yet.
Yeah, not looking great for the man.
As the counter pick,
that one felt sweet, didn't it?
As the counter pick into the Thresh, hasn't done too much so far.
Would you say he's a Dark Shield Morgana?
Yeah, he's definitely a Black Shield Morgana.
Black Shield, yeah.
Emax. Don't even put, if you're not going to land it, don't put points in your bind.
Oh boy, Lloyd going to take quite a bit of damage from that bouncing grenade. Wants to trade back, can't do so quite effectively.
And in the top lane, you see Paz has accrued a slight CS lead.
Yep, Remnant forced to teleport up.
11.
Well, yes.
When you've
but
only
the wave
got
is
20
pushing
CS.
in. But the wave is pushing in, so it's about to... Renrin is going to catch back up slightly here.
He does crucially force Remnant out of lane before he gets the Tiamat purchase, which is about 1,200 gold. So he's going to be stuck on double longsword for a while, and Pans can just bully him around. He'll hit level 6, as you mentioned. He can teleport back and still have his global.
Yeah, as we're just looking at Renrin pick up the wave, Jake, that
don't worry about it.
I was so slyly mentioning.
Nah, don't want to hear it. 3 CS, still massive. That's 10%.
Nuni's still level 3.
If you go
He's
up
got
10%
nothing to farm.
experience the whole game, you're going to be up 30 by the end of it.
What about at level 1? Do percentages still count? When
Yep.
You can potentially have 100%. I mean, Unibond started this game with a 400% or infinite percentage lead on to Lloyd.
Certainly did. What a god.
Monster. As Steel is invading again.
Yeah, there's nothing for Nuni to take
We
him
need to
jungle
get
at the moment.
Jinx members off this desk.
Nuni's level 3.
Yeah, you don't want to fight him. He's level
Has no
5,
Q.
Nuni.
He wasted the Q on the camp that he couldn't see. He didn't know Steel was in there.
He does reset it, so Steel just says, all right, you can have a big wolf. Well, maybe not. He doesn't even know.
Yeah, Nuni's backing away.
That's not great.
Because he never saw him. He didn't know whether he had smite. He didn't know exactly what was happening there. So he has access to 0% of his jungle.
I mean, that's going to be even worse because now those two camps are stuck at the level they're at. They're not going to scale, and Nuni doesn't know if they're gone or not.
Absolutely. And looking elsewhere on the map, Seros has almost 20 CS lead in the mid lane.
Is that big?
That is big. I'm not game enough to guess the percentage here. I know you put me on the spot, but picking the Orianna into the Corki, G4 did blind it and is doing well in the matchup. We haven't seen too much. Oh, I guess he did get the early gank from Steel. So.
He picked up a Cull as well on Corki.
As we noted yesterday, that's the I am losing lane, I need to catch up mechanic though.
Yep.
Nuni, he's just happy feeding around Summoner's Rift. He's going to find a lonely Scuttle Crab. I don't even think he wants to fight that anymore.
Tiamat purchase for Paz. That is very aggressive, and he's winning out in the lane. With that Tiamat, he's going to be able to make this one hit the turret. And unfortunately for G4, when we were saying there was a big creep wave for Renrin to catch, there's actually the opposite for him. He's just shoved a huge creep wave into Seros, so the CS lead continues to grow.
Absolutely, and this is the second time we've seen Paz pick up the Tiamat. He went Titanic Hydra last time we played him. We just wave clearing 2v1 on the
and
turret.
Chromoshen as well.
Warlord and Chroma, I like
Nooney
that.
going to get jumped on here. It's level 3, level 5. Good cancel off the damage. Steel going to continue charging forward. Nooney's just got nowhere to go. His jungle's been taken away by everyone.
He cancelled the second part of the damage with the belly bop there, but the first part, honestly, that isn't meant to do all the damage, did so much. So you can really see the level lead coming out for Steel. 2 levels. Gragas, I feel like, has been level 3 for so long. He was looking in the bot side jungle, walked over to the Dead FM side of the map, found nothing, looking back at his top side, gets caught by Steel, loses his blue buff. He's received 1 buff so far in this game.
Finally level 4 and Steel's level 6.
Well, he's got 22 CS and he's had his Raptor camp 3 times. So I feel like he's had probably 3 camps on top of that.
That is rough. That is very rough. And as we were talking about the Hydra Shen, I was going to say Steel may look for a top dive here, but they would have known Gragas was in the bot side of the map, but he actually shows through mid, looking down bottom.
I think that he's just trying to race to his bottom jungle because he knows where Nooney is. Wants to make sure that he's continuing to control Summoner's Rift and forcing Nooney into bad choices.
There's honestly 2 different thought processes, right? When you have a lead, do you focus more on extending that lead, or is it more important to deny the ability for the opponent to catch back up? And he has chosen that route where he's just looking to deny Nooney as much as possible. He's not looking for the aggressive plays, not looking for the dives so far.
Nooney's going back to base again. Yeah. Steel uses time to try and take a Cloud Dragon. Vivid takes a shot to the face. He's not Abby, throws an Angry Hook out.
But he has no sustain really. He is chugging a pot, but with Steel on the bottom side of the map, they're not in too much pressure. He does have both of his summoners, the Thresh, so if they do get in any sort of trouble, he can always look for a Lantern onto Steel, Flash Play the Morgana. The Morgana as a counter pick. The Flash Play is something that is really difficult to deal with. It's almost instant. There's no room for reaction.
You can see Renerin actually gets the better of the top lane trade, so he's actually catching back up right now on the J4, showing why it is such an impressive hit. Chasing Paz away.
Paz turns around, they both pop their shields, and neither top laner wants to fight anymore. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Lloyd taking quite a bit of damage. Gets the spell shield from Warlock. Vivid was looking for another play.
That's a bad angle on the Jhin ulti actually there. You want to be able to get the maximum part of the lane because you know that Steel and Vivid have the other side cut off. Put the ball on him, send him in.
Does he steal the next buff?
Steel's looking
for it. Nah.
Concede it as Thresh hits the blasting plant on the bottom side of the map.
Nooney finally hits level 6, so jungle catch-up mechanics working as intended.
Ooh.
I mean, he has his whole jungle available, however, on the side of Steel, and there is nothing available for Nooney. So whilst he right now is equal on farm and experience, that will change unless he can get some form of counter jungling done.
Definitely ebbing and flowing back and forward as both the bot lanes look to reset here. Lloyd and Warlock have already based. And now the other side, Vivid and Unicorn are looking for their base right now. It's interesting, do they run back to bot lane? Do they look for something top side? Probably the bot lane is the better answer right now. They do have the Shen ultimate. He doesn't have TP right now, but he can affect the bot lane matchup as Steel is on the bot side of the map very heavily.
And G4. I do not like this at all. Nooney is so far behind Steel, and G4's just vaulted over the wall and taken his Raptor cap.
Oh boy.
And they don't have a lot of frontline on this side of Ascension. They do have the Jarvan, but he's going to be dealing with the Shen in the side lane, so effectively in these 2-1-4 comps, how they interact, the Gragas Nooney right now, who is so far behind, is not getting any gold, will be the solo frontline for his 4 members of the teammates, and yeah, G4 really not helping him out, taxing him even more than Steel is doing.
Good time from Paz. Gets some damage out onto Renerin, but again, pro top lane's like, we have shields, we don't take damage, let's just show them to one another, and we call it even.
Yeah, absolute blast of a match in the top lane. Both of them taking grasp with the Undying. Both of them going to be able to sustain through that. Not a worry in the world. Corrupting potion on Renerin's side. Oh, ooh. That is an organic mid lane turret.
Just take down a mid lane turret like it's free.
Is it organic when the jungler?
I mean, he didn't have to go there.
Yeah. Seros must have forced G4 out of base.
Now they're potentially looking for a 5-man bot. Here comes Lee Sin and Orianna. Nooney is right behind them. G4 can get there too.
No blast plant. They know because Vivid's behind the turret, this must be coming.
G4 is collapsing. They got to be careful though. Vivid is on top of a ward, and we'll finally know after the minions start to leash their way over.
Have the package at the moment? Because if he does, this is a very risky play.
He's moving too slow. Way too slow on the minimap to have the package. I was just going to note that this game is quite slow from what we've seen out of the... Not so much the first seed from GPL, but the second and third. They've been very scrappy, messy games, and that was all yesterday, though, where Japanese teams weren't playing, so the LJL region seems to clean it up a fair amount.
It's quite slow, but it's a 3,000 goal lead for LJL at the moment.
I mean, they've completely destroyed them at this stage of the game. 12 minutes in, with one kill, to be up 40 CS in the mid lane, as well as a turret, as well as be pushing around a Caitlyn lane that has a ranged support. That is an impressive feat to behold.
And interestingly enough, looking at the CS and the leads, the lead for Steel has kind of closed. Gragas, although he did get a lot of raid camps, as you mentioned, has been Steel has been nicking away these solo camps like the blue buff, like the red buff, and the Gromp, so his CS lead isn't too great, but that one in the mid lane, the 30 CS lead for Seros is the big one right here.
And I think the big turning point was actually when Nooney had to cover mid lane and got the 6 CS as well.
Yeah.
So that gave him the advantage over, well, caught him back up to Steel, and then put G4 very far behind.
And Nooney is sitting in the bot side of the jungle, bot side of the bot lane.
Thought there was going to be a fight top lane. I was wrong. There's never going to be a fight top lane.
They have to be careful here. He's going to actually try and charge in with the Shen shield.
Let's see if they go for it.
Doesn't pull the trigger.
No one else from the side of Detonation Fragments Me is there. They're posturing so aggressive for a 2-on-3.
And they shouldn't go for it because they've forced the Jarvan back. Rift Herald is the biggest objective on the map right now. So take that one away. Maybe even take it into the top lane. See if you can pick up a turret, then you can make your 5-man play on the bottom lane when it's nice and safe.
And I'm pretty sure Ascension do have vision of this dragon. Corki walked up to the top side river as he is floating towards now and did place a ward in the pit. We can't see on the minimap whether that ward is still live. It is warded.
That's low. Can he get it? He's trying to. Does get it. Gets a Sten Unite as well. Shockwave whiffs from Seros, but it doesn't matter. G4 already incredibly low. Renren keeps him inside the Cataclysm. Good taunt flash from Paz. Will lock down G4, didn't have enough damage. Seros will throw out a couple auto attacks, and Paz slaps him with the baton and picks up a kill.
I mean, they use a lot for it. They actually give it over to Seros so he can have an empowered recall and get back to the mid laner. But it was a kill. It was a Rift Herald. They burn a couple of summoner spells as well as some ultimates, but it's okay.
Yeah, but for Ascension, it seemed a bit desperate there. They did look for the bot gank with Nooney, looking onto Yutapon in the bot lane. So he was on the bot side of the map, so it was a 2v3 up there. Very easy pickup for Dead FM. And the Rift Herald is probably just going to look to snowball this game out even further.
And Dead FM are playing well again. I mean, I would have loved to have seen Dead FM yesterday. I know you were a big fan of seeing Oceania running the gauntlet, Bryce.
Yeah, thanks, Bryce. Thanks for that.
But I would have loved to have seen the Japanese region do it because I really want to see this slow, well-thought-out team that plays, the Shen split push. Play against a powerhouse that were the Gigabyte Marines. Unfortunately, we're not going to get to see it, but I think their playstyle matches up the way the Marines are playing now incredibly well.
Yeah, and I mean, it's just the stylistic differences of the regions, right? The GPL, and coming into this tournament, their second and third place seeds as Steel is looking for another steal on the red buff. Yeah, yesterday's format was really the one that the Gigabyte Marines can carry, and so potentially the other two regions, the OPL and the LJL, in that format with more depth, I guess we can say at this point in the region, could have possibly resulted in some cleaner, more exciting games. But I mean, I say more exciting. Yesterday probably couldn't have been more exciting.
Yeah. Would have been hard. I mean, we had the 2-0 and then the 3-0 in response. A regional reverse sweep is pretty good, and the Marines would still be feeling like that is a memory you have as a pro player forever. And Lloyd, ooh,
very close. Good black shift from Warlock as well. But still, if you're the Marines at the moment watching this match, Ascension 4,000 gold down, you only have 2 games.
You're sweating.
Has to be demoralizing for the GPL squad.
You are absolutely sweating. You have broken out into your cold sweat already.
Rift Herald is dropped by Steel.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good Herald. It's going to break open the bottom lane turret. Nooney is here, but there's not really all that much they can do to contest without G4.
Has teleport as well.
Perfectly timed with the wave.
And Trap's only at level 3 means Herald just charges on in. Yutapon slaps it a couple of times. Let's see if they can get this turret. Should be able to. That will fall.
Barely.
Get it, Yutapon.
Yep, last order.
And it wasn't even a first. Actually, it was. It was Seros put down Rift Herald, so that makes sense. I thought he took him down mid lane turret at the same time. That was already taken down.
And in the top lane, we do see Paz pick up a Titanic Hydra again. The second time he's doing it, we were touching on earlier. Doesn't have the ulti right now, but this looks like the second uncontested air Drake of the game. Air Drakes, in my opinion, they're fairly interesting, right? They seem on paper like the weakest dragon, but when you get multiples in isolation, they don't do an awful lot, but yeah, as you're stacking up the second, possibly the third, they do come in very handy in the late game when you start walking around as that Deathfall in the 4-man squad.
I completely agree. I think that as far as scaling dragons go, they're probably actually the second best behind Infernal, because as a support player, especially when you're playing pick with things like Blitzcrank, with Thresh, they actually become incredibly powerful to use. You get to areas of the map, and Carbon talks about it a lot, but the idea that movement speed's kind of GP10. But it gets you to the objective sooner. That's a lot of damage.
Cheeky
What are you doing?
He's getting damage down. He's going back to base anyway. Valkyrie is one of the highest damage level 1 spells in the game.
I know,
Fish.
but just weird.
He's a better player than we are.
That is true.
Maybe
They
not
all are.
Rice. Although, mid lane, how's your mid lane?
Yeah,
at the
my
moment?
mid lane is very questionable. I think last time I played mid lane was DFG Leona, so that was a few seasons ago.
Oh my goodness.
What?
Yikes. Yikes,
You
guys.
can never insult my champion pool ever again.
But touching back on the Airdrake thing, Ascension don't have... Or, okay, I was going to say they don't have a lot of engage. They do have a lot of engage, but it's not very reliable. All they have is the E-Flash Gragas, I guess. They do have kickoff tools with the Morgana Bind and Airdrakes. I mean, the Udapon picking up the Swifties, Seros on the immobile mage in the mid lane will have a better time dodging those.
Yep, he's going towards some movement speed as well.
Yep.
We've seen a lot of Leandries, but because, you know, 3 members are relatively squishy, has enough to go towards Lunan Echo.
So you'll pick that up next. Trinity Force Power Spike 4G4 already, and Lloyd has his Infinity
So
Edge
it's a
complete.
Trinity, it's a power spike when you get there at the same time. So
Yeah.
the way power spikes work is if they have the same amount of gold and you have the same amount of gold, you're stronger at that stage of the map. Unfortunately, what's happened is
Yep.
Seros has about 1,000, maybe
Yeah.
1,500 gold more than him. So therefore, it's not a power spike anymore.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Lloyd is still trying to chip away at this top lane tower, but Udapon and Vivid quite happy to just farm underneath it. That's the Black Shield down. Will dodge out the hook. Good Dark Mining. Stop Stretch moving forward. That's a big creep.
He's in
Will
trouble.
lock him down as well. Here's the curtain call.
Steel's
Let's go for a big play. Lloyd taking so much damage. Vivid's just going to whip him to death with the chain. Shen comes up as well, and Warlock's a sitting duck.
And
4 members of the LGL squad just collapse, and he is dead. They miss everything. Doesn't matter.
And Paz joining that fight seems to be questionable.
Oh!
Oh, that's Seros.
Looking for the 2-on-1 there. G4 forced to burn his heal. Nuni goes forward, and Sarah still
Teleport
looks
again.
for more. G4 flash over the wall. Sarah says, see ya, mate. You're not coming over to this side of him. And gets a double kill. Forcing the Cataclysm out of Renren and the flash as well. Paz says, don't you dare touch my mid laner.
And I was mid-sentence saying that Pad going into the top lane was a bit questionable. Didn't seem like he needed to be there. Was already a 2v3, but he does hits the macro cheat button where he Shen ultis to top lane and then immediately TPs into the mid lane.
And Steel wants revenge. He's already got kicked, just kicks him away.
No,
All right.
doesn't want anything to do with Renren right now as they are pushing onto the mid-inner.
That's a bad feeling when you're a jungler and you're like, oh, I can kill anyone on their team. They're so far behind. Their top laner's like, actually, I'm pretty all right still.
Yeah. Doesn't do quite enough damage to
2
one-shot
levels
a Jarvan.
above you,
Yeah.
you've got a Hexdrinker and Merc Treads. I've got Ninja Tabby as well as the makings of my Black Cleaver. Go away.
Still, what a bloody heads-up play from Saros, though. Flashing forward onto Nuni and knows that G4's flashing back over the wall. Instantly command attacks the way he's going to land. Picks up the double.
Let me tell you, Saros, when he is on form, is a very good mid laner. And he's unorthodox and unpredictable, which makes him even scarier. So, certainly a big fan of him. And this is a Desperation Baron.
Yeah.
They know that it's happening because they actually dropped the blue trinket on the pit. So if he walks forward one more time...
Scryed
And
downwards.
I believe
which is
it's
a
in
bit-
the good old
Oof.
words of St. Vicious.
Cue
Desperate
it.
Baron never fails. They did see Corky.
He didn't do it! They're going to get it!
This could be a fruit.
Where else are they going to
They're
be?
checking now.
Ascension Man kept them in the game.
He's-
This Baron's going to take it down. That's stolen away by Ascension. They just sneak it out from underneath the Japanese noses.
And Saros had all of the tools to check that right there. He hits the Scryer's Bloom down towards the mid lane instead of over the pit. He's Orianna. He can just put the ball over the wall, and we were just praising Dead FM on their ability to play clean League of Legends, and they just miss a step here. They see all of the members missing on the map and don't decide to check the Baron, and this may get Ascension back into the game.
Yeah, I mean, the big thing for Ascension is that all the outer turrets are down, and now with Baron buff, Caitlyn and Corky, there is a potential that you start to sneak a couple of back and minimize this 6,000 gold lead.
And I mean, that is the gold swing, right? These outer turrets will be very easy to get with the Baron, assuming they can push up on them, so...
That's 3,000 in turrets to be taken. They'll pull it back to 3,000
If they can get there.
Yeah.
That's the big thing, because you need to group to do it. Paz is going to make you split push. You don't have teleport. And the big thing for me is when you approach turrets, there's a chance that they're just going to engage on you.
Baron does give you some combat stats, but it's not as potent as it used to be back in Season 1, Season 2.
I'd rather a 6k gold lead than the
Baron buff.
not than the Baron buff, but the offensive stats.
Okay.
The Baron buff does give you. I mean, the minions are pretty bloody strong in a split push, or even in the mid lane. They just get so much health, can take up a turret for days. There's not too much wave clear on the side of Dead FM. Ascension probably look to push lanes that Seros isn't in.
Yep.
Jin, I guess he has the static shiv and the Q, the bouncing grenade, but
Traps.
not an awful lot.
He's been throwing out the traps all game as well.
Yeah. But Lloyd isn't confident enough to walk up and hit the turret.
When they collapse into Renren in the bottom lane, he flag and drags away and they just back off.
They're just wasting time. They're saying, okay, we've had to stall out this game for, 3 minutes or whatever, but at the end of the day, that buff will wear off and our gold lead will be forever.
And Ascension aren't grouping up with the Baron buff because they're not stronger in... Because of this 6k gold lead, they can't win a team fight even with the combat stats. So they're looking to push all the 3 lanes, but still doing a great job of shadowing Nuni there. So in the 1v1s, the 2v2s across the maps, I assume Dead FM will still be winning. So if Steel can keep tabs on Nuni, then there won't be a numbers disadvantage. But as I say that, Nuni is making his way into the top lane.
Heads up play because he knows that right now there's probably some priority being put on the Dragon. So instead they're going to be able to knock down at least one outer turret that gets to go back to, like 5-ish.
Yeah. But as the game goes on, Dead FM are stacking up the Dragons. I would be trading like the outer turret for that Dragon right now. Giving up an outer turret when the enemy team has a Baron buff isn't that big of a deal. As they do pick up their red buff, Nuni was looking for it.
They are moving towards mid lane. Let's see if they can get 2 for it.
I mean, Shockwave's still available on Seros with 2 items. It's going to be a little bit difficult to push in. They're going to need at least 2 waves to be able to pick this one up.
They still have 2 waves of Baron to work with.
And with Thresh floating the mid lane, he has the Lantern and Shen ulti is up, so I feel like Seros can pretty comfortably clear this. He's probably, as you said, going to look to QW, ulti the wave. Healing traps are going to be a bit of a menace though. Hasn't ultied yet.
There's the Shockwave. Steel actually kicking him into the back lines. Lloyd in trouble. He's healing away, but he's already dead. That's going to be a 4-on-5 to kick things off. G4 using the package. Sub-Optimy to get away. He's hooked back into the fight. Tries to back away. Steel into the back lines. Vivid very low. Good binding. Lands on towards the Jhin, but it doesn't matter. He opens up with the curtain call. Hits Warlock. Then Renren. Tap for number 2. Looking for the crit. Gets it. Tagged by Steel. All the way downtown for the kill. They'll return one, but look at Paz. The Madman's behind the turret. The rest of the destination Focus Me are still pushing down mid lane into Baron buff.
And this is what happens. You think that you get the turret, you get very desperate because you know you have to come back with a gold lead. Unfortunately, you lose the team fight. Now off the back end of that Baron, it's 3-for-1 in kills and 1-for-1 in turrets.
And here we are on the desk talking about Seros. Yeah, he's just going to use the QW on the wave, ulti the wave to clear it up. But no, they actually look for the engage. Great kick onto Lloyd by Steel. Gets him into the front of the team fight. Gets completely chunked out. They lose the team fight. Dead FM making the aggressive play and punishing Ascension.
Let's have a look at it. So it was actually a Shockwave that hit him first, and then the kick went in, then he flash heals away, and he's absolutely useless after that point. G4, as you said, he's not combining it with the Cataclysm that's coming out of Jarvan. Instead, now it's turned to a run for your life. And unfortunately in this situation, Jhin is kind of king. He just gets to sit back, take pot shots, and Steel puts on a clinic.
And Jarvan is not a champion you want on your team when you're playing the run for your life game, right? Like all he has is the EQ Cataclysm into the enemy team. Corki can throw through a few rockets. Morgana throws a bind, but at that stage, Lloyd was already dead, just running away, and they just get absolutely cleaned up.
And whatever gold lead Ascension we're looking to try and claw back is back to square one, because LJL with that team fight now 7,000 gold up.
And I mean, this is where the game becomes hard, because there's nowhere else on the map that you can look towards. You've already taken Baron off for yourself.
Yeah.
If you get a team fight, maybe you take, a turret, maybe a turret and a half in the mid lane, but this is, you need like 4 or 5 team fights to the game to start going your way at this stage of the game, because there's still death timers at 25 minutes are relatively low. You can see that Seros is going towards 3rd item death cap as well on Orianna. Certainly feeling the confidence. Nearly level 16. He's going to hit like a freight train.
And I think right now Dead FM are just setting up for the inner turrets. It's going to be very hard for them to break the base at this point in time. Baron is coming up in the next 2 minutes, so probably putting Seros in the top lane to push that wave in, going to shove in mid and look to rotate up there and take that inner turret and then set up vision around the Baron. They do have a lot of pick potential with the Thresh hook, with the Jhin W. They're setting up the vision in the top side for Shen, who has TP and ulti to get a flank off.
You can see Ashley fancies the fight now.
Winning the 1v1.
Get him, Paz. Renren just walking away. It's actually doing quite a bit of damage. Curticall as well on the back end of that. He's forced to flash. Steel flashes over as well. Everyone's just missing, but the kick comes through as well as the taunt. That's an easy kill. See you, mate. Steel picks that one up, but still stuck in a Cataclysm, taking up turrets. Oh, almost gets away. Not quite. Paz will flash over a trap, but Warlock's going to chase him down with the binding. Locks him down the root as well. Meanwhile, Dead FM able to pick up another kill. Ozanu this time. Paz, what the heck, buddy? Lloyd will slap him with the Wiper Chain to pick up a kill. Warlock now in some trouble. He's going to get knocked back. Looking for more. Big crit from Yutapon, gets the kill.
Yeah, Yutapon is going to be alright. The ultimate comes out. Paz has got his back. G4 is going to look for a snipe on the side. Unipon very aware.
Ooh, G4! What a man jumping over the back lines. Gets a kill. Still looking for more. Vivid's his next target. We'll get a heal coming up from Saros. Knocks him back. Picks up the ace.
Yeah, no dangerous game. He does not survive.
Vivid walks into that fight, misses the hook, misses the flay, and Dead FM still come out on top because of the pick. Jarvan just getting taken out too early on the backside of that fight. Yeah, you did see Nooney get taken down by the bottom lane of Dead FM as they pick up another turret. And as I was saying, Baron spawning in 20 seconds, Dead FM are going to look to set up topside. They still have Shen's TP, and they still have decent vision control in the topside jungle.
And the big thing for me is that they've just burnt all their summoner spells. So whilst we're saying that it's not that bad, you just took a fight, you used all your flashes. And at the same time, Dead FM used nothing. Paz's Flash is the only summoner spell they really use. Vivid's Ignite, I guess, on top of that.
Irrelevant,
but
I think.
Irrelevant at this stage of the game. That is a dangerous fight to take, especially when Baron's going to be alive, because you know that there will probably be a 5v5 around the corner.
Absolutely. I think it's at the stage of the game where Ascension are making decisions where they feel like they have to contest. If Dead FM get this Baron, they're just going to walk up, take the turrets, take the inhibs, and then the game's going to be over. So they've already made one desperation play in the Baron, and it worked out earlier. Can they pull it off again, or will Seros hit the Scry's Bloom into the vision this time?
Triple control wards came out of Steel. He's already placed 2 of his. Triple control wards come out of Seros. Triple control wards out of Vivid.
Jeez.
I mean, we said they're the macro team out of the LJL, but that is next level macro play.
That is a team that's committed to clearing out the vision, and it's a bit interesting because Ascension haven't really had access to the top side of the map anyway, so that many pinks needed for Baron are better to be safe than sorry in this instance, because they did get snuck a Baron away, so...
And now Dead FM are looking for that Baron themselves. Our Paz bottom side with his teleport available. Sandy Knight will be back up shortly as well. Dragon is spawning too.
See whether that is what Paz is going to go towards. You can see he's picking himself up a cheeky Rift Scuttler at the moment.
Jin is sitting on the 3 items, and Caitlyn hasn't hit the double Energizer spike there, so still looking to pick up a bit of farm before the Baron fight, hopefully. Oh,
hello.
Doesn't get anything.
Just gives him a present, and hello.
G4
he's down. Oh, Steel misses it. Hits Warlock though. Still jumps in, knocks him back. G4 in the back line. Seros gets a kill immediately on Lloyd. G4 jumped on by Seros. Trades 1 for 1. Double kill for the Orianna. And the rest of the section are going to fall 1 by 1. Low health bells on Dead FM. Doesn't matter. Jarvan is stuck. And everyone for Detonation Focus piles on in. Only 2 members of Ascension alive.
And Seros absolutely wipes Lloyd off the face of the planet. One combo, he's gone. Flashes on top of G4's head. They trade kills, and that is the only casualty. Unipon doesn't even have to burn summoner spells when Jarvan collapsed. That'll be Baron. That'll be the 10,000 gold lead. And Detonation Focus me looking to make this 2-0.
And Ascension just thought they had the pick there onto Steel, but waste the package, don't get the Gragasy into the ulti, and gets turned around by a cheeky snipe from Unipon, and looking really grim for them now.
I mean, what do you do? This stage of the game, Ascension haven't won a game. Mineski haven't won a game. Sure, Gam have only dropped 1 fish, but it was to the team they're going to have to play next, and this is looking real dire for the GPL.
The worst part is Gam can only play 2 games in this format. The final match to decide it, if Gam go 2-0 after this game, is this game again.
Absolutely. This is not the format that they can get carried by the Gigabyte Marines. Steel looking to pick up an extra Ocean Drake for the Troubles, so we take another look onto this fight. A hook on.
That's why he had to take it, because a hook on and he just Valkyries forward. Wants to get some aggression, and yeah, goodbye Lloyd. You were there and then you were not.
Absolutely, and really nice talk coming out from Paz on the back end of that fight there. Knocks up 2 people, or taunts 2 people, as I should say. Jarvan, as you said, gets the ulti onto Unipon, just takes the Lantern out, no care in the world, as they just clean up the fight and look to take the Baron.
And now Detonation Focus Me over 10,000 gold ahead with 4 Elemental Dragons, with the Baron buff available for themselves as well. And Ascension stuck inside their base.
I mean, I don't know really what Ascension can do here. They're not winning the 1, they're not winning the 4. Their jungle is 2 levels behind. Seros has got himself a Haunting Guise, just for the good measure of it. Adds a 5th item if you don't mind. Still sitting on all those control wards, and
how do you win? It just doesn't look like there's a way for Ascension to win.
Yeah, you just look for that fight. Probably looking on the top inhib, Dead FM are pressuring on the top side of the map. Paz does have ulti on the bot side, but this 10k, 13k gold deficit, more like 12. It's a very uphill task for them. If they do get the pick with like maybe a Morgana bind or the Gragas who has Flash right now can potentially get onto Seros, who's really big right now, get onto Yutapon. If they can take out one of these carries before the fight actually starts, that's really their only option at this stage.
Yeah, and then Renren has to stay here and just knock up Paz. So that's why can't really use the... Oh, he's just going to get dove maybe. Because the big thing is if you land the bind, they've only got offensive items, so you will kill them relatively quickly. And you just have to stop Paz from getting there, because then he won't be able to clean up the back end.
Dead FM is so confident. They're still pushing with Orianna in the top lane.
Yeah, I mean, well, right now being responded to by Lloyd, who got 2 hits. So I can understand the confidence bit.
And when we talk about that bind laning, even in the case that it happens, they have the likes of the Shen, the auto attack blocking shield, the Lantern. Do they even blow them up with this deficit?
I don't think they do, but you have to try. Oh my goodness, that lifesteal.
Yeah, that was 1,300 crit from Yutapon. On top of that, he got a static shiv proc as well. This turret's been melted.
Dead FM playing the very slow and steady race here, just taking small chips at every turret as you said, putting the Orianna
onto Lloyd. He's got to be careful. Gets tagged by a couple. Will be jumped on by G4. There's an ultimate coming out from Shen. Yutapon does get knocked back. Shockwave brings 2 of them closer. Warlock in trouble. Yutapon will flash away. Captive Audience does not connect. Meanwhile, bottom lane inhibitor turret already broken. Shen's on that next inhibitor, still going to help him out. They're actually chasing down Renren, who's very low. Tags him, gets the kill as well. They will lock down Shen. Good kick knocks G4 away. Steel, though, getting hunted down by Warlock, and Lloyd will die here, gets locked down, but they're losing every single thing. Is that a Paz? That's a fountain. You can't go in there. Stop it. Get the heck out.
I mean, I was about to say, Paz just doesn't take damage. The only thing on the map that he actually is scared of right now is the Phantom.
He almost went into it. He didn't care.
He was flirting with danger there. Definitely on the line. Does take the lens to safety.
Falcon on the head. Yutapon. Oh, you went a little bit too far there. Now jumped up by Vivid. Can't land the hook. Yutapon still wants to chase.
Certainly does. I mean, Yutapon's not going to let him go. This is a kill that the AD carry of Dead Focus Me wants to pick up.
He wants this kill. G4 turns around. He's going to get it. No, he's not. Vivid steals it away from his AD carry.
And with the use of the Ocean Drakes, Paz is just back after almost tanking the Fountain, after tanking the Nexus turrets. He was half HP.
How is this Shen alive?
He was just hitting the inhib top until Lloyd decided, no, get off my inhib, get out of my base. I don't want to lose just yet. As he forces him out, and Dead FM looking to
this is a 16,000 gold lead.
Redeploy on the map.
This is stupid.
It certainly is. It's a very one-sided affair so far, Fish. 34 minutes into the game. And this is not for just style points. You have to remember, this is for the mental blows that winning a game in such decisive fashion comes from. And because if somehow Gigabyte Marines pull out the miracle, this is the team that you have to get past. And they might be the best team in the tournament at the moment.
It's also not the team that you have to get past. The team that Ascension have to get past, not the Gigabyte Marines. They've got to go up against these giants again. And if this is going to be a repeat of history, game number 5 not looking good for the GPL squad.
And all of them are playing so well. I mean, it's not just Paz, who's 2-0-12 and has been an absolute monster on the top side of the map. Syros is having a performance. Yutapon is that confident that on an immobile carry, is just going to go towards a Bloodthirster as his last item. Like, does not have a care in the world.
I mean, Paz has got the score of the day the world was meant to end, and it probably is for the GPL at the moment after this game. They're going to continue pushing for top lane inhibitor. That's open and should be quite easy for them to grab.
Bind lands again onto the Thresh, though, not a priority target. And as you were saying, this is just unrelenting from Dead FM. They were winning from the first few moments of the game, the invade on the raids, Steel getting ahead in the jungle matchup, and they just haven't taken their foot off the trigger.
They have to back away from every single command attack. They're so scared, rightfully so. Lloyd's already at half health just from Resident Poke coming out from random abilities.
You can see that Paz actually is not all that perturbed by anything that's happening on Summoner's Rift right now.
Yeah, you can tell Steel's waiting to try and style on someone with a hook kick.
I mean, I do want to note, at this point of the game, with this much of a gold lead, I reckon you probably could use your foot to pull the trigger here.
Well, now Ascension are stuck at their Nexus. Double Super Minions will slowly creep into their base, and Detonation Focus Me, they can play the waiting game now. Just wait for those creep waves to march on in.
Yeah, they're in absolutely no rush.
Chip away
they
these
don't
turrets.
have great damage to go towards the turret, so just let the creeps do it for you.
And Baron is spawning in 30 seconds. If they do get poked out here and they do not want to force the end, they can always fall back to that.
They just got a redemption there, completely fine. Double Ocean Dragon coming up as well.
I mean, you just sit here and you wait. Or do they actually just go back and collapse? 20 seconds on the
Elder
Baron.
Dragon's up.
with the 3 inhibs, it's going to be so hard for Ascension to leave their base. So Dead FM really have their choice right now. They're looking at getting the Elder Drake, and then if they get the Elder Drake into the Baron, those double buffs, they can just march in with a triple inhib, the double waves of super minions walking into the base. With Baron and Elder, there's almost no contest with this gold lead.
You've got to implement Mercy somewhere.
Yeah.
I mean, what is that? When do you just think, all right, we're going to throw the kitchen sink? It obviously wasn't the Elder Drake. They have to clean it out.
They're not opting for Baron.
Oh, no, they are. They just want red buff and then Baron.
Steel has pinked it. Okay, I thought they were going for a very interesting Lee Sin solo the Baron strategy, but
Paz going to try and end the game all by himself. He's bottom lane.
I mean, he doesn't take damage, so...
I mean, if I was Ascension right now, I'd just get one final hurrah and try and chase the Shen to the end of the earth.
And I feel
Please do something.
Yeah, Ascension have sort of missed their window here, right? Like,
and this is the second time they've done it against Dead FM. Warlock was flaying super creeps off the base turrets last time these teams played each other.
And maybe it comes down to communication. Nobody in this team is willing to make the big call.
No.
They have to try something. Like, they've just given everything over to Dead FM. All 3 inhibs for the second time. Baron Elder buff without a contest. They're just going to be sitting under the Nexus. One of the turrets is 2 shots away from dying anyway. When are they going to pull the trigger on this fight and actually
It's 20,000 gold. It's 20,000 gold they're trying to win from. And at the same time, I mean, they're just not in a rush, Detonation Focus Me. They've just gone and grabbed every creep wave again.
Trying not to lose is not going to win you the game. You need to try to win as opposed to trying not to lose, but...
How are they still so patient with a score like this? Finally, they're going to pull the trigger, and Ascension just watch as Doomsday slowly approaches towards their Nexus. The first one is going to fall. G4 tries to get into the backlines. Look at all those shields. Shockwave just removes anyone in the vicinity from Summoner's Rift. Already 2 kills picked up. Make that 3. Lloyd and Warlock, last one's alive, and they can't even fight minions at the moment. Teleport into the backlines under a fountain? Paz is a madman. They'll try and kill Caitlyn under the turret.
Here we go, they're going
Lloyd gets a single kill, but it doesn't matter. LJL take it to match point.
And yeah, for a second there, it looked like Dead FM were playing for the KDAs. They were chasing Corki into the bottom lane, TPing into the fountain. Were they looking to just buff up their stats a little bit before they ended the game? But no, the Nexus does fall as they don't pick up any more kills.
I mean, at the end of the day, if you're going to gift someone, like, the mid-game was bad, but at a certain point, you pull the trigger and you say, this is it. We either win or lose the game here. You can't just lose the game again.
Not trying anything is just...
But somehow...
a depressing way to lose.
That is the second time that Ascension has lost in that exact fashion to Dead FM, who were quite possibly the most patient team in the world, because I would have just been like, get in there, boys.
I mean, this is 2 days in a row we've been praising teams for their patience. Gigabyte Marines yesterday, who are now going to be facing off against Rampage. Maybe Dead FM are watching those games and learn a thing or two. Who knows?
I mean, what do you actually... If you're Rampage now, you don't even... You can... It's a luxury if you win, Fish. And I never thought I would say that at a League of Legends tournament. You don't have to win. It's a luxury if you do, because you get so much regional pride and you send a big message to the GPL as well as the rest of the world because of how well the Marines did at MSI play-ins. But honestly, I would take Dead FM 10 out of 10 times versus Ascension right now.
And now you're hoping if you're Ascension, you're probably thinking, all right, Gigabyte Marines, we need you to win, but slowly. Take it to 60 minutes so we have 2 hours to prepare for this final match, and hopefully with 2.5 hours of prep, maybe we can try and take down Detonation Focus Me. But
I mean, yeah, they've had a few days from group stage where they looked very similar. Like, this game played out in a similar fashion as it did the last 2 times these teams met. So 2.5 hours, if they get that from the Gigabyte Marines. I would just like to know, that is an incredibly long game if Gigabyte Marines can stall it for 2.5 hours.
It's going to have to be like, just like that match, 20k, hey, Gigabyte Marines, like, recall, get 6 items, sell everything, buy it again.
I'm looking at everything, right? I'm looking at the draft. I'm trying to think back to the early game. Like, where did it all go wrong? And it's just incremental advantages. I mean, they pick on the jungle. But then Noonie catches back up. But all of a sudden, then power has been transferred to Seros because of how the game is being played out. They're just losing incrementally around Summoner's Rift. And then when you lose that much incrementally without making a proactive play yourself, you find yourself down 10,000 gold with no way to win.
And that's what I was just going to mention. the choices by Dead FM to shift this power around the map. First it was Steel, then to Seros, and then they look to use Paz in the top lane, teleporting down to the bot lane. They just seemed like such a cohesive unit, such a cohesive team. And as you said, yeah, they just accrued these small advantages that just became almost insurmountable, or definitely insurmountable for Ascension, because they just kind of crumbled and they didn't make any sort of decisions to try and come back in.
And with that game, now the LJL are at match point against the GPL, finally coming into the international tournament as favourites after the group stage, and they are one game away from taking it all home. We'll come back in just a bit to find out if they can do just that. Steel going for a fight against Nuni. He smites the red buff to get some health back, but it doesn't matter. He flashes away from the Q of Morgana. Steel, what an absolute beast. He's on top of G4 as well. Vivid trying to help him. Gets the hook. Oriana's here as well. Heal being popped by both AD carries. Almost threads the needle on the second Q.
Seros
looking for the 2-on-1 there. G4 forced to burn his heal. Nuni goes forward and Seros still looks for more. G4 flash over the wall. Seros says, see you, mate. You're not coming over to this side of him. And gets a double kill. Forcing the Cataclysm out of Renren and the flash as well. Paz says, don't you dare touch my mid laner. There's the shockwave. Steel actually kicking him into the back lines. Lloyd in trouble. He's healing away, but he's already dead. That's going to be a 4-on-5 to kick things off. G4 using the package sub-ultimate to get away. He's hooked back into the fight. Tries to back away. Steel into the back lines. Vivid very low. Good binding. Lands on towards the gym, but it doesn't matter. He opens up with the curtain call. Hits Warlock. Then Renren. Tap for number 2. Looking for the crit. Gets it. Tagged by Steel. All the way downtown for the kill. They'll return one. But look at Paz. The Madman's behind the turret. The rest of the destination focus me are still pushing down mid lane into Baron buff. G4 down. Steel misses it. Hits Warlock though. Still jumps in. Knocks him back. G4 in the back line. Seros gets a kill. He immediately on Lloyd. G4 jumped on by Seros. Trades 1-for-1. Double kill for the Oriana. And the rest of Ascension are going to fall 1 by 1. Low health balls on Dead FM. Doesn't matter. Jarvan is stuck. And everyone for Detonation Focus piles on in. Only 2 members from Ascension alive. How are they still so patient with a score like this? Finally, they're going to pull the trigger. And Ascension just watch as Doomsday slowly approaches towards their Nexus. The first one is going to fall. G4 tries to get into the back lines. Look at all those shields. Shockwave just removes anyone in the vicinity from Summoner's Rift. Already 2 kills picked up. Make that 3. Lloyd and Warlock, last one's alive, and they can't even fight minions at the moment. Teleport into the back lines under a fountain? Paz is a madman. They'll try and kill Caitlyn under the turret. Lloyd gets a single kill, but it doesn't matter. LJL take it to match point. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Rift Rivals Purple. We just witnessed the LJL pick up the first 2 games of this relay format. Now it comes down to Rampage to see if they can do it again against the Gigabyte Marines to pick up a 3-0 and win the entire damn thing for Japan.
Well, it doesn't really, but it kind of does, Fish, because at the same time, they don't have to win. I mean, Rampage can go out. They can, I don't know, pick Nunu and Warwick and run around Summoner's Rift and just have a good time and let Dead FM, the best team at this tournament, absolutely clean up.
Yeah, absolutely they can. Ooh, pardon me.
You're right there.
Yeah, no, absolutely they can. Maybe a couple of days casting catching up. No, I think that this is definitely the marquee matchup. We have a few underperforming teams from the GPL, but this is the one where we expect big action. A lot of macro sort of elements coming to this game, and I'm actually quite excited to see it.
Yeah, I certainly am as well, because whilst they don't have to win, they will want to win. They've already taken down the Giants once, Fish. And if you can do it a second time, if you can silence all the doubters out there that this is a flash in the pan, that, Rampage, good, but Gigabyte Marines are going to take them down twice, and then the LJL will just win through depth and things like that. That's not how you want to win a tournament. You want to win as the favourites. You want to head towards that Worlds run, and you want to be ready for your region to perform well.
And I mean, Rampage made Gigabyte Marines look mortal in the group stages after picking up the victory there. A win through the entire series would completely shut them down because they were looking so good going to MSI, clear favourites coming into this tournament. It'd be massive for Rampage to pick up a single win against them in the next 2 games.
Yeah, it certainly would be. And I mean, I'm just flicking through my notepad, so excuse me for a second. But when we watched this this morning, I thought that it was an early snowball that just kept happening. And there were 2 kills before 3 minutes. With a lot of action happening through the jungle. But they fumbled it, and then they were able to bring it back late game.
Yeah, no, absolutely. We saw, both sides sort of pulling ahead at different stages in the game. We saw some shining stars from either side, and there was definitely some interesting decision making later in the game. But props to Rampage. I think they kept a cool head, and they were able to pull out the victory.
Yep. And that was a big thing to me, because we keep saying that the Marines, their macro game's better. They're playing patient, and then they're punishing mistakes, and they're beating people in a very mature and, like a major region kind of way. But at the same time, they completely lost their head. They were diving into Baron pits looking for steals in situations where they should have just team fought, getting picked off in the split push. Maybe the one game that Archie looked very exploitable up there in the top lane versus Evie. So we'll see whether that is a continued trend.
It certainly will. But for now, let's jump back to that last game, Detonation Focus Me taking on Ascension. We have Hinga standing by in Vietnam with their top laner, Paz, for a quick word.
Hey guys, I'm here with Paz, fresh off that victory. Congratulations on the win. And I want to ask about your Shen. He just doesn't die.
今日おめでとうございます。パズ君のシェンって全く死なないですよね。それに関して少し述べてもらえますか？
そうですね。やっぱ忍者なんで日本人が使ったら死ななくなるんじゃないですかね。
Well, he's a ninja, so if a Japanese player uses him, he probably doesn't die.
Very good. How's preparation been going into this? Were you guys feeling confident coming up, given you'd already played this match?
この試合に関しての自信ってどこのくらいありました？で、これのための準備っていうのはどういったことをしました？
負ける気は一切なかったですね。準備は、相手チームの OPGG を見たり、試合を見て、メタバンじゃないですけど、取られたら嫌なカリスタとかをバンした形ですね。
Yeah, so we had a lot of confidence going into the game. We looked over their OPGG and venom picks and stuff like that. So we made sure to get rid of the Kalista, which we felt a little bit afraid of. So I think we were very confident going in.
But it was a dominant performance you guys led throughout the entire game, but it felt like you were playing a very patient style, a very restrained style. We worry about taking risks and maybe losing a dodgy team fight or something.
今回は他の試合よりすごいコンサバっていうか控えめの試合を、してたと思うんですけど、今回はそういった要はリスクを取らない試合をやってたんですか？
いや、多分ちょっと今回ベトナムに来てメンバーがかなり風邪ひいちゃって体調が悪かったので、ちょっと無意識になってたかもしれませんね。
Well, to be honest, some of our members had caught colds, so there were a few points where maybe we were just out of it, to be honest. So, it wasn't intentional.
All right, okay. Well, finally, Gigabyte Marines now take on Rampage in the third game of the day, and the LJL might be able to clean sweep this. So give us a preview. What is your expectation of this third game of the day?
今回ランページがガムと戦って、スイープができる可能性があるんですけど、パズさんの意見っていうか、これに対しての、注目ポイントはどこですか？
注目ですか。 ランページならやってくれると信じてるんで、そんな可能性はないと思います。
We believe in Rampage, so I think it'll be a clean sweep this time around.
All right, so some synergy and solidarity from the LJL for their team. Thank you for speaking to us, and best of luck for Rampage for you guys.
There you go. Paz from Detonation Focus Me. I mean, he has faith in Rampage, but what the heck? 2 of their members have colds and they're still like the best team in the tournament. What's going on?
Please don't let me have to face them on a good day when they're all feeling well. They looked very good, you know, for someone who was quote-unquote out of it.
Yeah.
You know, very scary team.
I mean, and this is just like, once again, I mean, we spoke about it with Jish, but the Japanese team so far, the whole of the LJL region look, you know, confident but humble at times. They're talking about how they're still giving respect during the draft, that they didn't want to drop anything there, that they're not feeling well, and they were a little bit out of it. But at the same time, they're throwing all their support behind who was their first place seed going into the MSI play-ins, and of course, therefore the first place seed here. And I like that out of a region. I mean, they're certainly backing each other in. You can tell that the preparations worked out, and they are playing confident League of Legends.
And they've really taken for what this tournament is, which is region against region. It's no longer individual teams. They're all working together, and it's shown in their gameplay as well. And speaking of which, let's go into the final matchup for these seeds. It's going to be Rampage taking on Gigabyte Marines, the first place seeds from both LJL as well as the GPL. These are 2 incredible powerhouses, and it comes down to this for LJL. For Gigabyte Marines, they're still hoping they can pick up 2 wins and hoping Accenture could do it, a 3rd one for them to pick up the win.
Yeah, they definitely are hoping that they can, you know, take back-to-back wins against what has been quite a solid squad in Rampage. And, you know, if any team's going to do it, though, it is Gigabyte Marines. You know, we saw them take 3 very nice games yesterday against the Oceanic squads. And I think that, you know, even if they can get their region to that final best of 5 game, you know, it's not looking too hot there.
Yeah, exactly right. I mean, if you're the Marines and you come out of the last 2 games as 5-0 and somehow the GPL doesn't win the tournament, that's not a poor reflection on you. That's a poor reflection on depth in the GPL, right? So Vietnam will certainly be able to hold their head high, especially as the host region. They would love that so much. At the same time, I think that even though Rampage dropped a game to Direwolves, it was a little bit of a different event. It was a little bit quicker around Summoner's Rift. And I think that as far as patient games go, how Gigabyte Marines have been playing, that Rampage will be a good opponent.
And speaking of which, let's take a look at their lineups really quickly. It's going to be Rampage taking on the Gigabyte Marines. For Rampage, it's Evie in the top lane, Tussle in the jungle, Ramune as their mid laner, Yutori Moyashi as their AD carry, and Dara as their support. Facing off against the GPL's Gigabyte Marines, who stormed through MSI and looked fantastic in the run against Oceania yesterday. Archie in the top lane, Levi in the jungle, Optimus mid lane, Noe, their new addition as the AD carry, and Sia, a superstar support who shocked everyone.
And if they're going to win this game, it's going to be Archie stepping up, because the game that they lost, he did not look good. He was attacked continually in the side lane, played Kennen into the Camille, and was camped out a little bit earlier. And I think that is ultimately what ended up costing them so much of the map pressure. Yesterday he played well. He needs to do better today.
Yeah, we've seen little inklings to suggest that Archie is, you know, the communicator on the team, and he's directing the play. And, you know, when he's ahead, they have some fantastic flanks, and they have some really good map rotations, you know, where they're moving across 3 separate lanes, and, you know, they just look unstoppable. Whereas when he gets behind, you know, they look a bit sluggish, they look slow, and they don't necessarily have those same pressure points to play off.
And Rampage will be in the blue side of Summoner's Rift coming into this match. Does that change much coming into the draft phase for them?
I mean, we've seen a little bit of different, like, from my opinion, yes, it does, because of the double counter pick. But we've also seen a willingness from teams to, for some reason, blind pick strong matchups in solo lanes. So, I mean, I think it does. Have you got any more towards that?
For me, I think it's actually interesting because, you know, I'm going to really be focusing on this jungle matchup because these are 2 very impressive junglers. And I think that, you know, Rampage, being able to take the Rek'Sai, being able to, you know, control whatever trade they sort of want with those more flexible bans and get Tussle onto this strong matchup, you know, I think that's how they're going to set themselves up for success.
Good point.
Yep, so we'll have to see if they're able to do just that. I mean...
That's why you're the coach. No, I'm the shoutcaster.
That's why I'm in Oceania and not in Vietnam. Or
yeah, I can't tell if that...
Come on, mate. You weren't here. You took Immortals to 7th place last split. You didn't even have a chance to get to this tournament.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah, you leave Oceania. Both the teams dropped
come
down to 4th. Immortals dropped to 7th. What the heck's going on?
Nice.
I can never tell if you're actually being nice or not anymore,
no one
Jay.
can anymore.
Oh, boy. But, you know, what else are we going to really look at between Rampage and Gigabyte Marines here? What's the big strong point? Because, you know, there's big contests in the jungle, but it seems like every point in the map, there's a big pivot for both teams.
Yeah, I was about to say, I mean, you could break down any matchup. Top laners, I mean, Evie's looked fantastic. Archie has also looked very good. For me, if it's not the jungle position, I'm looking towards the support because at the same time, the Marines have a young support coming into this tournament, going up against Dara, who is very good. And I think that is a matchup that you will be tested in.
I don't want to see Tahm Kench from Gigabyte Marines. I don't want the Japanese squad to give it to them again, because that's shown that, you know, their macro with that, like the ultimate, and once they get level 6 and they can move around really fast, it is really good. So I'd like to see him taken off, you know, the safe negating lane in Tahm Kench, and I want to see, you know, I want to see Dara on the thresh of the Braum and try to be, you know, a bit more brutal and aggressive in the lane.
And if you do pick it up, you better have a way to punish it versus like just winning the lane, because we've seen they're happy to fall down a couple of CS in laning phase. It doesn't really matter, and even if you you need something more than, you know, the Zyra answer, or maybe a Thresh to look to, you know, bully it around a little bit. You need to be able to take that turret early, beat it around the map before it comes online, or before the AD carry that they're playing with really is working out, because their games are going to 35 minutes and Tahm Kench is winning them games.
So the key point I think you mentioned there was you quickly slipped in the word AD carry, and that's what I want to see. You know, if you're going to pick Tahm Kench, I want to see maybe the hyper carry come out. You know, if something that's not going to punish you in lane, maybe take the Jinx, as you were saying before. Yep. Maybe take Tristana. We haven't seen that on this tournament.
Triss would be so good.
But, you know, if Tahm Kench is going to just, like, lose CS and fall back in lane, you know, think of something that's going to scale with it and, you know, punish it later in the stage of the game as well.
I mean, speaking of Tristana, it's a champion that the Gigabyte Marines have played recently in their current split in the Vietnamese League, and when they picked it up, they decided to go for a traditional lane swap at level 1. We're going to see that today.
I don't really care about the lane swap too much. I just think that Tristana is the strongest, like one of the strongest AD carries on the current patch, because she's got very high mobility with resets. She's got one of the best attack speed steroids in the game, one of the best ranges, and is a fantastic user of crit. So, I mean, there's not really all that much more that you want out of your AD carry, and she's not a bad laner to boot as well.
I mean, yeah, her lane phase is definitely not a strong point, so that's maybe why we don't see her as much.
Yeah.
But, you know, she does get to go to that popular item build, and she does have a good scaling like game. And she's one of the few champions, you know, that does actually push turrets quite well, as we sort of mentioned that lane swap scenario. And that's, you know, why Caitlyn's also seeing a lot of priority, because we get those 7-minute turrets where, you know, no one's just actually having fun on Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, so we'll have to see if that's going to be picked up. In the meantime, you can always go back towards jungle position. Levi's made such a name for himself internationally. We've seen teams blind ban his Lee Sin before any picks have come out. And he is going up against a formidable opponent of Tussle.
Yeah, he certainly is. And Tinnikins has his work cut out for him to be able to get Levi a good matchup here, because there's so many threats on the Rampage lineup. I mean, we've been through the fact that Tussle, Dara, Ramune, you cannot overlook. He's picking up level 4 solo kills and getting into this draft. I mean, as the coach, your job is kind of just to set up a strong part of the map. And I feel like if you're the Marines, you go towards Levi.
Well, let's see if they can do just that for Levi, because we are into picks and bans for match point at the moment. LJL currently 2-0 up against the GPL. Gigabyte Marines have 2 games to play against Rampage if they can pick up a victory in Game 1. After that, Game 5 is essentially against Dead FM.
And we see, you know, already they're cutting into CS Champion Ball. He's played very good games on that Thresh in his very first game at Rift Rivals. And, you know, he's had time and time again good performances on the Tahm Kench. So I'm glad to see that, you know, Rampage is coming out with, you know, with intelligent draft, and they're looking to punish already.
And maybe a little bit of a show here, because they've banned away Zyra, so maybe the man doesn't have a Blitzcrank, because that would be the answerable pick there, and they don't want to give up a lot of lane pressure.
Well, the first 3 bans have come out from Rampage, as you mentioned. Thresh and Tahm Kench both hitting the bans. Big respect towards the rookie of Sia, who, coming into the tournament, was listed as a substitute. Started for the team. At least the ban coming out from Rampage. Gigabyte Marines, though, Rek'Sai, Zyra, as well as Zac, which means we have Galio left open. Let's see if they pick it up.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to see the blind Galio, because Fiora does beat it in the laning phase. You have to be able to flex it around in mid and top. I think that what we will see, however, is maybe priority put on Lee Sin or Caitlyn. I would like to see the Caitlyn, just because Moyashi, he's going to be another Varus game. The LJL Varus is a terrifying force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, obviously, you know, just a regional preference on that. Probably has a lot of success over there in their scrims and our domestic league. But, you know, internationally, we're seeing that Caitlyn's drawing a lot of bans. So, you know, maybe not the smartest decision, but maybe something that they're more comfortable with.
And now do Gigabyte Marines? No, they don't. I was going to say, do they go Caitlyn, Galio? Again, once one of these OPs is left over, it's like, nah, we're not going to pick it at all. We're just going to go for Lulu, maybe a Gragas here. What the heck is going on? I thought I could read this draft like a book. Apparently I can't.
Yeah, and if it's a book, it's in a different language right now, Fish, because we're struggling as well. Gragas still has good priority over the jungle with all of the picks that have been taken away, can be flexed into the top lane. Same time, Lee Sin historically has been okay into Gragas, but can get interrupted from his combo.
And it is one of Tussle's signature champions. Levi's as well, but we haven't seen him play it too much.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things in that matchup is that, you know, Lee Sin's really put on a bit of a timer, because he does have good early skirmishing. You know, Gragas does have the interrupts, and he has the better scaling, I'd say, later. So, you know, if that is the Gragas for Levi, which, you know, maybe not his first preference of champions.
Ooh, first one of the tournament.
Being picked up here by Rampage.
What do you reckon about that one?
I reckon we're not going to talk about that joke ever again. No, actually, we were mentioning this morning in review, we're looking through the champions. We talked about how we hadn't seen a Galio, and, you know, we hadn't seen a Rakan. We saw an Alistair brought out last night, and, you know, off air, we just sort of said, you know, would Rakan have been better? And obviously, somehow word got to Rampage.
They've done it. Sorry to cut you off.
Don't we look intelligent at this point?
Tristana's been locked in for Gigabyte Marines with a Lulu.
I mean, that's such a power pick. When you have a look at how much they've hit bottom lane, is it the safest lane? Probably not. But at the same time, Lulu is going to do a lot of the heavy lifting down there if it is the 2v2. And if it is the lane swap, having double range champion is incredibly important. I feel like an doofus for even mentioning lane swaps and double range champions, but you do have to point it out if it is the Marine.
And just a Chiefs winner team that went up against one of the GPL squads when they were still lane swapping with the new turret fortification. That was very early into the changes in the meta. Gigabyte Marines, though, they've been practicing this. This is a trick they had for MSI, which they didn't pull out. They used a different version of it, so to speak, but we've actually seen this from them in the regular split. It's when they pick up Tristana, they look for lane swaps.
Evie wants Camille. Sorry, just to interrupt this lane swap conversation. Jack's being banned away. Evie's played a couple of Camille games. Certainly wants it another time.
Yeah, and you'd have to say that the Renekton ban needs to follow. Otherwise, you know, there's still that safe answer in the Renekton pick into Camille. But, you know, interestingly, on the lane swaps, we've already seen Direwolves in their opening match against Gigabyte Marines have that, I want to say, 2014 like invade at level 1 to get those lane swap wards. But yeah, no, so I think that teams, you know, they're not blind to this. They would have done their homework, and, you know, they are aware of the possibility of a lane swap. You know, I'm on Spawn side. You know, I hope we don't see a lane swap. I hope we don't have to talk about a lane swap, but...
Oh, I'm excited. I used to love lane swaps. Everyone used to hate watching it. I used to love it.
I used to like it when it was a legitimate strategy.
Yeah, when it made sense.
But touching on what Spawn said about the Jax ban here, it's a big respect ban as well, because after that game where Gigabyte Marines pulled out Jax, Archie went into an interview and said, I haven't played Jax in years. I just remember it left over from when I used to play top lane and, you know, had fun with it.
Take this with a grain of salt, because obviously I'm not a professional player, but Jax doesn't strike me as one of those champions that you have to put hours into to really be able to get it coming out all that much.
First Rakan, don't do this to me. First Galio of the tournament, please.
I mean, they can still go for it.
Yeah, I guess so.
Because what they're doing is AD carry wants to swap with top lane. Support wants to swap with mid lane.
Yep.
Galio mid lane is fine into Taliyah.
Drafting efficiency, getting the easiest swaps down. And one of the most, I guess, beautiful things about this combination of draft, if they take the Galio, is that the Rakan engage, and, you know, and he engages from practically a whole screen away with his dash and flash and jump and knock up and charm. And then, you know, if he has the Galio following in on top of him, that's actually such a potent engage.
Now, especially if you throw the fact that Jarvan will be screaming Demacia and flying in with a big standard at the same time. So I love the team fight comp that's coming out of Rampage. They've got the 1-3-1 collapse that comes out of double teleport that comes out of... What the heck?
That's a Sion for the Gigabyte Marines being locked in as their final
Max Q
pick.
Sion. This is a lane swap. I hate calling it. But if it's not going to be Nasus with the AP build, Sion is one of the best defenders of turrets in the game. That's the only reason I can think to ever pick a Sion in a competitive match right now.
Yeah, no, actually, that's probably, you know, a smart read on it. I wonder if Rampage, you know, are thinking the same things right now. Obviously, this is, if you've done your homework, maybe there is, you know, a bit of giveaway, the Tristana, potentially the Sion. But I'm kind of interested to know, because if you do elect into this lane swap where you're opening up the map and moving around, you know, Rampage do actually have like a lot of global threat, you know, in the Galio with his TP and his ultimate. You know, is that the smartest thing to be doing, to open up like these longer lanes where you have things like, you know, the Taliyah and Tristana who, you know, a little bit safe, but definitely can be caught out of position.
This is going to be so much fun. I'm excited to see what Tinnikun has put together here for the GPL team, whereas the side of Rampage, whoa, this looks like a fun fighting team comp.
I mean, yeah, fun fighting team comp indeed, and I would almost say from both sides, right? The Tristana with the Lulu, especially once she gets to those 2-3 item marks, definitely not scared of team fighting. And, you know, even Taliyah too, Gragas definitely has, you know, they all have, you know, sort of nice little interactions in terms of knockbacks, knock-ups, you know, knock around. So, you know, it should actually be quite fun to see these teams dogpile into these 5-on-5s.
And that's what these two teams are fighting for. The Rift Rivals Trophy. Why it's in a tire, I have absolutely no idea. But
it's on the streets, mate. We're taking it to the streets where there's leftover tires everywhere.
And RIP Oceania Graves put everywhere as well. But still, this is going to be a fun game to watch. Gigabyte Marines taking on the LGL's Rampage, both of them first seeds from their region. Just a reminder, this is the relay format. It is not the King of the Rift format that we saw yesterday. So, the respective seeds only play against each other. LGL's second and third seeds have already won a game. If Rampage win, they will be the champions of Rift Rivals Purple.
And they will also probably go into what will be the World's Plans if they make it, if Dead FM don't get there before them, who also look like a good team as the red hot favourites to get out. Because right now, the LJL look like a massive powerhouse, and they look like they have two teams. Stop the cameraman! We're at the final game possibly of the day, and he just gives us a cheeky Rip-O sign in the background.
Yeah, if you're an Oceanic spotter, raise your quals for the LGL. Try and get some revenge on the Oceanic squad. But still, I mean, finally, for the LGL squad. The GPL has had their moments. They've been able to send TPA to Worlds very early on. They had great infrastructure when they started and slowly weren't able to get back to that former glory. The Oceanic Pro League recently restructuring, has a lot of teams and gaming houses now, a lot of fully salaried players. The LGL, very young region, very new server, but every international tournament they've gone into, they're the dark horses. It'd be great to see them this year go in as actual favorites.
So Jake and I often have been throwing around these little Dragon Ball Z references in rehearsal, but now it's actually time for a good one. So they have the hyperbolic time chamber in that they're next door to Korea. So they get such good practice in terms of solo queue and, you know, even potential scrims, you know, especially against maybe the Korean challenger scene teams. You know, so they are young, but they are very efficient and, you know, routine and practiced. And we've heard all of the players and coaches say that they take their games very seriously, and so it's paying off for them.
Exactly right. I mean, when your dad is, you know, the Gohan is still very strong at a young age, Fish. That's just how Dragon Ball Z worked.
Look, I've never watched Dragon Ball Z, so I have no idea what you just said. You two can go talk amongst yourself about that a little bit further if you have to. But we are on to Summoners Rift for what could be the final game of Rift Rivals
That
Purple.
was so perfectly timed. You're like, we're on to Summoners Rift, and the cameraman just took us off the edge. We were just gone for a second, but we're back.
Yep. At least we don't have any more zoom-ins on the frog that jumps off the rift at about 150.
So Spawn, QMax Scion.
Yep.
Do you need the mana? Is the Doran's ring? Is this a giveaway?
I don't know.
That's it.
So it scales with AD. It doesn't scale with AP.
There's a
mana regen is the only thing I'm thinking about.
There is a Scion-only player on the Oceanic server, goes by Tildarella, that does this as well. It's incredibly frustrating. And look at that. They're starting to move towards top side. They've actually picked up Raptors.
I mean, what are they?
It's a lane swap.
Yeah, it's 100% a lane swap.
But super intelligent. We see that, you know, Evie is just sitting that top lane brush because he does expect it. So he wants to grab as much experience now as he can because he is predicting they're going to come and push him out of the lane.
But Tussle needs to race towards his blue buff because otherwise he's going to get 3 buffs. You can see that Evie took out the melee creeps. Will take a lot of damage. As long as he doesn't die, this is absolutely fine.
There's an Ignite ticking and a big ball on top of him. Gets good damage down. A couple more autos would have been enough. But
he wants to back and teleport anyway. And what they want to start doing here, if it's anything like an old school lane swap, is, ooh, this is dangerous.
So this is going back to the first iteration of lane swaps we saw from TSM.
So what they wanted to do is they wanted to stack up the creep wave. So leave, kill all the range minions and leave all the melees up because then your wave starts building. Then there's 2 kinds of lane swaps. And Jish, you're probably better at this than I am. But there's a 2-wave lane swap and there's a 3-wave lane swap.
More importantly, we see a quick engage into the jungle.
Levi should be fine here. Tussle is level 2, already burned his abilities. But yes, there's 2 different types of lane swaps.
Yeah, so we see a couple of different variations. And, you know, what I think was became a lot more popular towards the end of lane swap's lifetime was the 2-wave push. And it was basically just the fact that, you know, you could build up the 2 waves and then, you know, timing, which by the way, this is a 3-wave push, so irrelevant, but you know, you would have enough early damage from minions and champions to take that early turret. But yeah, as you've said, they've elected to 3-wave push, and if we get to Panther top, you will see that, you know, they're already chunking down the turret very quickly. Conversely, Levi is here to save this turret.
And that's what I was going to say. Gragas and the QMax Scion, both going to max Qs, are going to be very potent at this, and Ramune actually needs to flash Fish.
Very early into the match, flashing away from Optimus.
Another interesting tidbit was just that, you know, Noe's actually started...
This is scary, and I'll get to that a bit later because Levi is going aggressive against Archie there. Sorry, against Yutori. And this is what we used to see in the first iteration of lane slots. When you have a team that's prepped for it with a Sion or a Gragas, or used to be Jarvan in the jungle that did this, they can actually go toe-to-toe against a weaker bottom lane duo.
Yeah, and now they can actually, you know, either look for a
Taliyah.
recall. Talia's coming down, as you mentioned, so you can look for a dive.
They're going for it. That's a flash forward. Levi gets good damage. Yutori's going to try and flash away. Archie gets first blood. Levi almost going down. Dara wants it. Turret hits him. The cannon minions attacking, and he will live. Dara trying to go back in. Levi flirting with death. Evie's here trying to clean this up. Optimus in trouble. He's going to flash away. Body bopped. Here comes Dara. Double knockup. He wants two for himself. Auto attacking Levi. He'll get one. Evie coming back for the second. Optimus somehow escaped. Archie's in trouble. They need a bit more damage. Put down the flag, Evie. Doesn't matter. Double kill for Dara.
But it's only a double kill over to Dara. And, you know, Rakan does get tankier, but doesn't really scale with all that much. And you can see top lane turret under fire, and No Way getting a big gold lead right now. He's already 11 CS up and will be completely unharassed in this top lane.
Yeah, I guess so. With the turret fortification, we see this top turret going down a lot slower than previously. But interestingly, as I tried to point out before we had the 4-minute shenanigans, No Way has gone with Doran's Blade, and Moyashi's gone with the Doran Shield. So obviously, Moyashi definitely thinking he's heading into that 2v2 and looking to sustain, whereas No Way just wants to get the raw damage on the turret because, you know, he won't be trading with anyone.
I mean, this is really scary right now for Rampage because their Tristana is absolutely massive. You got a Lee Sin that's kind of been free farming around Summoner's Rift, but he hasn't done any counter jungling. Let's take another look at this turret dive. Optimus, obviously very practiced, pushes in. It's a good flash to bring you further back towards turret because turret is a safe zone at this stage of the game, but Archie also able to burn a flash, and they juggle turret aggro perfectly. Evie was a little bit sloppy here. As we take a look at it, he runs up. I think he has 2 points in his... actually, he doesn't, because he drops an E on his head afterwards. So Optimus just survives, and you should go for your HQ combo all the time because it gives you a gap closer. But I guess that should have been 3 kills and ended up being 2. Not the worst outcome, but having them on your support probably is.
Yeah.
I mean, we say that, but Dara was 7-1-1 last time we saw Rampage pick up a victory.
That's true.
Not the worst. He's going to get a bit of control with this Sightstone.
Gigabyte Marine still sticking to this lane, so top lane turret is very low. No Way does good damage to this. You can see the E from Tristana just blows up after the final auto attack.
And I guess what's really interesting in the way they've drafted is that, you know, you can tell every piece of the puzzle for the Gigabyte Marines, you know, is important in their lane swap. So they have the jungler who has pretty safe wave clear.
Optimus is on his way top side of the map as well. He is level 6. Ramune is shadowing to make sure he can help out the Jarvan if he's needed. But look at that. First turret taken by Gigabyte Marines, top side of the map.
And tacking onto that, they have the mid lane who's always going to push and rotate the side lane. So that bottom gank dive was available. You know, him floating towards top was also very possible. You know, this is a very nice team composition coming out of the Gigabyte Marines.
It certainly is. And now how far do you go? Because you've got a CS advantage. I wonder if they have enough for a BF. Probably not, and want to make it hit the turret. Of course, very important in a lane swap to not get frozen out on your weak side.
Tussle and Dara, though, looking for a pick onto Levi. They should have been a bit more patient, but Dara pulled the trigger. Now trying to just take blue buff away. Levi is was a level ahead of Tussle. They're now back even.
But Levi has Smite here, so Tussle backing out, knowing that he won't get this contest as Archie walks towards the blue buff.
I mean, Archie's 31 CS versus Jarvan that is only 18 with a kill as well. So it's the little thing in lane swap, the ability to be able to prepare your pick and also have the Gragas jungle to help shove off level 1, which was just so crucial to this game. And he's actually got an E max, so not the Q max. So potentially that's why he went with the Doran's Ring. There is an E, an AP scale on his E.
Goodness, Jarvan is still level 5. Archie has pretty much been in a duo lane, is higher level. Sea's going to try and come down with No Way to continue pushing. We'll find out pretty soon if he's going to continue pushing.
Looks like it. So No Way's down here. The barrel will be left behind, and all of a sudden you do have standard lanes, but it's a BF pickaxe versus just a longsword and boots. So definitely not the lane you want to be heading into as Zavaris.
Yeah, not great. I mean, first brick gold for No Way. 700 gold advantage for the GPL squad, and they're looking to try and break bottom lane outer as well. No Way just styling on them at the moment.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, it's not really just No Way. It's a whole team effort. This is what actual Team League of Legends looks like. Every single person in the Gigabyte Marines knows their piece in this composition.
Yeah, you know, we sort of almost joked at Mineski that they were bringing something new and trying out something that was a little in left field. Gigabyte Marines have raised them, with the lane swap strategy that they've designed an entire team composition around, and they actually just look that much more rehearsed and practiced on it.
And we knew that this is something they had up their sleeve. We talked about it from day one, that we've seen them do this before. However, Rampage not reacting to it well so far.
Just make you question how the game's supposed to be played, because I was thinking that this kind of thing shouldn't work. And that's why I thought we wouldn't see it. I thought it would work against weaker opponents and, it would be able to get you a good gold advantage. But so far, against a team that we thought was very good, this has worked a treat.
So I think that commonly what we saw when teams continue to try lane swap, big engage from Dara.
Yeah, get some good damage onto Sia.
Buffer the Tristana jump, of course. So unless you're a Blitzcrank, not really all that good. And you have to buffer it a different way to get out of Blitzcrank's hook.
Yeah, so, just getting the chunk and, trying to keep their turret alive. But, as I was saying, we sort of see that, I've completely forgot my point. Anyway, so the traditional answer to the lane swap was that when the turret fortification top was so strong, it meant that if you just... Optimus maybe going for the engage here.
They're trying to, but they actually lock down Dara. He's forced to use the ultimate on himself. Ramune's coming down as Galio, not enough to save them. He
hit the wall.
Uppercuts a wall. Tussel's trying to continue chasing. Sia is very low. If he can flash Q, he might be able to pick up a kill, but Optimus body blocking for his support.
And all of a sudden, they've got to push on the top side of the map. They're going to lose bottom lane turret as well. Noise comes back, so just should be able to return to speaking. And it's just, this is just a really frustrating way to lose an early game of League of Legends, because you feel, as we were saying, a little bit cheated, a little bit cheesed, but at the same time you also have to respect it how well the Gigabyte Marines have crafted this and really executed on what was a game plan, because it's one thing for your coach to put it together, it's a completely separate thing for the team to be able to execute upon it.
Yeah, and that just because of all the different elements, it's definitely not like a top-down coach two-player sort of methodology. They all sort of know their place, and they all actually have inputted, the mastery they sort of understand of their role is clearly showing through here.
And sorry guys, we know there are still some audio issues at the moment. We're looking to try and fix them as soon as possible.
But as I was sort of commenting earlier and then sort of forgot my point as our audio cut out, the interesting thing that the original answer to the lane swap post-turret fortification buff was that you would just pile into bot lane and you would take it down with 4 people, maybe 5 if you can somehow get your mid laner there. But that is not how Rampage elected to react, and Gigabyte Marines also had the two-man duo in Archie and Levi that could push it out, but that was the traditional answer, and I guess that lost to time maybe because they haven't actually practiced against this in so long.
And I think the big thing was that there was 2 people with ranged abilities clearing out versus what would have been 2.5 melees. You say that Rakan is a ranged champion. Does 425-ish range really count as ranged? I don't know if it does, but...
And you have to remember the big reason why lane swaps were killed is because everyone could just do it. No matter what champions you picked, you just lane swapped, you 4 turret, you just trade. But Gigabyte Marines, what they've decided to do is come up with a team composition that is designed to lane swap. If they lose a single piece of this puzzle, it probably doesn't work as effectively, and then the LJL squad can go back to those traditional counters. But completely drafting out of order. They don't take the Galio. They pick weird bottom lane duo. They pick a top laner that we haven't seen in forever.
And he's gone Righteous Glory, which of course has cooldown reduction and armor now. Good item, good first item. He's going to run quick.
Definitely a fun item, and Archie on the Scion is already going to run very quick. So adding to that will just be a little bit more exciting.
So Gigabyte Marines are 1,500 gold ahead of Rampage. They also have a Rift Herald in the back pocket, which was picked up by Levi. So let's see what they decide to do. Bottom lane out of turret is also a couple of auto attacks away from being taken down.
Certainly is, but you can see that they still have to respect the kill threat that's going to come out of Dara. He's 2-1-0, has a cooldown reduction boots, is pretty tanky and has that engaged with the quickness whenever he really wants to go for it. And the big thing about the flash engage that comes out of Rakan is you nearly cannot respond. It is so fast when it comes out and it hits multiple members that it's really difficult, especially with Galio continually cheating bottom lane, to try and play up on this turret.
Well, they have Optimus cheating down as well, has his ultimate. No Way does get the satchel charge onto the turret. That will blow up. Yep. Almost a 3,000 gold lead for them.
Yeah, and just showing that they're working very well within their limits. that turret sitting on 1 or 2 auto attacks, but Noe and Sia will be very, very respectful and wait until Levi and Optimus can start floating down to the river to threaten that dive if they try contest for the turret.
So what do we have to see from the LGR now? They didn't react to this lane swap the right way at level 1. They've lost 2 turrets for it, and they're now about 2.5 thousand gold behind as well as a Rift Herald. How do they get back into this game?
So you have to imagine that Rampage have gone into this game drafting, maybe not with the idea that they're going to be facing this lane swap, and they have actually put together, quite a good composition. We see a little bit of trading, but assuming nothing will come from that. 2 tanks.
Wow, you assumed that, but Evie almost killed.
Emax from Archie actually does work.
Certainly does, of course, being able to get the mana as well from both the Doran's Ring as well as the first item, Righteous Glory. Oh,
they're going for a fight. Top lane, Evie has been jumped on. Flash away by Archie. Good knock up by Tussle and kicks him back as well.
That's really smart because otherwise in his undead status would have tried to kill him. But at the same time, they have to leave mid lane.
Good response.
Wall comes out and the Rift Herald's going to be here. So that will be a turret pickup, you have to imagine.
Big charge. That's going to take it down very low. No way she's going to sit here and auto attack. Ramune tries to go in. We'll get a taunt off, but Rift Herald's still slapping away. All outer turrets have been broken by Gigabyte Marines.
But this could be a problem. So their the borderline cheesy strategy to get those turrets, now has probably probably that's where you expect it to get you to. You get those 3 outers. Maybe unfortunately they actually had to use the Rift Herald, which they might have wanted to keep for an inner. But now I kind of know how do you push those inner turrets? Obviously Rampage are going to have the quicker track between the inners on their side of the map to defend. They've got very good wave clear in the terms of Varus and Galio. So now it becomes interesting is, does the team fight engage comp outscale the split pushes?
And not only that, I think that Rampage actually have better one-item champions. I mean, when you have a look at like the utility that Rakan is bringing right now, Blade of the Ruined King versus IE user, you generally give it to the Bork user. Galio's just a fat tank, and in the top lane, I mean, as soon as that Black Cleaver comes out right now, Evie is online. So I think that as far as this goes, I would rather be Rampage's team comp, even if they get to their items slightly late.
And they haven't actually fallen behind that. That these items are going to be hugely blown out of proportion, and that the team fight will be majorly skewed. So as you're saying, that we should actually see some very even fights that you have to suspect go in favor of Rampage.
Let's see. So there's still a gold lead behind. I'm curious to see how the GPL work with that. It's a big lead. 3,000 gold, 16 minutes is nothing to shy away from.
It's pretty decent. I mean, this is what Rampage had against Gigabyte Marines, to be fair.
Yep.
So it's a good gold lead, and the presence on the map is potentially more valuable, but it is certainly not insurmountable. So credit to Gigabyte Marines to get here, but also credit to Rampage for not just completely losing their head in this situation.
So it almost feels like now the tricky part for Gigabyte Marines is transitioning out from the first 3 turrets. Where do they attack next? Because right now they have that split push going on with Optimus in the bottom lane as well as Archie top side of the map. Tristana just holding mid lane.
I think you 1-3-1, you look to farm up. Tristana gets towards 2-3 items, and then anything can really happen. Because if you got a Lulu and Tristana with double Energizer items, she's a force to be reckoned with just by herself. So.
Especially with Ardent Sensor.
Yep. Certainly should be. No one's got an Ardent Sensor yet, but you expect that
when they get one,
Lulu's going to pick it up. I thought that you were saying that. I was like, Lulu has Ardent Sensor, Sightstone, and Moby Boots at 16? How did Sia get so much items?
Calm down. He's not Dara. He doesn't have 7 kills yet.
Even Dara doesn't. Dara's probably got less gold than him, to be honest.
Ooh.
So we do see that 3,000 gold lead, but sort of standing out to me on the map right now is that there are the 3 outer turrets still up for Gigabyte Marines, and at any point if Rampage can push their side of the map out, they are going to collect that relatively easy turret gold.
Yeah, completely agree. And they're giving up Mountain Drake, which is certainly a good Drake to pick up when you have turret advantages. But at the same time, Tussle is just jungling on the top side of the map and looking for red buff and takeaway and good deep vision and the ability to read the map. And if it stays like this, they're just going to free farm. Neither team is going to be able to push in right now with the vision coverage that they had. The Rampage has just done a great job of control warding every entrance to the jungle.
Yep.
And they've got the short track, through TP, through the use of the Galio ult.
They stop the bleeding, which is what they need to do.
And Rampage have these really, I guess, defensive and safe wards in their own jungle in the form of control wards. So they have, quite safe, clear vision paths that they can get between their turrets, without getting ganked or killed. You'd hope.
You hope. Fingers crossed. I mean, that's the plan for Rampage. The plan for Gigabyte Marines is get a pick in the jungle, push down another turret. Rinse and repeat until there are no turrets left and you have won the game.
There are on the way pings bottom lane from Optimus. He's down there with Levi.
I mean, that's two AP champions versus a very defensive Galio at this stage. Adaptive Helm, so Taliyah does absolutely nothing against him. It's like the item was nearly designed to make her life miserable. Merc Tread, so the CC doesn't really matter either. So I don't think Ramune is the side of the 1-3-1 attack. I would go for the double offensive item, Jarvan.
Yeah, he's picked up his Black Cleaver as well as Tiamat. Meanwhile, Archie's gone back to Blaze and picked up his Warden's Mail. Blaze, that's a word.
Where's Blaze? Is that next to the base, or is that
back to the base?
It was almost like he tried to get a Flace in there.
No, stop.
How do you flash base?
I don't know.
You flash into your base, mate, over the gate wall. Gate wall. Base
Learn something new every day.
They're going for a gank to Archie. Dara's not going to connect the knock-up. They still pop the Cataclysm. At the same time, Levi throws out the Levi.
Yeah. I mean, I think it should have been one or the other, but at the same time, no follow-up going to come through, and there isn't going to be a team fight anytime soon. Because look at the control wards. As you triple in the bottom side of the map, all three entrances. Top side of the map, just on the blue buff, sitting right there, as well as a little bit of a ward just off screen that we're not going to get to. I thought the pan was going to be super nice.
And slowly, Rampage are pulling back some gold. It's now back down to 2.5. You'd have to think if they could continue this for another 10 minutes, that might go back down to 2.
I mean, the bounce is actually just going to put it back to 3. So what's happening is Rampage at the moment, you can see he's crossing the river nearly in all 3 lanes. That's probably about 500 gold worth of minions, and then the gold's just going to be pushed back, and then we're just going to sit around the 3,000 gold mark. So not all that much really happening. Oh, goodness gracious, is it going to be exactly that amount? That would be really nice.
Does appear to be approaching it. Nice maths spawn.
So this is what happens at this stage, right? You're just bouncing gold to each other and you're saying, no, you have some items. No, you have some items. Stop, really, me. And then at one point, they're just going to fight each other and they're going to be like, well, that's why we're trying to get towards this stage of the game. Tristana right now is heading towards first item. It looks like it's actually going to be Hurricane. Or am I crazy? Or maybe if it's going to be... I mean, Hurricane, or does Phantom Dance build out a double dagger still?
On the previous base, we actually saw, Noe sitting on 3 daggers, so he's just turned his first one into the Zeal, and maybe he continues to upgrade them as he goes along, collecting them like Pokemon gym badges or something. But you'd have to expect that with how potent the double Energizer with the Infinity Edge is on auto-attacking AD carries, that's where he goes.
Ooh, and this is interesting because all of a sudden, Rampage has made a move, and that is put the Jarvan in the Taliyah lane. And you would have to think, because he doesn't have genuine kill threat.
Well, they're trying to.
Doesn't have genuine kill threat onto Archie anymore. Archie is just a brick wall, by the way, that you're going to trade farm into. Put him into the Taliyah lane and see if you can one-shot Taliyah.
Yeah, we were commenting on the Banshee's Veil and the Mercury Treads, which makes for a very boring AP versus AP matchup. But if you're building this armor and damage items looking into the mage, then maybe that is a pressure point.
Levi is still shadowing Optimus at the moment, making sure that he's safe. But where's the next move? At this rate, it's just going to keep palming back and forth.
There is no next move. I mean, honestly, we're seeing the next moves right now. It's the team fights that's going to take over.
And we are possibly heading towards that 2.5-hour game that we joked about. Maybe we're slowing them down for the... Hopefully not, guys. No,
given Ascension some time to practice and get good.
I think they need more than 2.5 hours.
You said it, mate, not me. You're the GPL representative. You could throw get good memes around all you want. My region is currently watching this backstage, hopefully having a good old time over in Vietnam.
I for one am hoping that Ascension are able to pick up the reverse sweep with the help of Gigabyte Marines. That'd be a glad story.
Excitingly, we're seeing a little invade on the top side.
Yeah.
He's been ignited. Ignited.
I'm going to go with ignited. Cool. Ignit's absolutely not a word.
Yeah. Are you sure?
Is that the support for Misfits? Ignar?
Ignar.
I'm joking. So we do see a bit of proactivity coming out of Rampage, and it's kind of clever in the sense that they know that...
they might get a turret here.
Well, yeah,
no,
absolutely. As I was going to say, so they know that Evi's going to get that pressure in the bottom lane if they don't change Taliyah out of it. And in doing so, they send 4 people topside to draw pressure there, and he does get a free shove into that bottom lane, but walks away from turret.
Yeah, but at the same time, what you have to look at is they're lane swapping so early between the Taliyah and the Sion because of the lane wards that they're leaving behind. I mean, this is something that I haven't seen in a very long time in League of Legends, but they're checking lane assignments from nearly base as soon as they can possibly get it, and they're just continually bouncing it around.
When we said they did their homework, we were not joking. They know how to lane swap.
Now I remember why everyone hated casting lane swaps when Snake used to play this every single damn game in the LPL, because it's 23 minutes, we've had 5 kills.
They happened in the first 2 minutes.
Yeah. which should not have happened.
And gold has not moved.
Now I understand why there was a change made to stop this happening every 50% of games.
It's 1,000 more, is it?
It's gone up by 1,000, so we're making slow incremental movements in the favor of the Marines.
Oh boy. Let's see what happens here. Archie is still an absolute brick.
Yeah,
he's going to pick up whatever he can.
I haven't missed Sion either. Not only have I not missed lane swaps, I have not missed Sion. The only thing I like about Sion is the ulti, and we haven't seen one yet.
Everyone dancing around bottom side jungle, but nothing comes out of it.
Ramune does have damage on top lane out of turret.
You mean, yeah, Ramune, yeah.
So they will trade a dragon for some chip damage. Optimus did use the wall to block off any attempt from Rampage getting towards that pit, and now he's rock surfing his way topside, see if he can defend that turret.
Yeah, Optimus using that ultimate to have even less fun in this game and no fighting. But top lane won't go down.
He just dashed himself through the pebbles, just showing him that you can flick me, you can do whatever you want. I honestly do not give a damn, because you don't do damage at this stage of the game. That is alpha. When you dash yourself through the pebbles.
Tussle, he's on the wrong side of the jungle.
Not really, because he's on this kind of strong side of the map. We've already said that there's a fat tank up there in the form of Ramune. And just like Archie can't really die in a 2v1, Ramune certainly can't. And, actually, Evie, starting to prove me wrong. He's doing some work down here.
I have to remember that. Jarvan has a lot of innate armor penetration. With Black Cleaver, makes it even worse.
Yep, certainly agree with you, Fish. I just thought, the W spam that's going to come out of the level 5 Archie.
He's going to go back to base or face check Jarvan.
Ult him. Put him in the arena.
Varus is coming down as well. I mean, Sion does have a good escape, but can't get past that Cataclysm.
The Baron damage is actually pretty real right now out of the Gigabyte Marine squad.
Yep. So we won't see them go for that aggressive move. And, credit to Archie. We've been saying all week long that he does read these ganks pretty well, and he knows that if he pushes too deep, he will get punished for it. So, just dashing out into Fog of War there and playing a little bit safe when he has to.
I mean, he's seen that the clan tag for the LGL squad is RPG, and that's the game he's playing right now.
Everyone's playing the game right now.
They certainly are. Levi's in trouble, though.
Gonna get jumped on. Ramune hits a wall. Still tags him though. Taunt not gonna come through, but kick back. Galio's going to the skies. Knocker from Dara, throwing everything towards Levi to try and get a kill. Sia's jumped in. He's the next target. Mistake from Gigabyte Marines. Ramune gets the taunt, knocks him up, smacks him in the ground, and Archie's teleported up here as well. What a disaster for Gigabyte Marines.
It certainly is. Archie's gonna fall down probably here, and then they can get onto No Way as well, Fish.
They're trying to stop him. He's already used the ultimate. They cancel it. No Way trying to jump away. Cataclysm from Evie. No Way still trying to fight back against the wall. Optimus coming in. Low health bars from Rampage. Ramune trying to take up everything he can. Gets another knock up. Archie is wailing away at this tag. No Way gets one kill. Trying to jump into the back lines. Flashes coming out of Rampage. Still Optimus going forward. Dara goes back in, but the rest of the team squints up. There goes No Way. Jumps in. Looking for resets. Can't get any more. At the end of the day, it's a 2-for-2 trade, but they get a top lane turret.
And we had more action in the last 40 seconds than we have for the last 20 minutes. Oh my goodness!
I really cannot wait to see that replay because Evie did something sick that I want to point out. Flag, drag, flash, and actually got the double knock-up, which is actually really hard to execute upon.
Haven't seen that in forever.
He's a good player of League of Legends, but at the same time, the collapses come into Baron, so maybe not going to see it. If they get the Gragas in here, it's control warded, and this will be a very early Baron.
They do this so quick with a double Mountain Drake and the Tristana, so I think that
they've got wards everywhere.
Completely uncontestable from Rampage. Gigabyte Marines will pick this one up for free.
They're teleporting into the mid lane, but Baron's already gone.
Yeah,
Ramune doesn't even cancel it.
There's no real point in cancelling it anyway. You're going to be fighting in your base now. Teleport not all that useful.
We commented on how that Gigabyte Marines looked a peg above their compatriots in Ascension and Mineski and didn't play that Chaos style, but they're proving us wrong now. They are playing for the fights, and I mean maybe not in fights, but they're playing to move everyone off this slow macro game that we said the LJL teams have been practice and maybe a little bit better at.
Yeah, I certainly agree with that. And with this Baron, it now becomes possible to defend a turret potentially with 3 members. See where the Tussle can get in.
Oh, they're going in. Tussle kicks back Optimus. That's the mid laner. Big cast coming out from Levi, keeps him alive. Saya's going to try and keep him alive as well, but Tussle gets that kill. Redemption in between the turrets. Rampage need to try and duck out. No way, looking for the first kill. Gets the reset. Torque comes out from Rune, but he's going to bop on his head. Super Mario time from No Way. He'll get another kill. Double. Archie locks one down. Jumps on the second. Reset galore. Gets the triple kill on the Tristana.
And this is why we were so excited to see Tristana. Great team fighter, great scaler with items, with the Baron buff, going to be able to push down waves. There's 2 members still alive, but this will at least be an inhibitor.
And we weren't sure how they were going to crack these inner turrets, but now we work it out. They can get the Baron when they come online with these powerful items like from Tristana, and they can sweep straight into this inhibitor.
My goodness, it looked like Rampage were holding on. It looked like they were going for it.
23 seconds on Rumune.
And they're still looking to try and continue pushing on forward.
And Archie can take the turret, so they're always going to have the creeps here.
My goodness, and No Way just does this so quickly. Dara tries to knock him up. Yutori trying to defend in his base, doing a good job so far. Gigabyte Marines are trying to retreat. Heavy is back up, looking to try and collapse. They get an extra turret for themselves, push them further ahead, but they can't close out the game.
Extra turret's actually pretty big at this stage of the game, because what it means is that one wave of super creeps, hello YouTube bar, one wave of super creeps is going to be able to push into that base and take down the second turret, so you can't ignore it for that extra wave. And you could see that right now Rampage are getting desperate, and they shouldn't be. They went for a turret dive when really the play was just to push up mid lane wave, see if you can get some chip damage, and if not, just answer your sides, because you've got the late game team fighting comp.
That turret was also so low as well. They got the opening pick, and they could have just been content with that, and back off the turret, drop aggro, and then just siege it out, and then base and react to what Marines were doing across the map. Instead, they overextended for the dive, and we have another fight in bot river.
They've locked down Sia, getting so much damage onto him. Yutori gets that kill, and they get the return lock onto Levi, trying to body bop away. Evi's here, doesn't get the flag and drag. Levi wants to jump out of this pit. Another knockout comes through. Wants to get over the wall. He can't. Evi gets it. That's 2 picks for Rampage.
But is it going to be kills for objectives again in another Marines game? Because you can see Baron buff, Tristana in the bottom lane. They're not going to send anyone back straight away. They have to deal with mid. They have to deal with top.
They were happy feeding. Rakan was walking bottom. There were pings on the Dragon, and only now if they both started their recalls will finally get back to base.
I mean, they are in behind Talia with 2 members. Banshee's Veil will be big here.
Optimus pops the Ghost, trying to run away. Tussle cheating around backside. There's the Cataclysm. Optimus wants to get out of there, but he just can't. Another pick for Rampage.
Yeah, it certainly is a pretty good pick as well. Optimus had a couple of kills there, and they're going to be able to shut down the wave clear. But they still don't get a turret fish, so 6,000 gold, actually closer to 7,000 gold to be honest, is the lead right now for the Gigabyte Marines, and at 30 minutes, that is certainly impactful.
Yep, and it stings. Rampage, they were playing it so well after the first 3 turrets dropped. Not well enough.
But the one thing I will say is that at a certain point in the game, this annoying pushing style kind of becomes irrelevant. It becomes how well you can execute a team fight, because they didn't win the game off their first big push. So you would expect it to come down to a Baron fight or come down to an Elder Drake fight. It's going to be so hard to force them around the map when their base is only so big. They have to draw them out. They have to be able to pick something up and either, race them across the map or be able to win that team fight 5v5.
They do, however, have a level 16 Tristana. 3 items picked up, 2 components sitting on with a support Lulu, a Gragas, and a front-line Scion. It's difficult to get on top of No Way.
I mean, it certainly is. At the same time, at this stage of the game, and people don't talk about this very much because we've seen the penetration build come out of Varus so often, but auto-attack Varus does a lot of damage as well. And when you're fighting front to back, with Galio as your major take, with a diver in the form of the Lee Sin as well as the Jarvan, there are certainly still threats to have to deal with. The big factor is the gold lead that No Way is sitting on. Because that extra item, being the Last Whisper, completed, could be the difference.
Yeah, absolutely. And, and he's also just picked up his Blade King, so he's sitting very comfortably at the moment. As we see Gigabyte Marines all slowly heading towards this bottom side of the map.
No Way's
do they just force again?
Let's see if they do go for the force. No Way's already rocket jumping back to this lane. He wants to get there as soon as possible. Rampage do group up. Sia might be caught out though.
So I think the Marines don't force because they have that pressure mid lane, and we've seen how patient the Marines can be. They are happy to play this slow, methodical macro game.
Whereas Rampage now force.
Yeah, so I think Rampage on the other foot really need to look for their go button, because if they just let this mid lane keep piling down, then
it.
Certainly are, and you can see Galio is going to cheat into Fog of War. They've got a couple of members here. Is this the turret to go
Tussle's
on, however?
Tussle's making the move. If you watch the minimap, he's now going over the wall, wants to get behind Gigabyte Marines. Rampage charging forward.
Hit the cube, but not going to go for it.
Decides not to go. And now Gigabyte Marines want to try and return the favor. Optimus still doing a good job of pushing mid lane.
I mean, that's probably going to be the turret falling down, right? Because all of a sudden you can't get back in position for your flank. Tristana one-shots a wave at this stage of the game.
Yeah, it's just going to hit this turret as well. No minions required. Gigabyte Marines take another inner.
But the map is small, and this is what we were talking about. Now the map is very small. You cannot continue to shove in, although the Taliyah wall helps out.
Yeah, Evie stuck, but that's not going to last too long. The wave hasn't hit the turret just yet. Tristana will get a couple of shots and take it down to half health. Let's see if Rampage can respond. They want to initiate. Tussel's trying to wrap around. Good poke onto the turret. They don't kill it, though.
I mean, you only need one more of those, though, Fish. I mean, we're talking about how hard it can be
Tussle
to do this, but at the same time, the map is so tiny. Tussle is behind them.
Don't think he's been spotted either. Finally will be spotted. Good root. That lands on the key target of No Way. He'll cleanse and flash away. Tussle yet to kick. Ramirez popped his ultimate very early. Redemption comes out trying to keep Rampage alive. Big ultimate coming out from Evie. They're all going to flash away. Tussle still gets No Way, but he's going to flash as well. Evie follows through, but they don't have enough damage onto the Tristana, who is now going to start her rocket jump journey into the backlines. Gets a double. Ramirez the next target to fall, and Gigabyte Marines are pushing for the win.
And that might be the game, honestly, because they've got 4 members still left alive. They're going to take the middle inhibitor. There is 40 seconds left on the nearest death timer, and Muyashi and Dara have to go massive here.
It's got to be a miracle. No summoner spells for Gigabyte Marines, but only one turret to work with. Dara's going to jump in first, immediately turned into a critter. Yutori kept busy by ultimates, and there goes No Way, jumping on their heads, picks up a kill, shut down for Levi. Gigabyte Marines keep the dreams alive for the GPL. They'll pick back a point against Rampage, and they'll take it to a game number 4.
And such a cool way to win the first game. I mean, the lane swap, as well as the teamfight ability of Tristana, really carries everything there. I mean, able to get the early game they need, and then with that goal, she transitions so well into a late game build, circumventing the weakness of the laning phase. That's very clutch League of Legends.
And how deep are the Gigabyte Marines pockets? We saw them play 3 games yesterday after the group stages, and they had to fight back-to-back to get even to today. Now they show a completely new strategy to the Rift Rivals tournament, and they're ready, I'm sure, to go into this game again. What does Rampage do to respond?
I mean, I think step number 1, ban Tristana. I think that has to be what the response is, and see if they can play it with another 80 carry. You might get an equally as good turret pusher, but do you get the equally good turret pusher team fighter that you need to be able to make this work? Because I think that is a completely different kettle of fish.
It certainly is, and now on top of that, Gigabyte Marines pick up a game. Ascension must be backstage going, oh, we need to play the third one if they win game number 2. GPL squad still not out of deep water just yet.
Yeah, no, they're still paddling around in very, very deep water, but, they have to take it one game at a time, as they did yesterday. So I think that, credit to Marines. They showed that they were very composed and they had a new strategy ready for today. And I'm excited to see, as you just said, how do they change it? So I think that the Tristana is definitely, one massive option that they forced them to ban. But I think the Gigabyte Marines don't even have to go back towards that style. Now that Rampage are aware to it, they will have a better level 1 response. And I think Marines, just force different bans and change the draft and then play their clean macro game as they have all week.
Yeah, I hope to see that, because we once again saw good patience play. That got them a 3,000 gold lead, but ultimately it didn't win them the game. The team fighting won them the game, and the ability to take the team fights that they wanted off the back end of, good Taliyah walls, good objective controls, a very good Snuck Baron. So, there's so many things in that game that you can pick apart and actually be incredibly happy with as a Gigabyte Marine. So I agree. I don't think they have to go back to the same composition. I think that they've shown in a 5v5 setting they can take it to Rampage, and now the shoes in Rampage's foot and see whether they can respond to it, because unlike every LJL person that we've talked to today, this is not a 3-0.
Yeah. And we'll have to see if they're able to pick it up as a 4-1 at least, because Rampage still have one more match against Gigabyte Marines, which will come up.
Best of 5s don't normally have 4-1.
Sorry, 3-1 with the LGL squad. I mean, they're going to play against each other in the next match, and we are going to go into a very quick break, but we're back with the second match between Rampage and Gigabyte Marines. Don't go anywhere. That's a flash forward. Levi gets good damage. Yutori's going to try and flash away. Archie gets first blood. Levi almost going down. Dara wants it. Turret hits him. The cannon minions attacking, and he will live. Dara trying to go back in. Levi flirting with them. Evie's here trying to clean this up. Optimus in trouble. He's going to flash away. Body bombs. Here comes Dara. Double knockup. He wants 2 for himself. Auto-attacking Levi. He'll get 1. Evie coming back for the second. Optimus somehow escaped. Archie's in trouble. They need a bit more damage. Put down the flag, Evie. Doesn't matter. Double kill for Dara. Sia's jumped in. He's the next target. Mistake from Gigabyte Marines. Uruna gets the taunt. Knocks him up. Smacks him in the ground. And Archie's teleport up here as well. What a disaster for Gigabyte Marines.
It certainly is. Archie's going to fall down probably here, and then they can get onto No Way as well, Fish.
They're trying to stop him. He's already used the ultimate. They cancel it. No Way trying to jump away. Cataclysm from Evie. No Way still trying to fight back against the wall. Optimus coming in. Low health bars from Rampage. Romune trying to take up everything he can. Gets another knock-up. Archie is wailing away at this tank. No Way gets one kill. Trying to jump into the back lines. Flashes coming out of Rampage. Still Optimus going forward. Dara goes back in, but the rest of the team squids off. There goes No Way. Jumps in. Looking for resets. Can't get any more.
Get in.
Oh, they're going in. Tussle kicks back Optimus. That's the mid laner. Big cast coming out from Levi. Keeps him alive. Saya's going to try and keep him alive as well, but Tussle gets that kill. Redemption in between the turrets. Rampage need to try and duck out. No Way looking for the first kill. Gets the reset. Taunt comes out from Rune, but he's going to bump on his head. Super Mario time from No Way. He'll get another kill. Double. Archie locks one down. Jumps on the second. Reset galore. Gets the triple kill on the Tristana. It's got to be a miracle. No summoner spells for Gigabyte Marines, but only one turret to work with. Dara's going to jump in first. Immediately turned into a critter. Yutori kept busy by Optimus, and there goes No Way, jumping on their heads, picks up a kill, shut down for Levi. Gigabyte Marines keep the dreams alive for the GPL. They'll pick back a point against Rampage, and they'll take it to game number 4. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We just witnessed the Gigabyte Marines from the GPL's first seed finally pick up a game in this relay series against the LGL's Rampage, and now the game is 2-1. Rampage get another chance to take down the Marines, and after that it goes to the fifth and final game.
Yeah, and I think it will be very interesting that Rampage do get another chance straight after they got thrown the curveball strategy of the Gigabyte Marines lane swap that obviously they weren't very well practiced against, whereas on the flip side of the coin, GPL, Gigabyte Marines very practiced in that strategy and very well executed, I think.
Yeah, and it's so funny because I just want to point out that you have 4 shoutcasters, well, 2 shoutcasters, a pro player and a coach, sitting back here and you're like, how do you defend a lane swap? And I'm like, this is the way you do it. And you're like, this is the last time that we saw it. This is how it happened. Like, why don't they just put it out? And it's like, if we're arguing about it, we're supposed to be like the best and the brightest. How the heck is a team that has just walked onto Summoner's Rift? Your coach has left you in the dust. We've got a coach here with us. And they're like, what do we even do?
The curious thing I want to know is, did the LGL teams even prepare for this? Because coming into the tournament, we knew if Gigabyte Marines pick Tristana, they are lane swapping.
Yeah, and I mean, obviously not, to be honest. Like, the thing that came out of that game is, as we were just saying, we couldn't figure out the immediate answer that they should have done. And in that game there for the Rampage, if you get stuck in the game with a situation that you haven't had to deal with for a number of seasons now, they had no idea. I'm actually very surprised that they just didn't go like, okay, we have no idea how to deal with this right now. Let's just swap the lanes back. Yeah, we're going to take a disadvantage, but we've been given the strong champions like the Galio, and just take a small deficit, small hit to your CS numbers, swap the lanes back to standard, and just get back to a standard game of League of Legends that they've shown that they can beat the Gigabyte Marines at.
Because the big thing to remember here is we have all the tools. We have a mini-map that has no fog of war. We have the ability to see gold values live as they're happening. We know when the backs are going to come in because we have the individual gold stats. When you're playing in the game, you only have a portion of that. And it's like, why are they forcing top lane to give the Tristana the triple kill?
Yeah.
Well, they probably think they're 6,000 gold behind and they have to make a move because they don't want to look like Ascension. Why are they then forcing mid lane? It's like, well, top lane went all right, and maybe we can do this, but Tristana's already gone back and got her shop in and then comes in and wipes the floor again. Like, you can't... There is so much more pressure on Rampage in that game than anyone can possibly imagine playing against a new strategy and falling that far behind in the early game.
But something we did touch on going into this match was this was the perfect storm for the GPL. As we've mentioned before, the idea between giving top lane turrets fortification is the fact that we're not trying to eliminate lane swaps, we're trying to make it a forced strategy. So this is Gigabyte Marines' forced strategy. You can see every single champion they picked has something to do in this lane swap strategy, and it worked. Now, what piece of the puzzle are the LGL team going to take away to stop this?
Yeah, absolutely. You have to look at this graph. You see Tristana topping the damage charge, and she is the key to this composition. You pick the, gold, yeah, 18k gold. Probably top the damage charts on top of that. Yeah. But Tristana is definitely the key. They pick the Sion to be able to suicide clear the waves in the side lane if he needs to, has a lot of wave clear. The Lulu to buffer up the Tristana in the late game as they got to the team fights. I'm assuming Rampage are going to be looking at that game. They're going to go back in the huddle with their coach. And look at the Tristana pick and be like, okay, we haven't dealt with this one. We haven't dealt with the lane swap. But that is the key. Take it away. And then, as we saw before, try and take the standard game to Gigabyte Marines.
You're pretty right. I mean, that's a lot of damage that's coming out of Tristana and not much that's coming out of the rest of the team. You can see Galio, he's a big tank. Jarvan, unfortunately, was just stuck against Sion, so his damage probably would have been 3 times harder if he was hitting any other champion in the game. But, I mean, it's just, you have to ride the fine line now between what do we ban away to pull the composition apart without throwing away all our key bans that we want to actually shut down the actual team fight compositions that the Marines can throw at you. Because there is an overreaction here, and that is, let's remove
Sion,
Tristana, and Taliyah.
Yeah.
That's the overreaction. You go in, first 3 bans, you're getting none of them. And they're like, well, if we didn't have Tristana, we didn't really want to play Sion on top anyway.
Yeah. I agree. And as we said, Tristana is the key. And not to mention the other champion that we hadn't seen up until this point was the Rakan. And throughout the course of that game, even after level 6, Rakan W, because it's on the delay, the Tristana W buffers. So he uses the quickness, his ultimate, gets the charm, gets the knock up on Trist, and she just sits there and she's like, all right, see, and just bops away. So
we also had a couple of insta QSSs out, like as soon as it hits, and that's the big thing because there is as long as you get the buffering, which is what we're talking about, even if the quickness hits you, there's a minute second, and it is very slim.
Very, very
But
small,
if you're hitting both buttons, you're probably going to get out of there still. And the only champions that would be able to do that are Ezreal and Tristana, and Tristana gets significantly further away than what Ezreal does.
But it's also much harder to pull off as Tristana. Ezreal's is like an instant blink, hers is a little bit of a
And
travel.
Ezreal is also just not a good champion right now, so it's very unlikely that the Marines are going to pick that one up in her place. They do feel very different roles on the team.
Oh,
so,
for sure. And I think like I was like thinking about this, like what do you pick for turret taking potential? And in the past, it was Jinx and Tristana. Jinx because of the ramp up on the minigun, Tristana because of the satchel. Tristana is definitely the better turret pusher at the moment. Like, hands down, there is not even a comparison with Fortification. Jinx will not fulfill a similar role, so I just don't feel like there's another 80 carry to take into it. Maybe, though, there is a Ziggs pick that you can take into it. And that's the only thing I want to throw out as a curveball before we get to draft is if you take away Triss, do they do the same thing with Ziggs?
So I'm curious. Gigabyte Marines have picked blue side coming into this game. What if they take away another piece of the puzzle, being the Gragas in the jungle or the Sion pick? Stop the wave, please, so you can just dive the bottom
Elise
lane.
still has wave clearance. She's hard to dive. I mean, you can even play something like Olaf and just take your blue buff, sit bottom lane, and just like chug. Is that what he says? Like whatever he says. Like just keep throwing axes.
with the Brolox. Yeah. No, but taking it a step back, the Ziggs could do it. I guess it does fulfill like a fairly similar niche, but then you've got to worry about are we having too much AP in our composition? We have to pick like a mid laner, maybe like a Zed or not even Corki now. He's gone from like 50-50 magic damage, to 80-20. So Lucian possibly. But now they're on the opposite side of the map. The Gigabyte Marines, as you just said, are on the blue side. So in terms of banning away from Rampage, it gives them even more restrictions on the red side. They have to ban away the things. Well, they got Galio that game, but do they look to ban away the Zac, ban away the Galio, all the other OPs? Like, how much flexibility do they have in this draft? And do they use their third ban on the Tristana?
I think Galio is no longer a must ban. And I say that with the smallest grain of salt because I think that you... Actually...
I would disagree.
I think there are responses to it. We saw that it was pretty even in the mid lane, and the push definitely... Because now triple... I think what made it not a must-ban for me is triple ring stack got nerfed.
Okay.
So now he can't shove out mid laners, and there is an answer in the top lane if they blind pick it in the form of Fiora. So if triple rings were still very strong, I would say you can just sit in mid lane, he instant clears the wave, and you can't outshove him. But now we've seen Taliyah outshove, and I think that we'll see things like, maybe even Orianna be able to get the push and be able to leave the lane a little bit earlier.
But we're talking about Galio and how he gets into fights. He needs people to assist him. So in that game, Gigabyte Marines gave him the Rakan and gave him the Jarvan, two champions that absolutely excel at that. And honestly, the game kind of slowed down when the lanes got standardized. Gigabyte Marines got the bot turret, got the top turret, and it kind of slowed down for a while. And even in the back end of that game, Rampage were finding the picks, albeit slightly over-aggressive in the mid lane. With the Galio, though, they went for that dive, didn't work out. But in the bottom lane, they were finding catches with the Galio ult coming in, temporary numbers advantages. So I feel like...
If that's Syndra, if Lee Sin kicks... Taliyah at you, and you're a Syndra, you just ult her. She still dies. Galio isn't the pivotal piece for me.
I don't know. It's pretty close to call, but I think he's definitely really strong. I mean, like,
he's
we're just
definitely
arguing semantics of like,
is he like S plus tier? Because there's lots of S tier champions now. Is he the same strength as like Zac? Who at the moment, like, you don't even you can mis-execute Zac, and it's still very annoying to play against.
Well, I feel like teams like International, like TSM sort of thing, they get flamed for picking Galio. So there's definitely room for mis-execution on Galio sort of thing. He's not in the Zac category. Have we actually seen a Zac game this tournament? It's been absolutely permabanned. So yeah, Galio's gotten through a few times. In this game, I was actually surprised initially that it made it through the second ban phase.
I was completely surprised.
But obviously didn't do enough for Rampage in that fight. Didn't pull out the win.
So it's really curious to see what they're going to be able to do here because, again, like they're just so unpredictable. The Gigabyte Marines, even though they picked up such an interesting team composition, yes, it looked like Rampage were dealing with it all right. 3,000 gold behind, which is all the turrets they lost, and they made Practice Play's top lane, but instantly, one small mistake, which is a botched top lane dive. They still came out ahead in terms of the kills. They still clawed back 1,000 gold for their team. They got an outer turret. They lose Baron.
It's just that they tipped Tristana over. Like, the big thing that you have to look at is where did the gold go? And it was evenly dispersed across a Rampage lineup, but it tipped Tristana from that I'm a little bit ahead to the I'm the carry of the team now and just feed everything into me. And then, the Baron also did that, but then the mid lane dive gave her, I think, another 3... She got another 3 kills.
Yeah.
Yeah, and honestly, the key word here for me is depth, right? Coming into this game, we've been talking about the depths of the GPL as a region, and then in this format, it doesn't favor them. But honestly, depths of the Gigabyte Marines right here in this game, do they have another strategy? Because Rampage have beaten them before earlier in the tournament. Do they have another... I'm not going to say cheese, but another niche strategy that Rampage haven't seen before that they can pull the win over with.
Well, regardless of the outcome of this match, this is going to be the last game that the Gigabyte Marines play at Rift Rivals. They're up against Rampage. Currently in this tournament, they are tied 1-1. Rampage won in the group stage. Gigabytes have won one of the games of the grand finals. They'll definitely be out for blood to show that it was just a flash through in that last match, and they're still kings of this tournament. We are into Champion Select, and picks bands are going through Galio, Zyra, Elise. Bands come out from Gigabyte Marines. Zac and Tristana. The bands come out from Rampage today do take away the 80 carry piece of the puzzle. Curious to see what the final band is going to be.
Has to be Rek'Sai.
Do you go Rek'Sai? Do you go Tahm Kench?
Nah, has to be Rek'Sai.
With Tahm Kench still up, like Thresh still up, possibly, but the key thing for me, Rampage, as you just say, with a Rek'Sai, gets banned away. Nice prediction, but they haven't overreacted in terms of they haven't banned away the things like the Sion or the Gragas or the Talia or anything like that. They have just... They figured out that Tristana is the key to this comp. That's the bit we don't want to play against. That's the bit we don't understand. And they've taken that one key thing away, and pretty standard other than that. But there is the Thresh first pick, and they didn't ban Tahm Kench, so that answer is still available.
Gigabyte Marines, we've seen them in this position before, and they go, yeah, we're just going to pick Tahm Kench.
Yeah, they've blind picked that and had a lot of success yesterday, and all of the OPL teams really struggled to punish it, but they do go for the Thresh here.
However, I want to discuss maybe an unpopular opinion, and OPL fans will yell at me, but there are so many picks that you can play in the OPL that will not get punished to the same extent as if you're playing it against a world-class team. And you know exactly what I'm talking about here.
Renekton's one of them.
Or Alistar back in the day. So, like, is this a case of they've actually read the fact that, you know, if they take it into Moyashi, if they take it into Dara, that they are just going to hard punish the Tahm Kench?
Yeah, potentially. And right, looking into the games yesterday, the OPL, I'm now going to put myself on a bit of a roast. I don't think the OPL is known for its bot lanes. Our bot lanes are fairly weak comparatively. I think mid lane is our strongest role. And Direwolves, who won the most recent series, they play around their solo lanes. Our solo lanes are very good and not our bot lane. So they didn't get punished yesterday. So is this Gigabyte Marines being like, hey, okay, Rampage, the rest of the LJL, they do actually have strong bot lanes. We are going to respect that. We will get punished more than they did yesterday, so they do opt for the Thresh pick instead of the blind pick Tahm Kench.
And they get Caitlyn.
Yeah.
Again, Rampage have gone, we're going to play Varus.
I mean, this is the LJL special. Yeah. LJL, obviously, they early pick Varus nearly every single game.
Yeah.
I mean, they first picked it last game. Varus is obviously just the champion that they think is utterly without answer in the bottom lane. And if you play Varus well, as we saw in that last game, he does a truckload of damage and has higher utility than a lot of 80 carries.
Orianna is the next pick for Rampage.
That one I don't agree with.
Showing their mid lane very early for Romune. They're hiding their support and top laner at the moment. Talia's the first band that comes out from Rampage. Optimus had a good game on the champion. Very excited, however, to see the reverse matchup of Lisa and Gragas.
And I'm assuming Gigabyte Marines, as they do ban away the Lulu, are going to pinch the support pool for Dara. Lulu was in the last game, but potentially we've seen an Alistar pick, which Dara is very good at, by Rogue into the Thresh. Other answers, the Zyra, the Braum that we've more commonly seen.
I'd like to see a Braum ban out of Marines.
I think remove the opportunity for the front line on Rampage. So all they have is a Gragas right now. Potentially front line coming out of the top lane. But
I remember the first champion Seer played at this tournament was Thresh, and it was against the Direwolves. He played to great success. It was into a Tahm Kench.
Into a Tahm Kench, the counter lane, and honestly, they just bullied King and Destiny really hard. Even in a matchup that they shouldn't have been winning, they were winning. Level 2 Spike got the nice hook into the Flay, and then completely roasted them from then on forwards.
And you can tell Gigabyte Marines are not afraid of the Tahm Kench. They haven't picked their support yet. They don't ban at second rotation. Say, you don't play Lulu. You're not going to play Lulu. You're not going to play Rakan. Go on, pick the Catfish.
Nah, they're going to pick Braum. The reason they're going to do it is because they are going to run a very heavy split pushing top lane for Evi, which is why they have left it until the last pick, and it is most likely going to be the Camille. They banned Jax last time because they wanted to go towards it. They realized very early on that they needed to pivot towards teamfight, and that's why the Jarvan lock-in did come in through the second rotation. When you have Braum, Gragas, Orianna, your 4 is good enough to teamfight at Thresh Caitlyn, as long as you do not fall 50 CS behind in lane, which is difficult.
Gigabyte Marines do get excuse me, do get Renekton here. So Evie has a limited number of champions they can use to bully him, but all of them are left up. Fiora's
Nah.
up, Kennen's up.
I feel like Na
Kennen.
becomes probably the most likely choice. Yeah, actually, Kennen is another answer as they are hovering the Syndra in the mid lane. Syndra into Orianna has always actually favored the Syndra, but we've seen a few times this tournament, some of the mid laners have been picking the Orianna into the Syndra, and in this case, picking the Orianna and not banning it, kind of disrespecting the matchup, or maybe something has changed that these players have figured out.
He's gone for it.
He's gone straight for the Camille. He's more than happy to take it to Renekton, and even before Camille Nurse, Renekton was one of the champions that could stand toe-to-toe against Camille.
I mean, yes and no. Renekton can stand behind against her early on in the game. Jungle is a big pivotal role. You've got a jungler that has, point-and-click CC in Renekton, but it's not the longest, versus big stun, long range that comes out of Camille, body bop, slow. Lee Sin's not going to add anything to that apart from pure damage. I feel like you have to take early game for these two teams in a 2v2, and I think that Tussle and Evie will be able to win out on it, because the other big thing, which is like a little bit strange, but he's going to get an anti-physical damage shield as soon as he hits one of them, and he's going to be running into 2 physical damage dealers on the top side of the map.
And that's just so much value coming out from the Camille there. Oftentimes, yeah, you do see the split magic damage, split AD damage coming out of the top laner and the jungle combination. Renekton Elise is often touted as some of the best 2v2 in the top side of the map in the game. Renekton Lee Sin following close behind.
I would nearly rather Renekton Gragas, to be honest, than Renekton Lee Sin. Level 6, definitely not, but for that level 3 gank in the top lane.
Gragas just has the ability that he can just hard force whenever he wants. He just has the flash in the early game. As long as he doesn't burn it on like I don't know, some level 1 shenanigans, he should be able to force the play on his terms. And yeah, point and click CC, following the belly bop, very strong.
And the coaches shake hands there. This is the last time they'll take to the Rift for Japan. It is a chance for the LGL to bring home the Rift Rivals trophy in this match. They are at match point, currently 2-1. Gigabyte Marines, they need to win this game to hand it off to Ascension to try and take down Detonation Focus Me, which is another team that has looked fantastic at this tournament.
And I think that the Marines have got a stronger draft. I mean, I've just spent a lot of time saying that what I like about the Rampage draft, but I think that if this is a standard game that is slow-paced, which we've seen out of a couple of these teams so far, that the Marines looking down top to bot, Thresh, Kate, Syndra, Renekton, are just going to be able to dominate it.
Yeah, just on paper, they just have the good matchups. They have the good scaling. They not to mention, I guess they have decent scaling. The Syndra, the Caitlyn will get better as time goes on, but Braum often, other than Tahm Kench, is a very good answer into the Syndra, able to deny a lot of that damage as they do look for an invade.
Very early from Rampage. Just going to get a couple of wards down, it seems. Sorry, from Gigabyte Marines.
Possibly scared of maybe another lane swap, but
yeah, with Kate, I mean, she's got good wave clear.
So this is something Gigabyte Marines did in almost 100% of their games in the regular season, which is if they're on blue side, they put a ward on blue buff. If they're on red side, they put a ward on red buff. We didn't see it too much during this tournament.
Yeah, interesting. It is very brave face check in the blue buff. When a Braum is on the enemy team, Taugo is one of the best level 1 champions in the game.
So from what we've been told, the reason for this is because Gigabyte's Marines, historically, the win condition is to unlock Levi, go duel the other jungler, get ahead that way, and scale the other lane. So now he knows Tussle has not started at blue or
but so I think the reason we haven't seen it at the moment, as we take a little bit of a warp back in time, the reason we haven't seen it is because jungle pathing is no longer predictable. You can start XP Quinn. You can do Raptors into Wolves into blue. You can do red buff Raptors into Scuttlecrab. There are so many different ways that you can clear the jungle at the moment that I feel like one ward doesn't give you enough information. You need the 2 wards. You need the 3 wards.
But in this instance, though, Rampage did actually opt for a fake leash onto the blue buff, which Gigabyte Marines ward would have spotted out. The Thresh Caitlyn lane for the Marines, they did leash Levy on the red buff, knowing that they had full vision of the Rampage bottom lane. So yes, there are unpredictable patterns, but in this instance, they actually have a very good read.
Yeah, because when they went into the match against the Direwolves, there's a tweet coming out from one of the GPL casters saying that that's what they were going to do. Didn't do it, so haven't seen it too much from them. This game, they throw it out. Curious to see what they're going to get from it. That ward will not spot out Tussle taking his blue buff now.
GPL cast is just throwing smoke bombs everywhere. Interestingly enough, Chief Swiffer would be very happy. Claire would as well. Neither mid laner running Biscuit. They're both going to be running extended buff duration in this matchup. It's such a funny thing to talk about, but what you have to be is confident in your early game that you're going to be able to pick up CS and therefore not run out of mana and not get zoned. But at the same time, Orianna versus Syndra is so heavily dictated about who has blue buff when, because the shove is so incredibly important. So having extended buff duration versus Biscuit actually at times puts you over the edge of this mid lane battle, and that will not be the case.
Yeah, absolutely, as we do see Levi just clearing his topside jungle.
He's taken everything except for his Krugs. Meanwhile, Tussel's got him busy. He's picked up the first Scuttle Crab. He's cleared out most of his jungle except for Wolves and Krugs. Working on the second now.
Did he get the first Scuttle Crab?
Levi got the top Scuttle Crab.
Oh, Levi did, sorry.
It's definitely a blue crab.
I was about to say, Levi honestly playing for the Rampage squad, I think will put them over the edge. 2 junglers on one team, 6 versus 4.
He's going mid lane now. Let's see if we can get this gank going against Ramune.
Flashy.
He's a level up, so it's level 4 against level 3. Jumps into a ward, good damage, forces the cleanse, decides not to follow up with the close range Q.
I mean, it wasn't going to kill him, and it would put him underneath turret range, so the cleanse certainly is enough at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and you were calling for the flash E. Does get there in the end with the ward jump. Doesn't need to burn the summoner. Yeah, insta cleanse on the stun. Oh, these guys
Archie going for a solo kill against Evie. He got the dice, doesn't follow through.
Was that his second dice?
Must have been, because it took out the rage bar.
Yeah.
It doesn't take out the rage bar on the
But
first.
look at Levi. He's looking for it. There is a flash available for Evie. Misses the first Q. Evie heals up with the low sweep. Will slow him up. Gragas over the wall looking for this fight. Evie stuns him up. So much damage. Big play from Tussle. And Levi's stuck.
Body block.
He's going towards the turret. He's trying to body block. Jumps over towards his wall. Can he get out of this? No more flash available. There's a turret there. He wants to execute. Archie flashes. He wanted the turret aggro. This is a big mistake. First blood for Tussle. And now Evie picks up the second.
And all of a sudden, Rampage turned it around off a mistake out of Archie. He thought he had to take turret aggro. The creeps were going to be there anyway, and his jungle was dead.
Yeah, the Marines were just trying so hard to get that kill, and then he just doesn't land the Q onto Evie. Levi gets chased towards the jungle. As we were talking about the flash body slam from Gragas, Archie was trying to help his teammate out, but
he is
didn't
too
actually.
nice of a guy.
Yes, he didn't need to flash there. The minions had already taken the turret aggro, and they both go down. And against the top side of the map, like Tussle, like Evie, this is it's going to be a big deficit.
But at the same time, I love Archie. He is GPL Jubes. He is like, I am in there so hard to help you that I will flash into an enemy turret just to take
they're going
aggro.
for a fight. Archie's going to get taken out. It's a solo kill for Evie in the top lane. And you know, good guy Archie fights for his friends, but still gives the opponent something to work with.
Poor GPL Jubes. He's so far behind now.
That was the 600 IQ play as well. If that worked, it would have been so good.
I have a question, because yesterday we were talking about so much Sia's Tahm Kench. There's a bit of competition between them, I think. He was flashing into Zyra ultis, eating his teammates.
Yeah, Archie's just won best. Archie's just won best teammate award.
Which one of them is Jews? Is it Archie? I reckon. Okay, he burnt the flash. Flash into turret. I can respect that. I think we can give it to Archie.
What is going on?
Evie's
Where
now
is
in the
Evie
mid lane.
going?
He's rotating down, looking to try and help Tar. I don't understand. What are you doing here? Go back top lane.
I mean, is a wave in a good spot? Can you please show me the creep wave and not
I
the
mean,
Renekton?
I guess he's like, well, Archie was a
it's
good
pushing
bloke.
back. So
Archie
it's actually in a really good spot.
I was going to say that it does alleviate a little bit of this pressure onto Archie, but as you said, it is pushing back. So I think that solo kill was a product of Archie. They got double killed on the top side of the map, and he TPs back to the lane. He's like, damn, this is slow pushing in. I need to push this in, and in the end, he sacrifices his life to get the wave in. He's up 10 CS, but will be down in gold. The 0-2 versus the 2-0 of Evie.
2 kills. He's probably about 30 CS for Evie at the moment, so he's up quite a bit of gold.
And he's also picked up a big wave,
He's got
as you so aptly pointed out last game. He had that up in the first couple of kills. He's absolutely, I don't know, the Camille pick just seems so important. That's why, you know, did they pick Blue Side Fish?
Yes, Gigabyte Marines picked Blue Side coming to
not sure I would have done that against Rampage, because they had responses against Camille, and I don't feel like one of them would have been Renekton. I feel like it would have been a Jax, or at least a Kennen pickup.
And it's quite interesting as well, as we were touching on prior to the game, I feel like this blue side pickup, obviously they have differing opinions, otherwise they wouldn't have gone for the choice, but as you say, gives them less... Ooh.
They got for a bit of a trade.
That's how you use the Orianna matchup at this stage. In nearly every matchup, I think it's fair to say at the moment.
Blow the ulti for a bit of a chunk and get to push in the wave. But yeah, as I was saying, gives them less counter picks in the draft and also opens up the lane swap strategy, but not so much.
This bottom lane, though, we haven't checked in with it with all the action on the top side of the map. Oh, we might not even be able to because Tussle is walking mid lane. Now that's just going to help Romine out, but it's going in favor of Gigabyte Marines in terms of the push.
Tussle's
still
done
very
my
even.
move. He's like, I'm down of camping experience.
Tax a bit from
Let
the
me
mid
get that mid lane experience.
I mean, the big spike for Syndra is, as they're looking for a stun.
Stun
They do get
connects, slows him down, throws a crab at him. In fact, throws the crab, and that gets hit by Levi's Sonic Wave.
But yeah, the big point in the Syndra lane is the level 6. If she ever hits level 6 prior to you hitting level 6 against her, the Orianna, she can look for the all-in, and it's past that point, so taxing a bit of XP, probably not the biggest deal. As we were checking in the bot lane, this matchup with the Caitlyn advantage going just about as expected, the double range versus the short ranger of the Varus and the melee of the Braum. Now that Yutaro Miyase has hit level 6, possibly he could look to swing with the ultimate, with the CC and the engage potential. Tussle's flash is up and he is on the bot side of the map. However, because the Marines have been able to keep pushing in that lane, they do have a lot of vision control. They've got the crab. There's pinks in the tri-bush, in the river, in the mid-brush.
Yeah, I mean, it's just covered everywhere. However, what I do want to look at is how well these LJL supports play the Braum into the Thresh lane. They're able to get out of hook range like by skerricks of distant.
They're all W Braum.
All W Braum.
As you say that, he gets hooked in the face.
Nah, that was a deliberate one.
Who was it in the LPL that said it's very hard to be bad at Braum because all you have to do is hit your Q?
I'm pretty sure that's
that was Marta. That was. Oh no, they said it about Marta.
Yeah,
they
about
said
Marta.
Marta is a bad Braum because he can't hit a Q.
I remember that, but talking to any support player ever, I don't think they'll tell you that Braum is a very hard champion. So maybe Marta's just one of the unlucky few.
I think what Marta is kind of one of those people that when he has a champion that's tanky, he's over aggressive at times.
Yeah.
And Braum rides a fine line of being unkillable with door up and very squishy at every other point in the game. But I don't think Marta got that part of the kit very well.
Clearly not. Clearly there's a bit of a misunderstanding there, but...
Well, taking stock of things at the moment, it's about 1,500 gold in favor of the LJL squad.
They actually got push in bottom lane, mid lane, and they're trying to get control of bottom side jungle. See whether it eventuates in any big advantage, because you can see Evie, both Evie and Archie, really good top laners. You see that they just play so respectfully when their jungler is on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, and as we're looking at this, they do cheat towards the dragon. They're looking to get this one up for free. Levi's walking out of the base. But the bot side control is incredibly important. As we said, this matchup in the bot lane sort of swings when Varus gets the ulti, and Tussle's on the bot side of the map. And this is a multi-step plan where they push in, they get the vision, they reset out, they take the air Drake. They're going to push in again, and if Orianna has the push in on the mid lane, he can do exactly this. He can float down, and with the CC from the Varus, from the Braum, that's actually just obnoxious amounts of crowd control, by the way. They have so much potential to get a dive off or get some picks onto Sia. Thresh is actually a champion who's actually very easy to kill. As a quote-unquote tank support, he's one of the squishiest. Lends himself a lot to ganking for him, but getting ganked, he's not that great.
Yeah, especially if you go on the Thresh. He has to hang way back, turn into kind of that lantern bot,
Thresh.
Which no Thresh wants to be. He wants to be up in your face. So can certainly see that Sia needs to be able to ride the line between those two.
Yeah, and given that Evie, with his advantage in the top side, is just able to weather the storm with Tussle using his advantage on the bot side. But as you see, Dara picks up the Moby boots actually out of the Braum, which is something you don't see too much.
It's a gank coming top lane
nowadays.
Though. Evie's got behind Archie. He's running very quick. Does get the double dice out. Tussle will knock him back. Dominus is popped. Evie with a stun, chaining CC so well. And Tussle knocks him away. Doesn't matter. Evie traps him down with the ultimate. And they pick up another kill on Renekton.
And they've actually got Dara up there as well. And you can see that ulti probably wasn't needed out of Tussle there. That's what I was more yelling about. He was going to be able to follow up. And now, potentially, mid lane siege comes in, or there's a play bottom lane that Gragas ult would have been very useful for.
Yeah, and a tiny, cute little interaction between the Gragas and the Camille. You can kind of just use ulti for damage. Because you land the Gragas ult, even if he throws him the wrong way, you hit him with the Camille ult, and they can't actually escape out of that little box.
And the big thing for me now is it's actually a Sheen Camille that's going to be hitting the turret. So teleport has to come out, because otherwise it's just going to take too much damage at this stage of the game. Dara is everywhere. I mean, you say that Moby boots aren't really picked up, but you can see exactly why he wants them. He's gone from top to bottom lane in about 15 seconds.
He was running out of base towards the top side, so we're definitely looking for something. But when you look at the lineup from the Marines, you have Renekton stun, you have the Lee Sin, I guess the kick away not too much, but the Syndra stun, the Thresh hook, the box. There's so much CC coming out of that lineup.
Mercs.
Yeah, you'd have to not so much questioning the pick, but it's definitely a conversation that Dara's had. Not a conversation, right? In a monologue, he's had a decision that he's made.
You would have had the conversation.
Conversation with himself.
You would have had that.
Yeah, as I'm walking out of base, doing timers, mumbling some numbers out. But yeah, he definitely thought about it, opted into the Mobies, potentially because he wants to match the Thresh roams. Gigabyte Marines have had the push in the bottom lane for the most part of this game.
I love that we were talking about how much CC comes out of this bottom lane, and the QSS pickup has already happened out of the Caitlyn. That is such a respect pickup. He feels that the game slipped a little bit. It's going to put him behind tempo, but Caitlyn's a pretty good laner anyway. And just respecting the fact that he probably is in a position right now where top lane's losing, mid lane is just a shove fest. Neither jungler can really influence it with the summoner spells that have been picked up, and he is the next target to really be focused.
And honestly, in this strict 2v2, it just, with the Thresh lanes, and as you were saying, nobody wants to be a Lantern Thresh, but it allows Caitlyn to do exactly this. In the 2v2, it doesn't matter if Varus ulti hits her, because she can just walk up, she can trap around the turret, just take pot shots. If Moyasi throws out the ultimate, it's going to be, there's such actually a large window before he can proc the Braum passive, and it's so easy for Sia to just throw out the Lantern, no way to click the Lantern, run away, and then they've traded ult for QSS, and they'll win the next 2v2.
Levi now looking to get some counter jungling done for himself, but it's just trades, blue buff for blue.
And you can see with that QSS pickup, they feel like they have complete control over that bottom side because they've even traded the map in half. They're going to look to take turret on top side with a turret dive. Bottom side, exactly the same thing.
Archie in a bit of trouble here. Stuck underneath his turret. Evie will get the first stun. Bodybot follows through as well. Does he get knocked back? Tussle waiting for it. Archie going to get jumped on, takes so much damage. And Ramune's here as well. Tussle just tanks the turret for his team. Great dive.
So turret's already gone. Mid lane's being pushed in. What do they actually get here? Because first brick, worth a kill, definitely. Kill and a turret, however, is an equal trade. Mid lane pressure going over to the side of the Gigabyte Marines. Orianna going the long way, especially with the bottom lane turret as well. Also about to be under fire. I feel like the Marines got the better end of that.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's just the little things, right? They're farming 2, 3, or not so much 3 now that Renekton's died, but they're farming 2 to 1 waves of experience. They get to get all the pushes in. They're up in the tempo, so pushing the bot lane. Syndra gets to push in the mid wave, get a little bit of a chunk of the turret before Ramune can get there, and it's just these slight advantages that the Marines have been showcasing that's how they like to play.
And cut the map in half again, because we're going to get the lane swap coming out. You can see Braum already into the jungle, doesn't want to give his positioning away, just wants to sweep out some vision. Camille actually heads back topside, so we're not going to do it. That's really strange, because I feel like Camille is dominating this 1v1 matchup right now, and the win condition is that your one wins super hard at the moment if you're Rampage.
Well, let's see if they change their mind when Caitlyn Thresh do show. They're pinging out the swap now, and Camille has immediately beeline mid lane. Tussle looking to try and lock down Optimus mid lane. Good flash to get away.
Didn't have Cask available, so of course couldn't follow up with anything there. I think he was hoping to get Dara in range.
Yeah, so Emil has gone from top side of jungle straight to mid lane brush. As soon as Caitlyn and Thresh showed top lane.
So Dara didn't want to burn his flash there, so what he was going to look to do is jump on top of the Gragas if the body slam hit. Then when Optimus flashed away, follow him with flash ultimate, knock him up, and that would have been a guaranteed kill. Same time, Optimus respects it, just burns the flash. Would have been a flash ghost if Tussle hits him with any ability there.
Yeah, and as we were just talking about the split map scenario, the Renekton in the bottom lane, in this long lane without a turret, probably going to pay a lot of respect. Oh, sorry, he does have a turret. To the Braum and the Varus, but this does give the Marines control over the top side of the map. Where the Rift Herald is, they should be able to push in on this Camille. That's probably going to look to be their next objective, and that would help them open up the mid turret, right? The mid outer is so important, especially against a control mage like Orianna, who doesn't want to be forced in the situation where it's like Rampage are like, okay, we've got no map control, they've taken our mid turret, we need to put Ori in the side lane and put our bot lane mid to get the control back. So breaking open that could be a very contentious, but there looks like to be a play on the bot side of the map.
Yeah, it certainly does. It looks like they're more than happy to try and push in with the 2. That gives over Rift Herald, that it should also give over the top lane turret. You can see that this time Ramune actually stays at home versus Optimus and isn't going to give over the mid lane control just yet. In fact, might look for a cheeky shockwave because he knows that it's just one person taking it. Everyone else is accounted for on the map.
Hang on, let's see what happens here first, because Rift Herald might have to be reset. Decides not to hit the eye. Levy still wants this. Should be able to take it down. And Will gets Rift Herald, so they trade bottom lane turret. But both teams are pinging bottom lane inner. Let's see if Renekton can hold on to it by himself.
Yeah, I mean, I actually feel this is a mistake if they drop Rift Herald top, because they've already disappeared into Fog of War. They're going to get it for free. And I think that it is more important to use against the Orianna in the mid lane than it is to get the top lane inner.
So let's see if they're able to take mid lane out at the same time. Syndra can't
they
defend.
agree, apparently. Yep. They actually just hold it because they ducked into Fog of War.
But in saying this, they give up their own mid-outer. They've just picked up the Rift Herald and they have the capacity to get their Rampage turrets. So giving up one of their own, bit iffy.
And I feel
in
like
terms of like a trade between giving up your own outer or taking the top outer seems almost irrelevant.
Yeah, it certainly does. I think that what the big thing for Rampage is they had a tempo advantage because they didn't take the dragon. So they took turret as well as a neutral objective. Rampage didn't, and they were able to stream down mid lane with the Camille, and because everyone else was occupied for the Gigabyte Marine squad, they actually lose out. I think they thought that the double air Drake was going to be enticing enough for the Rampage lineup that they wouldn't have the time to make that rotation. And now in an open match, even if Rampage lose that mid lane turret, 302 Camille with 20 CS should be enough to control the side lanes and really give the Gigabyte Marines a headache.
Yeah, and this is just what we were talking about with the more standard game. Gigabyte Marines
is great in a standard game.
Absolutely. Archie, we've touted as a very smart player, but he has been put in the position where Evie just has the brute force advantage. He has been put in this situation before as Gigabyte Marines are looking for mid turret, but
did they pop Rift Herald here? It seems like they did. Who will charge in
Does
and pick up the turret easy. So they do end up trading. LJL do pick up a slight gold lead off the back of that, about 600 extra from where they were before, so it's now 2.6 in their favor.
Looking to just take the second air turret. I mean, sorry, air turret.
Air turret.
Elemental turrets. That's the next iteration of
I was going to say
mid-season patch.
I actually want that to happen. Like one turret, like
Element TD.
Like outer turrets like do splash damage. They're really hard to push into. Like
inner turrets used to give you a shield.
Yeah.
I mean, inhibitor turrets used to be laser beams. That was great.
I didn't like the laser beams. The slow used to really
irk you.
Yes, good way of not swearing on broadcast, Rick. I like it.
Oh boy.
Fantastic. But yeah, as they do pick up the second air Drake, as we were talking about earlier, as those do stack up, become more and more useful.
Especially for the Camille. Now she's able to navigate between side lanes, wherever she wants on the map, incredibly quickly.
And I mean, that small little move speed boost, right, is going to give the Camille the ability to navigate those situations, the 2v1s where Levi is collapsing onto the Renekton lane. Renekton not going to be able to hold Camille by himself, so definitely going to be putting other people down there to help him out, and that extra bit of move speed is kind of the tiny difference between life or death.
So, taking stock of things again, gold lead has not changed. LJL about 2.5 ahead, 5 kills to none, 3 turrets to 3, and 2 ad dragons picked up by
might
LJL.
Have caught Syndra here.
Potentially. She's 3-0-2 as well, 4-speed Requiem. Syndra does have quite a bit of damage, but will back off.
I mean, both teams just play so respectfully. Evie's like, there's no reason that she would be here, overextended by herself. She's already put the ward down. Tussle must be somewhere in the jungle. Now, of course, would be spotted out, but before then wouldn't have been. Yeah. And at the same time, the Syndra is like, well, I'm not going past this point in the map because that's as far as my vision line goes, and I don't have anyone with me.
And I mean, as you talk about Levi clearing out that pink, that's even more so just painting Evie in this good light. That is a lot of respect. They did actually have shallow vision in the bot side jungle, but yeah, just respecting anyone coming from potentially like the golems, Lee Sin clearing those, or anyone just ghosting the Syndra behind in the lane.
For now, both teams happy to farm. Where's the next point on the map? Is it going to be Baron?
Yes. In every 1-4 comp, Baron becomes the primary objective.
Oh, that's a flash forward. They're trying to lock down No Way. Gets a Dark Passage before Winter's Bite can get propped.
I feel that's a little bit over-aggressive out of Dara. Ulti as well as Flash. And No Way already has a QSS.
Yeah, so he has the QSS, so I think he was probably looking for the Flash ulti knock-up into the Varus route, but yeah, if No Way played it as he did, he just waited and then took the Lantern away, didn't actually land the Varus ulti, they didn't even fling it actually, so didn't need to burn anything, and just doesn't play too scared, reacts to the situation accordingly, and Dara kind of blows his Flash for free. It's honestly, as a player like Dara, like a very aggressive, an Alistar, a Braum, these are the sort of games where you're getting really antsy because you've got the lead and you feel like you should be able to do things in the top lane.
Though, yeah. Ramune's been caught out. Flash play from Sia. Ramune throws out the ultimate early, but Optimus is able to stun him on the back end of that. He's still trying to run away and take down Levi with him, but he can't. But look at this. The LJL squad are all rotating up here. They're trying to trap Gigabyte Marines. 3-on-3. No ultimates available for Gam. Let's see what they can do. First, Sia gets stunned up. Good knockback onto Tussle. He's at half health. Yutori will lock him down. So they'll kill Thresh first. Do they get anything else? Dara, Winter's Bite, Levi. No Way's going to come as well. They knock him back into the team. He's going to flash out. Levi very close to getting taken down. Optimus gets tagged by Winter's Bite. He's being stunned. Yutori trying to fight with the back line. 90 caliber misses. Meanwhile, Evie's got a solo kill in the back line. So RPG going to continue pushing on forward. Tussle sniped. Why would you step on that trap, Trussell? Why? Let's still go for it. Optimus gets tagged again. Yutori is very healthy, but 3 members of GAM are here.
Yutori got access to the creep wave halfway through that and healed himself back up to full. That means that GAM has to run. It's a 2v2 across map, but because of how strong this Camille is, she's going to push for the base.
And absolutely, on the back end of that fight, you see Rampage in the 2v3 scenario. They're not going to win the fight, but they know Evie got the solo kill in the bot lane. They just want to stop the recalls from the Marines so that he can push in, takes that inner turret, and then pushes all the way into the in-hit turret, as you said.
So it's 2-7 in kills, and the first bit of action we've had in a long time puts the LGL squad so far ahead. 300 gold shy of a 4,000 gold lead.
Ooh, look at that Camille, 4-0-2. Has got a completed Titanic Hydra versus what is the makings of what looks like a Randuin's Omen. And I just don't think that's going to be enough against the true damage, unfortunately. Archie, you are in for a very rough game.
Yeah, he's been the rock of the Gigabyte Marines for a long time. A lot of questions were thrown his way when he was in the top lane again, but he did well the tournament. However, this game, Evie's just been styling on it.
It certainly has. Let's take a look at how it happens. Waits for the ulti to run out, you have to assume, or maybe he doesn't even have it on and it's just a visual there. But goes underneath the turret. And this is like, look at that trade. It's physical damage, and he just shrugs it off. He looks like he interrupted the teleport once again. Archie is the team player. He knows he's dead as soon as this happens. But he goes in there anyway. You can't run, even if you get the second slice. He's just going to follow you to the ends of the earth.
And good guy, Archie. Again.
I mean, in this competition between him and Sia, right, Archie definitely takes the cake at the moment. But Archie has shown in this situation that he can actually perform. He cancels the TP, does the team player thing there, sacrifices his own life so that his team does not get cleaned up by Evie on the Camille. But in previous games on the Kennen, got really good flank TPs out, great communication with his team. So in this situation, very far down, but has the potential to still make good plays.
And he has the teleport advantage, which I think could be crucial, because at this point in the game, if Baron, if they get a pick and then Evie has to start heading across the map running, for the next couple of seconds, he has the ability to TP there straight away. Instead, not going to happen. It looks like Rampage have certainly identified that fact, and they're just going to stall out for the 3 minutes until it's back up and available.
And you have to remember what Archie's death gave them. On the top lane, yes, they traded kills there, but Gigabyte Marines were very close to being taken out. Camille definitely would have changed things, and because they're all topside, that would have been Baron. So losing a turret and a death keeps him in the game.
GPL Juves is doing all right for an 050 Crocodile.
And in this situation, with Evie having the TP disadvantage, it kind of slows down the map a lot, because in the 4-1, Ori and Syndra, as you've seen, have kind of been trading places in the top lane. Ori goes up there, she pushes it out, resets, gets a base off. Ooh.
There's the Dominus popped.
And then on the other side, you see Optimus, he does the same thing, pushing in the wave, and the Camille without the TP can't pressure this bot side too hard unless she can get the solo kill, which he is looking for right now.
Yeah, Evie didn't pop his ultimate. I feel like Archie wasting Dominus there might be what causes him to get dove. He just got chunked to half health. Evie gonna jump on top of him, trying to take it down. One more attack will be enough. Evie gets it and backs off immediately.
Yeah, all of a sudden sprinting away as only Camille can. You can see that we'll just wait for the rest of the team to show up because they're trying to make a play elsewhere. Is he the captain? I
believe, I can't remember. I know he's one of the shot callers.
Yeah, I know he was on his last team when he was on, was it Saigon Jokers? Yeah, it certainly was there. But this is rough now because there's no one that can help him. There is absolutely no way that anyone can get into that bottom lane and actually help shut down Camille. And the lane doesn't get better. So there's no play that they can really make apart from a force on the other side of the map to try and swing this back in their favor.
And as you say, they're caught in this very precarious position where Evie now has TP up, so if he keeps pushing in, can TP to the Baron fight. What that kill did meant Evie could push in the bot lane, Syndra had to go match, so Rampage went out and they cleared all the Baron vision. Gigabyte Marines still have a few wards on the left-hand side of your screen now as Levi is looking for more vision, but as you say, they're just stuck in this very precarious position where they have to force on the 4 in this situation as a Rampage pick up an Ocean Drake for themselves, but they don't have a lot of reliable engage. Landing a Thresh Hook on a team that A, has a Brawn to tank it and tank up the damage following. And what else have they got? They got Levi has Flash. Maybe if he lands a Q, can get behind him, get a Flash kick onto Yutori or Ramune, but there's not a lot of options.
And it does seem like that LGL just rinsing and repeating. They're sending Camille back bottom lane, just put pressure towards the Baron, and look at the bottom lane turret. It's so low. On the way, ping's being thrown out towards that bottom lane inhibitor turret already. Rampage looking very confident in game number 2 against the Marines.
Yeah, and I mean, when you have a look at it, the Marines through the curveball game 1, and it was responded to very well in game 2, and this is a much more standard game. And the response of the Camille being counterpick last seems to be what they're very comfortable playing around. And the way the Direwolves beat them was by getting the Jax into the Camille matchup and turning it on its head. But they just look very comfortable with 1-4 League of Legends.
And on red side, you don't have that option. You can't get the counter pick if they choose to hold it, which they did. Picking the Camille.
Blind pick Jax.
Blind pick Jax? What beats Jax? Nah?
Nothing.
And then would hit you with the Nah?
Nothing beats
Nothing
Jax.
beats Jax?
Nothing
He's
beats
OP?
Jax?
Imagine if
he doesn't even have a weapon. Oh, we made the Nah. No.
I'm done.
All week together. This is what happens, Fish.
Someone get Jish back in here. He wouldn't do this to me, but Ramune as well, Tussle looking to try and collapse Optimus.
Ooh, that one ball.
Levi's there. So they try to stop this. It gives Evie time to continue pushing bottom lane.
That
turret
turret
is
is
almost dead.
1 Q away from dying.
Oh, Evie's got a GA as well. That's got to be painful.
The problem for Evie in this situation, though, is because of the defensive pinks in the Marines top side of the...
They're going for a fight. Levy almost takes down Tussle. Optimus threw out the ultimate as well. Box throws down.
But as soon as they go for the force, you can see that Evie once again
approaches
the turret. Going to be able to pick it up potentially.
Oh, Archie just double diced as well. He's going to get locked down. Pops the Dominus. Evie wants to fight. No way shows up to defend this, though.
And every time this has happened, every time Evie has been able to burn the Dominus from Archie, in the next 30 seconds to 1 minute, he's looked for the solo kill. So very rough position. As the rest of the Rampage lineup are looking to push in this topside vision. Syndra, she has the stun, but she doesn't have ulti. Doesn't have a lot of damage.
Yeah, good damage on Tussle. But he's just going to clear out wards there. There is a plant for him to eat up if he does get fairly low. Oh, lands onto Ramune. That is instant cleanse.
Instant. I mean, they want nothing to do with this. They know that their bottom side of the map is going to naturally win them this game if people do not go towards Evie right now. And the ability to play around different focal points at different stages in this tournament from the Rampage squad is something they should be incredibly proud of when they watch back how they've potentially won this Rift Rivals for their region, Fish.
Potentially. Let's see if they can actually close it out against Gigabyte Marines. Archie still trying his hardest to defend bottom lane inhibitor. There are on the way pings from Camille, showing that she's going towards that objective. The rest of the Rampage look to try and defend blue buff, or actually take it away from Gigabyte Marines. Since says, no, I'll have that.
Evie on the inhib in the bot lane.
Ooh, that's dangerous. Already getting so much damage onto us. The Gigabyte Marines fighting on two fronts. Renekton just not strong enough to deal with Evie at the moment. He's 2 levels up and so many items. Inhibitor falls and Camille's done her job. Rampage playing this so well.
Certainly is. I mean, they're just not going to go anywhere really in a hurry. You can see Ward goes down to check when the Caitlyn's going to cheat back. They're going to shove in top lane as well. Really stretch them thin over the map. The 2 longest areas that you can run to out of base.
And you have to think that soon Rampage are going to start up the Baron. They have a pretty beefy front line here with the Braum and the Gragas able to tank it up. They have a lot of armor between them. Frozen Heart on the Gragas. Locket and the Ruby Sidestone. Braum has a lot of health. And Orianna to be able to spam shields.
Ouch! Evie's level 18. That's disgusting.
Oh,
Jumps on top of Archie. This is probably going to be another solo kill. Locks him down in the arena. No way comes down for the heal. Evie in some trouble. But that's 3 members of Gigabyte Marines here. He gets out. Evie doesn't even lose GA. The rest of GAM are going to have to rush towards Baron.
Yeah, but the jungler isn't there just yet in Tussle. And Dara has taken so much damage. 3 members behind Baron means that they take more. See whether they can actually get in for the fight. Teleport coming.
Shockwave not going to connect. Dara in some trouble. Will get taken out by Sia. They get the Baron. They try to turn for a fight. Levi putting his team on the back. Kicks one out of the pit. Utori is stunned but flashes away. Levi does eventually fall. And here comes Evie looking for the fight. It said disengage. GAM will put up a good fight, but they lose Baron.
And you can see in the 4v5, GAM still are able to put some work in. Archie arrived very late to that one.
But it's just not enough. They've lost the bot inhib. Evie is just so slippery. He dives to the Nexus turret, gets a huge chunk into Archie, and then escapes from the Caitlyn narrowly, able to make it towards the Baron as well. On the backside of that, baits people in, doesn't get hit by the Flay, uses E to sneak away. And the scoreboard really tells the story of this game when you look at, as we take another look at the fight. This Syndra did so much
Certainly
damage.
did. So 3 members behind Baron means Dara's in trouble. Shockwave
nice
whiff,
flash.
able to get out there. If that wasn't an exhaust ulti, would have been able to clean that up a little bit quicker, but still able to pick up multiple kills here for the team. Good kick.
I just want to know, how did Sia get the kill there? Was it redemption?
Potentially. I feel like the kick on Ramune just puts him over the wall. He was probably going to end up flashing that wall anyway, so gets to keep the summoner.
I feel like, yeah, sure, but I feel like there was a potential there with a kick into the stun that Moyashi dies instantly.
Yeah, potentially, and with the Camille TPing in as well. if Orianna lives for a bit longer there or has the capacity to stay in the pit, Evie could. I mean, he's got so many items on there. He could have just cleaned up that
Warmogs. There we go.
Yeah, that's a bit of help.
Camille is now split pushing top side of the map where there is an Eden turret to be taken and an inhibitor after.
Warmog's one of the most underrated split pushing items in the game, purely because if you get chunked and you don't have lifesteal, you come back in 30 seconds and you're absolutely full health.
I mean, makes her a big team fighting threat as well now with all that
Stupid
health.
passive. Absolutely stupid passive.
Rampage looking to try and take down 2 inner turrets. Camille works on 1, gets it. Now onto the inhibitor against Archie again. Meanwhile, the rest of Rampage are slowly chipping away at mid lane inner.
Also, if you play ARAMs, which I know a lot of people do, and you're playing a tank and you have 3,000 health, get a Warmogs.
On ARAMs?
Yep.
Are you an ARAM guy?
Not really, but I have lots of friends.
Why would
that do
people
play.
trust you with the ARAM purchases?
Because I'm an analyst, man.
Look, get Sinju's on this desk, and then we can talk about ARAM a little bit more. For now, Rampage continuing to push down mid lane inner turret. That's going to fall. Evie says, all right, I'll 2v1. Bring down all the Marines. I'll take on all of you. Archie tries to dash on in. He's going to take some damage. That inhibitor turret is already very low just from Evie split pushing. Rampage get access to mid lane inhibitor with the rest of their 4. Trap set up by No Way, trying to deter Rampage from pushing any further forward.
Yeah, but you can see that this time the GPL team is doing a better job of defending the base. This is not going to be a 3 inhibitor take. They are actually pushing out bottom lane. They're trying to deal with topside, and they do have tools. Ooh, this is a 2v1.
Evie's looking for a 2-on-1. Calls upon Dara to come up. That Warmogs will start to give him some health back.
Yeah, they do have tools to engage on the mid lane is what I was going to say, Fish. With, you know, Ghost being available on Optus and no flash being there for Moyashi, there is a chance that he can be eliminated.
And as you were saying, they do have the tools. They do have the Caitlyn trap set up, but Evie is just drawing so much pressure in the top side of the map. Do you think if the Rampage lineup just stopped rotating towards Evie?
Oh! They hook on towards Tussle, locking him down. Good damage onto the
nice
Gragas.
trap.
Great trap as well. Dara jumps in, trying to take one for the team. He's trying to win the best dupes of war, but he was going to fall first. Redemption comes out. No Way gets that kill. The rest of the Gigabyte Marines still want to charge further forward. Archie in the backlines. Stuns out Ramune. They're trying to fight this one, but they've lost an inhibitor during this time. Still trying to just kite back. Shockwave only connects on the Levi, but he still goes further forward. Jumps back out immediately. Optimus with the flank. Wants to get these stuns. Trying to keep the dreams of GPL alive. He'll go into stasis. They take down the AD carry. Ramune in trouble. No Way gets that kill as well. And Gigabyte Marines somehow pull off a team fight.
They certainly do, but their base is in shambles. You can see an inhibitor respawn, but a turret still falls down on the Nexus. And that is just Optimus playing courageous League of Legends. One person, one flake, and able to get multiple stuns.
Absolutely, and in this situation the Gigabyte Marines find themselves in right now, they win the fight, but they can't get an awful lot out of it. There's nothing for them to take on the map. They're getting shoved in all over the place. They do lose the top inhib, potentially secure themselves maybe an Ocean Drake if they can push out. But with Optimus, after his performance in that fight, he does catch himself the top wave, so he's not going to be able to help his team on the bot side of the map. So this is one of those times where Gigabyte Marines have to. There's a multi-stage process in getting back into the game. This isn't a one team fight win. This is a 2 to 3 team fight win. Maybe get a Baron and then potentially win the game.
Yeah, 6,000 goldie for the LGL at the moment as well. That's what Gigabyte Marines are up against, as well as their broken base.
But we say this all the time. If you are a pure split pusher, eventually the game gets hard for you.
Yep.
Because eventually you have to team fight. That is the way the game of League of Legends works. The bases get too small. Unless you get that one, miracle 4v4. And this is a Tussle for the first time. My man, getting a little bit overzealous.
Absolutely, gets hooked up by the Thresh. Dara sacrifices himself here, almost lives. He doesn't have the flash to get back over the wall, but Evie this whole time is just hitting on the top inhib.
I mean, during that time as well, Ramuna had a great chance to Shockwave on top of the Braum ultimate, decided not to. Instead, use it there on Levi.
And you can see that Optimus, I mean, he's ghosting, he's got the ball in hand, he gets another multi-man stun here, is able to get the ulti out, has the Zhonyas already, and then No Way, because all the abilities have been expended, is just able to chase forward with reckless abandon. That was actually the Void Staff pickup, and there isn't one on the side of Ramune. So I think that this is a big turnaround situation. I feel like the Marines can potentially take a fight.
Look at No Way's items. He is one short of complete, and he's sitting on a QSS at that.
I mean, at the same time, Moyashi is also one item off. And
that's against a team with 7,000 gold in the lead, so which means the 80 carries are even.
Yeah, 6-7.
Oh, nice hook.
They're trying to lock down Evie. Still gets over. That's not fair.
So many times Evie has been able to buffer CC with his E in the top lane when Optimus got that flank on the team. He still got the stun off because the Camille came out on the wall, stunned the Syndra, gave them a brief moment.
Look at the health!
He's back to
I
full.
hate that item.
Yeah, yikes. That's,
Stupid.
Stupid. That's your catchphrase today. Stupid.
Apt. What I was going to say
Rude.
is so much of that gold lead right now is on the Camille. So we keep going back to the 7,000 gold lead. The 4 isn't that far behind. It's just the 1 is. And you can see that Evie is very conscious of the fact that he's going to be the focus right now of this team fight.
With his current build, can Evie ever group up in team fight? Especially if he gets Gargoyle Stonepot next.
Yeah, I mean, he can.
Yeah.
He's going to have, what? How much health has he got now? 3,800. He's going to have 7,000 health.
And definitely right now, right? We were talking about when everybody starts completing items, as Rampage do actually start up the Baron,
Yeah.
Levi may not be able to get close to
They
this
will
one.
be able to get close. I don't know if they'll be there in time.
they
Rampage
can.
pull off.
Because the reason they pull off is they don't want a team fight. They know that the team fight isn't the way they win. They win off split push, so just let your split pusher go to work.
And
That's
she is.
another
There's only one
thing.
Nexus turret to work with as well, so Evie can stay here.
And as I was saying, Evie, he can group right now if he so chooses, right? The advantage is still there. They still have a 7k gold lead. But if this game stalls out, once the gold values start becoming closer and everybody gets to 6 items, then, as Jake was saying, the split push becomes very hard and he will be able to be matched in the team fight.
Ooh, Rampage do have a
Those
quick
hate
dash
traps
down
are
mid lane.
Very far up.
3 members of Gigabyte Marines have a flank and they can't get towards this turret. Let's see if Rampage pull the trigger here.
Yeah, 3 inhibitors into Baron would be GG. I don't care how good your team fight is. That becomes impossible. So you can see last-ditch efforts are made. Evie is actually underneath their turrets. They don't care. They're still defending the last base turret because they cannot get 3 inhibited.
And Seo was looking for a really cheeky flank in the top side, but doesn't actually go for it. Optimus was up there with him, but he goes for the recall.
This is the play. So many members still in the base. They're sweeping out the Baron pit, and Levi has to get there. They do it so fast, and this could be Rift Rivals on the Lionfish.
Let's see what they could do. Captain Levi needs to make a heroic play to steal this away. Even if coming in, they try to take that one with the Q. Let's see if he goes in. They turn and turn as well. Optimus is there, but they still get it. It's a 2-on-4. Can they get out now? Dara in trouble. Redemption comes through. They'll get a kill onto Levi. The captain is down. The captain is down, and Rampage pushed towards the base.
Oh, that was so risky. Tussle blind threw a cask over the wall, and Levi got in the pit.
They've just been in this setup for so long. Rampage didn't have any pinks around the Baron pit, and there was that cheeky ward in the top side of the river for the Marines, so they knew they were doing it. They just didn't have vision.
Now what can they do without Levi? They're pushing for the final Nexus turret. Baron up, 5 members strong. 4 of the Gigabyte Marines. They hook Rune. Instant cleanse comes out. Archie's the first target. He pops Dominus, but they're already working on the next turret.
Nice.
Big fight coming out from Sia. Our Rampage are trying to go for the final team fight. Massive shockwave from Rune. Brings all the back
just too
in.
big.
They go into the backlines. No way, he's stuck. He's stuck and cast back in. Shut down for Evie. This will be the LJL taking down the Gigabyte Marines. They will finish this 2-1. 3-1 at the end of this finals, and they are the champions of Rift Rivals 2017.
Oh, that was such a well-played game from Rampage. They played it very slow, very methodical, didn't make the mistakes that threw away the game. The Marines have showed that they can match them in that style, but they pulled out the not cheesy, but the very weird lane swappy strategy last game, and they couldn't get it this time, and they just can't pull out the win there.
Yeah, and the Rampage lineup should breathe a sigh of the relief. They win it 2-1 in the head-to-head versus the Marines. They win the whole of the tournament for their region, and that is an impressive win versus classy opponent. And all of a sudden, the LJL have just burst onto the international scene.
Absolutely, they haven't had a lot of success on the international scene as we've seen previously, but this picking up their first international win on the tournament over the OPL. Sadly, yesterday we fell short, and over the GPL right now, very, very stylish victory.
I mean, I'm so glad we get to see this every year, though, Fish, because there is nothing between these 3 regions right now. I mean, the GPL's best is better than most regions can throw right now. LJL's consistency, the underdog spirit, and the way that the OPL teams came together, this is going to be an exciting future event.
Look at the story of this tournament so far. Group stage ended. LJL were 1 game away from going up against Gigabyte Marines in the elimination format. Against the GPL in elimination format. OPL was so close, finishing second. But because of the way the tournament works, they end up finishing last. GPL got a shot at the grand finals as well, but LJL came out as the strongest region here.
And depth is just the word, right? We were talking about earlier in the day that Rampage potentially matched by Dead FM in the strongest team from their region, and then Gigabyte Marines fall to Rampage, and could have Dead FM done the same?
Potentially. I mean, we'll be able to find out in the future because ZFM, they look so strong as well. Rejoining us on the desk is going to be Jish as well. So we've got 4 people back on here. Koala is somewhere missing still. I think he's a bit sad about yesterday, but hopefully he makes an appearance later on. How you going, Jish? How was that game?
Oh, that was really exciting. You know, I sort of, thought the game was pretty much done after, that early gank top and just got turned around. And then I sort of watched the game drag on and on and on. And I was like, wow, okay, who's going to win this?
Yeah, I mean, the Marines are a patient squad. And you could see that even in the 1-4, they knew that they could leave Archie down there. And as long as they didn't give away Baron, which eventually they did, but if they didn't give it away as soon, that they would scale. And then eventually Evie would be in the base with everyone else.
But you say patience. They didn't have too much patience. As we saw earlier in the day, Ascension just leaving all of their inhibs to die, giving away the Baron and the Elder Dragon. Gigabyte Marines then tried to take the fight to Rampage. They were stuck in this very precarious position, but couldn't find the victory that they needed, but they pulled the trigger on the play and at least went for the game-winning moments.
Yeah, they certainly didn't. Even when Levi was dead, they still went for the big play. The rookie seer was in there. I mean, Optimus, unfortunately, he was out of mana. I mean, a blue buff would have been the turning point in that game because 3-man Flay into all of the damage that Syndra can output would have been something different, but you still have to take your hats off. Rampage looked like the best team here, and they deserve to win it for the LJL.
And I mean, they attacked a good guy Archie as well. You hate to see it. He was the man of that team in that game. Everything he did was for the better good, and it just didn't work out for him.
I mean, Swiper likes to call himself the rock on the top, but I think we found the real one. Archie, the Gigabyte Marines seem to rely on him so much, and so many respectable performances out of him today, but in that last one, just was taken advantage of, I'd say, by Evie.
Well, yeah, he was, but at the same time, his jungler gave over first blood on the turret dive. I mean, how bad does that have to feel? Like, Levi giveth, Levi taketh away. In a different game, he kills Camille there. They've absolutely forced her off 2 waves of CS and is able to do great things. But unfortunately, when you play that aggressive style of jungling, sometimes it bites you in the ass, and today it did.
But you have to give hats off to Archie again, just because coming to the tournament, a lot of people had doubts for him, moving back into the top lane, and when he went into MSI, a lot of people thought that he was a liability as a support for Gigabyte Marines. This time around, had good performance. I think that was one of the few games where he didn't look that great.
I mean, every now and again, pundits need to just be quiet. That's all I'm going to say. I've still read...
I'm using that against you one day.
I've still read Reddit threads all the time where this guy sucks in the top lane. Why do they keep talking about it? It's like all the little things he does on Summoner's Rift. He's not dominating opponents, but when you look at the TP flank that came out on Kennen and what a good play that was, how he backs away from ganks, how respectfully he played that matchup and probably died way less than anyone else out there. He's a good player.
It certainly is. And let's kind of move on towards the champions, the LGL region as a whole. We came in saying all 3 of the seeds look fantastic, and starting it off, we talked about how, they're going to look towards 2nd and 3rd seed to probably pick up victories because Dead FM are #1 in the LGL, and all 3 teams are very close, and Direwolves / Gigabyte Marines looked really good as a #1 seed, completely changed opinion. Rampage were able to 1-1 Direwolves, 2-1 against the 1-1 against the Direwolves, and then we saw the Gigabyte Marines losing 2-1 to Rampage as well. They all look fantastic.
Yeah, actually, some tough competition at the top of the table, and actually I jumped between ships multiple times throughout today because I was saying I think Gigabyte Marines are the best, and I was like, oh, maybe Dead FM, and now I'm thinking Rampage put up a phenomenal fight in that last game, and they do look really clean.
And not even to mention you were flip-flopping between the teams, Gigabyte, maybe Rampage, Dead FM. You were flip-flopping between junglers coming into the tournament. You're looking at Levi like this guy is a god, but then you have the junglers like Steel, like Tussle really stepping up to the plate. And yeah, the Japanese junglers, I think, in my eyes, showed up a lot here.
Yeah, and I think that the big thing behind what made the LJL squads impressive to me is that support cast. Is the fact that, all of their supports and all of their junglers look like they're always on the same page. And here we go.
What is it?
No, don't draw on the OPL logo again. Come on.
How do they even get up to the GPL one?
Where's the ladder?
I think that's what they're talking about right now. That has to be what they're trying to do. Now they're moving. No.
They're gonna draw
that's not the right
themselves.
one. You don't draw on your own.
Smiley face?
Put a smiley face on our thing. We need it.
Oh boy, this is gonna break my heart now. You guys had it yesterday. Now it's my turn to face music.
Certainly is. I mean, it's not pretty to watch, Fish. If you want to shield your eyes, you're more than welcome to.
Those cans are getting a good shake. I'm pretty sure the directions say, you know, quick 10 seconds and you're good. And now I've been watching for a minute.
Actually, it's not that tall. To be fair, it's actually not as tall as I thought it was.
Oh, I'd like to see them.
There we go.
They got to tag with the LJL.
Yeah, they're getting an LJL.
Yeah.
Are they going to get a rip?
it.
Are they going to get a Sia?
Oh, yep, one LJL.
Ooh, that's
You can read that, Spawn. What does it say?
Yeah.
Our on-site translators.
I think it says Sia. I have no idea. I made that up.
No, it is definitely katakana fish, but I cannot read it. It's a little bit too messy for me.
The one thing that they have improved on from yesterday is that they are absolutely roasting the GPL's logo. Ours went unscathed yesterday. We got Rip and Sia around it, but they're taking no prisoners here.
Also, I've seen a couple of people say this is BM. I actually don't think this is BM at all. Like, even when they did it to the Oceanic one, I just thought it was hilarious.
Yeah, I think this is really fun.
It's great.
I think this.
He's got a light up. There we go.
All right, now that's BM. Someone please tell us what that says. I would love to know.
It wasn't a ladder roll.
Now that is teamwork between regions.
That is the depth that we've been talking about this whole time. The Japanese squad backing each other up, picking them up so that they can attack the GPL logo. There we go, in and out of game.
Think about it. They came to this, we saw them in the music, they all said they are working together, the coaches are working behind the scenes as well, they're all training together as well, and it showed in their strategy. I mean, we saw the same Rek'Sai piloting with two different Japanese teams.
Yeah, we certainly did, and I mean, they've talked about their individual strength. You know, the macro play out of Dead FM, the strong early game, the ability to team fight. And I think that we saw an amalgamation of styles. We saw a region come together fantastically, and they definitely deserve this win.
Absolutely. You know, they've shown that they do have mastery across all three seeds. And, you know, I really want to give credit to the fact that, you know, GPL said that they weren't going to be that, you know, that close with each other. I know the OPL teams are... Takamura said that they were really close, and then I'm not sure how far that went. You know, you saw a bit of conversation here and there. But, like, from the start, the LJL team said they were working together, and this was going to be, like, their win as a team, and, you know, it has come out.
And they are the champions of Rift Rivals Purple 2017. Congratulations to all three LJL teams. I mean, they only dropped 2 games throughout the entire tournament. That is so impressive.
Absolutely, and this was just such an exciting format, and to come out with a win, I think it's very impressive. This isn't just a few of the LJL teams coming overseas and playing against different opponents in like a best-of-5 series. We've had the group stage, we've had the King of the Hill, we had the relay format, so they really banded together, and as you can see, they're lifting up the trophy.
And I mean, this is hard. They came off a day's break. We were talking earlier today how hard it is to come off a day's break, and, you know, the Direwolves would have come in cold. Well, this whole region did that. I mean, they all came in cold. They all came back into what was a very competitive matchup. The GPL squad certainly threw everything at them, including a little bit of Gouda, and they were better on the day.
And certainly won. I mean, it's great to see them. Really proud of the region. It's time and time again, every international they come into, including this one. I'm not even sugarcoating. Including this one, so many people said they're going to be the last region. They're going to be the worst. All 3 teams are not going to be comparable to even second place GPL team. Proved everyone wrong, and I mean, rightfully so.
Yeah, just as you said it, GPL coming in as hot favorites, take them in the finals. Not even just hot favorites, the first and second seed, as you mentioned. But that Japan just come out too strong and beat them in the end.
Yeah, and I mean, the victory of Rampage over Marines to close this out, I think is the sweetest way you can go.
Yeah.
Because the Marines showed in game 1 that they are a very good squad. Like, that, you know, lane swap, they have the strategic element. I mean, they're a fight-heavy region, but they have the strategy down pat. And then if they hadn't have beaten the Marines the second time, people would have said, oh, it was a fluke during the group stage and the depth is what won it. But that's not the case. Their pinnacle is as good as any of the pinnacle coming out of the play-in regions right now.
And I mean, the most my favorite thing about the Gigabyte Marines is that they have the balls to play this lane swap style that a lot of the wildcard teams look up to Korea, look up to NA, EU, and play what they're playing, right? There's this trickle-down effect, but the Marines are like, no, lane swap to be nerfed. We're going to pick Tristana. We're going to perfect this style ourselves. And I mean, they're the only team in the world playing this, and they showed it can be successful. But in the second game, weren't able to get it. Rampage come out.
We kind of saw it from all 3 regions, really. In Oceania, we have the Carbon Nunu running around, Soul Strike's wacky drafts with Tally playing Lucian top lane. Even in the LJL, we had Ziggs returning in the mid lane. We had some really funky things coming out of Ascension and Mineski. So every single region brought something to the table.
And the way they mix is hilarious. I mean, when the Oceanic team stepped up and were like, we're picking team fight comps, and Southeast Asia were like, well, that's kind of how we play as well. I mean, it was carnage everywhere. And then you see heavy macro teams come together, and we had a lane swap in a 20-minute period where they bounced 500 gold between each other, and then ultimately took team fights like at 25, 30 minutes into the game. I mean, that's why this is exciting. That's why Rift Rivals is fun, because you get to see how it all mixes in.
And we know that so many of these teams brought rookies into the tournament. That's going to give them a big confidence booster going back into their local leagues, and if they make it out of that into potentially Worlds play-ins or further international events, a huge confidence boost and that experience they need to take it a step further next time round.
Yeah, and this is the experience that they do need to draw on, and the fact that this is a stepping stage to the next big tournament, which is obviously going to be Worlds play-ins, right? And they're all looking forward to that. Their eyes are set on the the end of year tournament that means everything to them.
But also, this is what makes your domestic region better. I mean, when you send 3 teams internationally, Oceania in the past has seen a boost when you send 1 team overseas and come back. Now you send 3, and the same can be said for the LJL. They've gone over there, and I mean, I'm sure they've been playing the solo queue, running into the players. They've also been, able to get up scrims against the other GPL teams. I mean, this is not what makes you as an individual team better, although it does do that. That's what makes the region actually excel and get towards that next stage.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I'm excited, coming back into the OPL for us or moving into the LJL and potentially the GPL in the future. We're going to see so increase in play from all these regions. It's good to see that. Now they've got that international experience.
I hate to use the meme, but this is actually how you close the gap. I mean, 2 international tournaments for a team a year is not how you close an international gap. Things like this is actually how teams will step up and be able to change, like the Brazils first and then onto the North Americas and the European teams.
And as we are looking at the graphic in terms of our last game...
Oh, goodness.
Evie, absolute monster in the top lane, pulls out the victory almost not single-handedly, but he did a lot of the work for Rampage there.
Yeah, he certainly did. I mean, Optimus also, hats off to him. In a losing game, to be able to play Syndra to that mastery was pretty nice.
That's a 10k damage lead on his lane opponent in a losing game. Yeah, that's...
Conversely, that's a 3 damage lead. To the Thresh over the Braum.
That's
a pretty close score.
That's a big deal. There we go. Braum does more damage than Thresh.
Does he?
Yeah.
Not in this game.
Because everybody... Well, actually, sorry, you're right. But because everybody procs your passive. So
that's true.
You get the boys to help you out and bump up your numbers a little bit.
Oh, boy. Well, there you go. That game was a fantastic match to watch. I mean... Evie really stole in the top lane with the help of Tassel. That's how they gained the lead, and from there on out, LGL just controlled the pace. Giga Marines looked like they're going to fight back, but every single time, LGL just shut them down.
And I want to, once again, just rebuild the narrative that this wasn't Evie versus Archie. This was Evie and Tussle coming up trumps over Archie and Levi, who were absolutely able to dominate yesterday. And I think that the fact that you have to include Tussle, because without that counter gank, without him running top lane, honestly, I would have been like, you're dead, mate. I'm probably going to go to your turret and take you 2 creeps waves of experience and be level 5. But he flashes. He's able to get in there and actually clean up the play. I mean, that's how League of Legends should be played at the highest level.
And the best thing about it is, though, I don't think it was actually touched enough on the cast, is that Renekton is actually a good matchup into the Camille. And I know it's something that a lot of comfortable Renekton players would like to take it, because they have that 1 to 2 item, maybe 15 minutes where they will control that lane. And, Evie just completely shut him down. There was no chance of him getting ahead, and the game was so much harder for Archie to play from there.
Yep. It certainly was, and with that, Rampage able to pick up the win. And speaking of which, let's take a look at the results for Rift Rivals Purple. First up, we're going to take a look at today's results. It was a 3-1 victory that went in favor of the LGL over the GPL. So that's the only graphic that we have there, but the rest of the tournament, I mean, it was 5-1 for the LGL in group stage. Oceania picked up 3 points, with only the Marines picking up 1 for Southeast Asia. Went to all 5 games yesterday as well in the King of the Rift format, which was so exciting to watch. And I hope we get to see more of that in the future, because that really put team to team basically test to... I can't do words.
Yeah, interregional strength was really what we saw there, right? So we saw the ones versus ones was great, and then we saw 1 versus 2, 2 versus 3. That just shows you how the different regions match up across the board, right?
And I mean, we were talking about experience, and being able to come into the tournament as Sin and actually have a crack at what was the first or second best team here is something that I'm sure Dockler and Ryoma and FBI will take and learn, and people like Juves and Rogue will remember forever because they've been playing for such a long time, and I don't think they would have ever been pushed like that and how they were in that game.
I mean, take a look at what they did after they beat Ascension. I mean, in that second match with the Kingdom Reformat, the Sin United were just running everywhere. They were dispersed. They were going crazy. I think Rogue was on the floor at one point. He was walking past interviews. Had no idea where he was.
No idea where the cameras were. But yeah, like coming into the tournament, nobody would have expected Sin to have that sort of run, and now they have that under their belts. They have that experience, and coming in not even as like the third place team in OPL right now, they are further down the ladder. Having that experience as such a young team is just so valuable, and it's just a testament to what you were saying. This isn't just traditionally, as we've seen it before, as these regions have played each other, the best team from every region repeatedly playing against each other. This is the 1, 2, and 3 from all of these regions coming together and getting such like a wealth of experience, more so than just one team.
Yeah, so we'll have to see in the future like how that's going to progress. But gentlemen, what else do you guys want to touch on before we close out Rift Rivals? Because it's been a fantastic tournament to watch. I really, really loved how it was region against region. Like, we didn't have to see Sin go up against Legacy or Direwolves, which, could have been fun to watch, but it was great to see just region against region.
I mean, we see that enough, every week in the OPL, so it's good that we get a change of flavor and we get to see, the region versus region, which often we've discussed. Like, everyone says that, international tournaments are the exciting thing. And I think adding another one to the middle of the year after MSI, just makes it that much more exciting.
And I think when you talk about excitement, for me, stylistically, the clashes of the interregional plays is what is the exciting bit. When you saw Oceania play the GPL, they were very scrappy. Mineski versus Sin, those sort of games, Ascension versus Legacy. But then you have these games today with Rampage, with Dead FM facing off against the Gigabyte Marines. Like, they were just very clean games, and you just saw like a wealth of different styles across the board, and there was just so many different things coming into it.
And you get to see the responses. I mean, I've seen Legacy run comps with Nunu around the OPL, and teams have not seen what's hit them. And then you just see the Marines take the big deep breath that everyone thinks that you should be able to take, and just knock down turrets around Summoner's Rift without even a 1-3-1 comp, playing Victor in a side lane in what should have been a control mage meta. So I just think that the playstyle, it's cool. Seeing the good teams step up and rise to the top, and then seeing them battle it out against people of likewise skill, it's incredibly fun to watch.
Well, for all you Oceanic fans back at home, just to remind you guys that the OPL will return on July 15. If you guys are an international audience and you're not raising your koalas for the OPL, do remember that the rest of Rift Rivals are still going on. I believe there were 2 other English broadcasts, being the LCK, LPL, as well as the LMS, as well as NA against EU, and those are going to be fun tournaments to watch too.
Yeah, I don't want to spoil it because I'm sure people have been watching this, and if I give away anything, but the LCK, LMS, LPL was going on at the same time, day one of that, and there have been some big upsets and some huge drawn-out games that have gone for a long time. So do yourself a favor, when this is done, shut off this stream, rewind the VOD, watch it from the beginning, get on board and support those guys as well, because there's just so much great League of Legends going on at the moment.
I mean, that's not the only Rift Rivals that are going on. I believe there's 5 different tournaments. Some of them, unfortunately, do not have an English broadcast, but if you're interested in the regions, head over to the multiple websites to find out what you can find about that. But that's all for the Rift Rivals Purple here. I'd like to thank Spawn, Jis, Ejim, as well as our 2 analysts that appeared on day 1, which is Jake and T-Gun, our entire production crew for putting this together, all the players, teams, and their support staff for putting up a fantastic tournament, and you guys back at home for watching. Thank you so much for all your support. We'll see you guys next time. Redemption coming in. Exo forced to flash from mine, flashes forward, gets the kill. Zen using his own ultimate, gets jumped off by Neo as well. He might fall for this one as well. Daisy comes in for the slap, but it's a double kill picked up by Remind. Remind already in the back line to top of Exo. Doesn't get the kill. Shutdown coming up with Syndra. Neo's now in some trouble. Herechi has to put up a good fight. Already taken down Kaigu. Exo low, forced back. Hook goes wide, but Upman stuns up the Kennen. That's a double kill for Kennen. Hummus is going to fall shortly after. Herechi wants to continue chasing forward. Exo comes back out from the fountain, forcing Unsoulstuff back a little bit, but they do get the inhibitor. Yep. Kaigu trying to get into the back lines. Hummus and Zen taking a bit of damage. Good double lock coming up in Exo, but he gets hooked into the team. Force the flash away. Hummus charging the ultimate, incredibly low. Zen and Hummus both low. Ultimate comes out. Ace in the hole connects, doesn't get a kill. But look at the base. The base is dying during this time. Kaigu and Exo trying to go 2-on-3. They get 2 kills. Exo gets the shutdown. Can he take down Neo as well? Doesn't have to. Kaigu wants to do it for him.
And Appman's TPing right now to the base.
Kaigu going to be able to pick up a kill. Remind in some trouble, trying to Valk on top of TG's head. Flashes over the wall, can't quite get him, and Kaigu's still chasing further forward. But as you mentioned, Upman's in the base. He goes on a killing spree. This Crocodile is unstoppable at the moment. Will take the final inhibitor somewhere across the map. Reminds me how to outplay Kaigu. Renekton's got a shutdown. What the heck is going on? I believe this is going to be game for unsold stuff. Hummers is going to try and defend this one, but there's just too many creeps. Upperman just going to hit the Nexus over and over and over again, and it puts the LGL up 1-0. Oh, Steel going for a fight against Nuni. He smites the red buff to get some health back, but it doesn't matter. He flashes away from the Q of Morgana. Steel, what an absolute beast. He's on top of G4 as well. Vivid trying to help him. Gets the hook. Oriana's here as well. He'll be popped by both AD carries. Almost threads the needle on the second Q. Steel misses it. Hits Warlock though. Still jumps in, knocks him back. G4 in the back line. Seros gets a kill. Immediately on Lloyd. G4 jumped on by Seros. Trades 1-for-1. Double kill for the Oriana. And the rest of the section are going to fall 1 by 1. Low health belts on DNFM. Doesn't matter. Jarvan is stuck. And everyone for Detonation Focusing piles on in. Only 2 members of the Ascension alive. How are they still so patient with a score like this? Finally, they're going to pull the trigger. And Ascension just watch as Doomsday slowly approaches towards their Nexus. The first one is going to fall. G4 tries to get into the back lines. Look at all those shields. Shockwave just removes anyone in the vicinity from Summoner's Rift. Already 2 kills picked up. Make that 3. Lloyd and Warlock, last one's alive, and they can't even fight minions at the moment. Teleport into the back lines under a fountain? Paz is a madman. They'll try and kill Caitlyn under the turret. Lloyd gets a single kill, but it doesn't matter. LJL take it to match point. They're going for it. That's a flash forward. Levi gets good damage. Yutori's going to try and flash away. Archie gets first blood. Levi almost going down. Dara wants it. Turret hits him. The cannon minions attacking, and he will live. Dara trying to go back in. Levi flirting with death. Evie's here trying to clean this up. Optimus in trouble. He's going to flash away. Body box. Here comes Dara. Double knockup. He wants 2 for himself. Auto attacking Levi. He'll get 1. Evie coming back for the second. Optimus somehow escapes. Archie's in trouble. They need a bit more damage. Put down the flag, Evie. Doesn't matter. Double kill for Dara. Oh, they're going in. Tassel kicks back Optimus. That's the mid laner. Big cast coming out for Levi. Keeps him alive. Saya's going to try and keep him alive as well, but Tassel gets that kill. Redemption in between the turrets. Rampage need to try and duck out. No way, looking for the first kill. Gets the reset. Taunt comes out from Rune, but he's going to bump on his head. Super Mario time from No Way. He'll get another kill. Double. Archie locks one down. Jumps on the second. Reset galore. Gets the triple kill on the Tristana. It's got to be a miracle. No summoner spells. Forgive my Marines, but only 1 turn to work with. Dara's going to jump in first. Immediately turned into a critter. Yutori kept busy by Ultimate. And there goes No Way, jumping on their heads, picks up a kill, shut down for Levi. Gigabyte Marines keep the dreams alive for the GPL. They'll pick back a point against Rampage, and they'll take it to game number 4. And Levi's stuck. He's going towards the turret. He's trying to body block. Jumps over towards the sword. Can he get out of this? No more flash fail. There's a turret there. He wants to execute Archie. Flashes. He wanted the turret. This is a big mistake. First blood for Tussle. And now Evie picks up the second. And 3-on-3. No ultimates available for Gam. Let's see what they can do. First, Sia gets stunned up. Good knockback onto Tussle. He's at half health. Yutori will lock him down. So they'll kill Thresh first. Do they get anything else? Dara, Winter's Bite, Levi. No Way's going to come as well. They knock him back into the team. He's going to flash out. Levi very close to getting taken down. Optimus gets tagged by Winter's Bite. He's being stunned. Yutori trying to fight with the back line. 90 caliber. Nats misses. Meanwhile, Evie's got a solo kill in the back line. So RPG going to continue pushing on forward. Tussle sniped. Why would you step in that trap, Tussle? Why? Shockwave not going to connect. Dara in some trouble. Will get taken out by Sia. They get the Baron. They try to turn for a fight. Levi putting his team on the back. Kicks one out of the pit. Yutori is stunned but flashes away. Levi does eventually fall. And here comes Evie looking for the fight. It said disengage. Gam will put up a good fight, but they lose Baron. They hook on towards Tussle, locking him down. Good damage onto the Gragas. Great trap as well. Dara jumps in, trying to take one for the team. He's trying to win the best Dooms of War, but he was going to fall first. Redemption comes out. No Way gets that kill. The rest of Gigabyte Marines still want to charge further forward. Archie in the back line. Stuns out Rami Renee. They're trying to fight this one, but they've lost an inhibitor during this time. Still trying to just kite back. Shockwave only connects on the Levi, but he still goes further forward. Jumps back out immediately. Optimus with the flank. Wants to get these stuns. Trying to keep the dreams of GPL alive. He'll go to stasis. They take down the AD carry. Rumune in trouble. No way gets that kill as well. And Gigabyte Marines somehow pull off a team fight. Let's see what they can do. Captain Levi needs to make a heroic play to steal this away. Imuno's coming in. They try to take that one with the Q. Let's see if he goes in. They turn as well. Optimus is there, but they still get it. It's a 2-on-4. Can they get out now? Dara in trouble. Redemption comes through. They'll get a kill onto Levi. The captain is down. The captain is down, and Rampage pushed towards the base. Instant cleanse comes out. Archie's the first target. He pops Dominus, but they're already working on the next turret.
Nice.
Big play coming out from Sia. Our Rampage are trying to go for the final team fight. Massive shockwave from Imune brings all of them back in. They go into the back lines. No way, stuck. He's stuck and cast back in. Shut down for Envy. This will be the LJL taking down the Gigabyte Marines. They will finish this 2-1. 3-1 at the end of this finals, and they are the champions of Rift Rivals 2017.